I'm putting this up in a different VOD from the gaming as well, like I did yesterday. I want to try to keep, the gaming content, since I'm putting it in a playlist. So if it's ever like, oh, I want to have this on in the background or whatever, it's not like gonna switch over to me talking about this in the middle or switch over to gameplay in the middle or whatever. Streamline it a little bit, you know what I mean? So I might have to move myself around a little bit, I don't know. But we've got some good ones in here. I just scrolled through her channel. Transphobia Isn't Real is the one I watched the Hunter video about. It is art. It is it's definitely interesting. So, as you can see based on the titles of these, you kind of get the idea of the kind of shit that she talks about. And her view on things. I saved this Libs of TikTok video because watching Libs of TikTok is a very interesting experience. Because Libs of TikTok is, if you don't know, a very transphobic, hateful, mostly Twitter, that reposts trans things from TikTok and shares it to Twitter and then gets people to harass and harm the people that they're posting. Now, some of the things they post are liberals or trans people who are making pretty decent points that these people just disagree with. And sometimes they post cringe from liberal cringe, trans cringe, which, yeah, trans people are cringy, just like cis people are cringy. I don't know why that's like a, whoa, look at this cringy transgender, like, yeah, trans people can be cringe. Like, what do you mean? Like, okay, here's like 8,000 videos of cis people being cringe, you know what I mean? So sometimes Lips of TikTok posts things that's like, why'd you post this? This person is just correct. And then other times it's like, ooh, cringe, So that can make reacting to people reacting to Lips of TikTok very interesting, because watching Gothix, we're not going to agree on most things. So do we want to start with the transphobia isn't real, or do we want to start with is God necessary? Those are the two that I want to try to hit today. You know what I mean? I like these, or even being pro-choice isn't morally or intellectually consistent. God, we want to do God today? Okay, I'll let you choose because we're going to hit them all eventually anyways. So this is, if anyone gives a shit and wants to go watch her videos on their own, this is Gothix. That's the name of the channel, Gothix. I doubt you're going to want to watch them after this, but, just in case. All right, is God necessary? No, God is not necessary. That is my take, but let's see what she has to say about it.
I find it pointless to argue for the existence of God. I mean, it's an
Same. Honestly, same.
interesting idea to consider, but it doesn't mean much
She loud
if the
enough? Can you
person
hear
you're
fine?
speaking with isn't receptive to having their beliefs challenged. You can present
Is the audio levels fine? Let's put me over here. Slight bit more. Okay, I can turn it up a little bit more. No, I can't turn it up a lot more, but I can turn it up a little bit more.
as much historical and scientific
Rookie, you missed the gameplay, but we're here to talk about, watch people make stupid opinions, which is always fun. I'm gonna have to remember to change all the audio stuff back, because otherwise y'all are gonna get absolutely blasted by the sound of the video game we play tomorrow. Because I've got everything turned all the way up. So, I don't know, her audio in this video is really low. I was playing God of War not too long ago, but I got too motion sick and I needed to call it on the game. So instead we've switched over to YouTube. I will be playing it more tomorrow though. So if you want to watch more of it tomorrow, we're going to finish the day tomorrow with gameplay instead of starting with gameplay tomorrow. So if you're only able to get here once it's midnight for you, then because it's latest, pretty sure it's later for Rookie than it is for Jimmy right now. So Because I know for Jimmy it's almost 11, but I believe Rookie is an hour ahead of you. So, yeah. I find it funny that Rookie really only ever shows up once it's like midnight, wherever he's at. Which is a big mood as someone who sleeps on a night shift schedule. You know what I mean? Like, my day usually starts at around 11 p.m. or midnight, because that's when Max is in bed, you know? But what you're getting this week is going to be far more similar to what it's going to be like after the move. Because usually the reason we stop at around 5:30, 6 o'clock is because Max is available to hang out. So I in stream, so Max and I can watch it. Whereas, you know, once I move, that won't be a thing because I won't be living with Max anymore. So our streams will go a bit later into the night compared to what they usually do currently. So this week is actually a good test run because Max isn't here. So this will be a more accurate. Ideally, I won't sleep until 3 o'clock every day, but, you know, I won't oversleep like I did today, but, you know. You know that feeling when you wake up and you're like, I feel like I've been asleep too long. Have you ever done that where you wake up and it's like, I feel like I've been asleep for a while? Have you ever have that happen? Because that's what today was. Today I woke up and I went, I feel like I've been asleep too long. And I double tapped my phone and saw it was 2:55 p.m. And I was like, oh, that's why. That's why I feel like I've slept too long. Because I have slept too long. That's exactly what happened. I'm going to go grab my water real quick before we get into this, because I have a feeling I'm going to need it. Is there even any water in this? I always forget to fill it up. I need an emoji for you sipping water. For when I finish my smoothie here in a minute. Sleep is good. And how did sleep past 6 alarms? I don't know. I set a bunch of alarms. I set a bunch of extra alarms when I have to wake up earlier than normal. Especially because it took me forever to fall asleep last night. So I was only going to get like 6 hours of sleep at the most last night, which might have contributed to me oversleeping. I did wake up at like, I think it was like 9 o'clock because I had to piss. So I got up and went to the bathroom and then went back to bed. And then didn't wake up again until 2:55, and I have no memory of any alarms going off whatsoever. And I had, let's see, how many alarms did I have set? I believe it was 6. So my plan was to wake up at 12:30, 12:45, since my appointment was at 1. And I didn't really need to get ready because it's telehealth. So I had a 1 o'clock alarm set, a 12:45 alarm set, a 12:30 alarm set, 11:30 alarm set, and I even had a 1:30 alarm set just in case I overslept. And it didn't fucking matter because I slept through all of those. So what I usually do is I set an alarm for the time I need to be awake, and then a half an hour before that, and then an hour before that. So I have an hour and a half ahead of schedule, a half an hour ahead of schedule, and then the time I need to actually be awake to sort of gradually pull me out of it. Because I've just discovered that's usually what tends to work. They don't shut up. They run for like 3 minutes before they actually turn off. Like, the alarms usually go off for like a full 3 minutes before they turn themselves off. I do need a pet to wake me up. I'll get one soon, I promise. So, yeah, I don't imagine myself making it a month into living alone before I end up with an animal. I have to get a dog. I can't get a cat, unfortunately. I really wish I wasn't allergic to cats, because I would just go get a cat, because a cat would work with my lifestyle far better than a dog would, because cats can take care of themselves far better than dogs generally can. Cats don't mind being left alone most of the time. As a species, obviously individual cats will have separation anxiety, but as a whole, cats are far better being left alone than dogs are. But I am unfortunately allergic to cats. So if I want a cat, I have to go out of my way to find a breed of cat that does not produce the enzyme that I am allergic to, and those cats are fucking expensive, and you have to buy them from breeders, which is bad. So yeah, for mine, I have to like hit a specific spot on my phone and swipe over. It's like a very specific spot. If I miss it at all, it won't activate it. So I have to usually like open my eyes to actually swipe the alarm, and it's bright out because of when I sleep. So I have to be able to look at it to hit it, and that's usually enough to get me awake. But I like I said, other than that, waking up at around 9 something to use the restroom, I have no memory of anything between then and 2:55. That doesn't happen very often these days, since I set so many alarms, because on a normal day, me waking up at 2:55 is not an issue. Like, yeah, stream will start a little later than normal, but I usually start stream at 2:30 or 3 o'clock anyways. And then on work days, I'm not even awake till 3 o'clock, alarm-based wise, you know what I mean? So on most days, waking up at 2:55 isn't an issue. But today, the one day where I needed to be awake at 1 o'clock, I sleep till 2:55. Very frustrating. I woke up and I went, fuck. Because my doctor's only in 2 days a week. And despite the fact that the telehealth call takes 5 minutes at the most, I can't get in with him until May. You know. Oh, my bladder wakes me up at least once a night. Usually it wakes me up a couple hours before I have to actually be up. So, which is why I only set an hour and a half ahead, because usually my bladder wakes me up 2 to 2.5 hours ahead. So, because I'm like, if I feel like I need to use the restroom at all, I can't fall asleep. So, you know, it is what it is. Because my brain like over focuses on the fact that I need to pee, so then I can't focus on sleeping or focus on nothing, so I can sleep. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But I'm able to get up, use the restroom, and come back to bed pretty easily. I know a lot of people like can't get up and do a thing and then go back to bed. But because as long as I'm not like speaking to anybody or like having to do any, like sometimes I'll even check my phone after using the bathroom and then go back to bed. So I've gotten a lot better at that over the years. Bladder, the hero we all need, yeah. There was this TikTok I came across a while ago. I'm pretty sure I saved it, so it shouldn't take me long to find it. That was like how to get me out of bed in the morning or something. Let me see if I can find it. It wasn't that long ago. I'm pretty sure I saved it. Although I did just scroll through some of my favorites the other night, and I did not see it, so... Let's see. But it was essentially like, I can't remember the specifics of it, but it was essentially like someone ranting as they walked down the street, and they were like, you know, why are you telling me that I can XYZ, you know? And it's like, the only thing that gets me out of the bed in the morning is the fact that I gotta piss, okay? The only thing getting me out of the bed in the morning is my goddamn bladder, all right? That's the only reason that I get up in the morning, which is so true. Especially on non-work days. The only thing pulling me out of bed is because I gotta piss. That is it. That is the only thing. Oh, well, I've got a 12-hour shift, so I'm gonna pee at least 4 or 5 times during that shift. If not, just to get off the work floor. But also because I got to use the restroom. Because I'll usually go after each break. So we've got 3 breaks. So that's at least 3 times. And then if I've been drinking a lot of water, because I drink a lot of water at work because it's very warm in the warehouse area that I'm in, and because we're doing a lot of movement, so it means I gotta use the bathroom even more because I'm just downing this thing. I usually empty this out twice a shift at the minimum. At a minimum, you know? Yeah, in my shorter shifts, back when I was doing 8 hours at Kroger, you know, if I wasn't having a bad IBS day, I'd only go twice at the most. So, but if I was having a bad IBS day, it'd be back and forth. But I don't get as many of those anymore, which is really nice. As long as I can get my drugs, which is what I missed the appointment for this morning. I'm so annoyed about that. I'm just glad I woke up in time to be able to call them today, because they close at 4:30 Eastern time, and I woke up at 4 Eastern time. So I called them and I was like, so I had an appointment with Dr. Chen 2 hours ago via telehealth. But I just woke up 5 minutes ago because apparently 6 alarms is not enough. She laughed. And I said, I know he won't have any openings today because y'all close in 20 minutes. But is there any chance he's got an opening later in the week? And she said, no, he will not be available till May. And I said, well, shit. Only 500 pounds a week? Not even 500 pounds a week for 35 hours? I work 36 hours a week and I make over 500. I make close to 600 actually if I work those entire 36 hours. I don't usually work the entire 36 hours is the thing, so. My last paycheck was $400 something, but that's because I did not work for like a full shift, basically. I didn't go in because I got sent home for VTO twice, so. It's good for UK wages? Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, here you couldn't survive off that. So, I mean, look at me. I'm having to move to fucking Nebraska, okay? I'm having to move to fucking Nebraska because it's the only place where there's an Amazon warehouse and affordable rent. It's the only place in this goddamn country that's not Texas or Oklahoma where I can afford, because it's not quite as red as Texas or Oklahoma. It's still red because it's the Midwest, but it's not quite as red as the entirety of Texas and the entirety of Oklahoma. For example, abortion is still legal there. You can still get an abortion in Nebraska as of right now anyways. Whereas the entirety of the South, you cannot. Oh my God, Max showed me the map. And it's psychotic. It's absolutely crazy. Like, good fucking luck. Look at this shit. Look at this. Okay, that's not true. This isn't correct. A 15-week ban. Yeah. Yeah. It's 15 weeks in Florida, so this isn't quite true. But look at this. This entire thing. You can't get an abortion in any of these places. The entirety of the South. God forbid you get pregnant in Mississippi. Where the fuck you gonna go? It's absolutely psychotic. 6-week ban in South Carolina, which is essentially the same as making it illegal. Really, the only way you can get an abortion within 6 weeks is if you go for the Plan B. And in some of these places, they're even trying to ban Plan B or have banned Plan B. So, Nebraska here, you know, they're likely to try to prohibit it, but at the moment they haven't. So, but where I'm moving to in Nebraska, Omaha, which is right here, it's on the border of Iowa and Nebraska, the city there, there's Planned Parenthood there, and that Planned Parenthood does provide abortions, so that's nice. And Kansas is down there, where it's still legal. The country we live in. The country I live in. Neither of y'all live here, so lucky you. Not that it's much better in either of the places y'all live, but but to my knowledge, they're not trying to ban abortion in the UK. I don't know Nigeria's stance on it, but to my knowledge, they've not done anything about it in the UK yet. They're more busy trying to make trans people illegal right now. So I did not know there was an island this far north. Lol. Unsurprisingly, the West Coast is fully safe. Unsurprisingly. Surprisingly, Illinois is great. But, you know, even if Nebraska made it illegal, Iowa's right there. And as long as they stay good, you know, I'm not going to need one, but, you know, rewind 3 minutes. I can't wait for the conservatives to be kicked out in the next election. Don't know how they could be in power for 12 years. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, when Max showed me this, I don't think it was this exact map, but and I was like I knew it was bad, you know, I knew it was bad here in the South in terms of abortion rights, but holy fuck. I was like, the entire South. Like, Florida has a 15-week ban. They've been trying to pass a 6-week ban for a while. South Carolina, same situation. The 6-week ban has been permanently enjoined by the state Supreme Court as a violation of the South Carolina constitutional right to privacy. That's pretty good, actually. I'm moving from here, Tennessee, to here, Nebraska. This area of Nebraska over here is where I'm moving to. I'm moving to like the eastern portion of Nebraska. I currently live in the west, like the middle to western portion. I've lived for about right here in Tennessee, and I'm moving to about right here, to a city that is both in Nebraska and Iowa. It's on the borderline. There's a lot of borderline cities in like the Midwest. Like Max and I, we went to St. Louis recently, and it's on the border of Missouri and Illinois. It's on the border. Like literally there's it's called East St. Louis, the portion of it that's in Illinois. And there's so many of those cities in this general vicinity of the US in the Midwest here, where the city like falls over into the state next to it, which I think is really interesting. I really wanted to move to one of these states, but I can't afford to live on the West Coast, so it is what it is. But I'm kind of excited to move, to be honest. Like, I'm ready for it to just go on and happen, because I've got so many things that I've got planned out to do over these next couple months before the move. Like, I'm getting my name changed at the end of the month, and I'm hoping to, the same day I have my court date, because the court date's at like 9 in the morning, because I was like, just give me a time, I'll show up, like the soonest we can get it done, let's do it, let's go. And the soonest was a 9 a.m. In-person court date. So I'm going to go to court, do my court date, get my paperwork, and then I'm going to go straight over to the Social Security office and get the Social Security thing changed. Hopefully I can do it on the same day. And then I go straight from the Social Security office to DMV and get my ID changed. And then I'm going to go from the DMV over to the bank and get all that stuff changed so they can send me new cards. So then that way my name is all legally changed and everything. And then I got to contact my parents and tell them to change it on my insurance. So then that way, when I go to Nebraska in early May, late April, to sign a lease, I can sign it with Nico. So I've got all this shit that I've got to do before then. But it's also a lot of nothing. Like, there's a lot of just waiting, because I don't want to go, like, tour my options in Nebraska until I know what my options actually are, if that makes any sense. Like right now, the apartments they have available are not the same apartments they're going to have available in a month. You know what I mean? So I don't want to go in for a tour when I'm not sure which version. Like, I'd rather go in, tour them, and then sign for one, and then come home. You know what I mean? Which is my plan. My plan is to go up either the last week of April or first week of May and tour all of the different styles, like all the different layouts that they will have available. Because like what I'm looking for is a lease that starts in the back half of May. I'm looking for a lease that will start like after the 17th of May. Like that's the very middle of May is the 17th. So ideally that third week to the end of the month is when I would like my lease to start. So I'm not, because I've still got to pay for May rent here as well as I would have to pay for May rent there as well. So I'm looking for a back half of May. So if I go the beginning of May, end of April, the ones that they're going to have available for me to sign for, I want to tour those different layouts because they've got like 5 or 6 different size / layouts of apartments. Like they've got studios and 1-bedrooms, and I want to tour all the different ones that they have leases available for, and then sign for one that day, and then come home. Because I'm going to drive up on like a Sunday night. I'm going to drive the 12 hours up there, sleep, do the tours, sign for a lease, and then either go back to sleep or drive straight home. Well, you need to buy more furniture. Yes. Most of the furniture in the apartment is Max's. Most of the like storage compartments and stuff are Max's. Like all the the stands that the TV's on are Max's. I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up just giving the TV to Max because I'm probably going to want a bigger one. And I told Max, I was like, all you gotta do is just pay me the portion of it I paid for it, and then it's yours because we already know how it fits on Max's stands and stuff. No, I'm getting an unfurnished apartment because since I'm buying something that's like 500 square feet or smaller, I don't want them to be filling it with a bunch of furniture I'm not going to use. I'm going to take the couch. I'm going to take the couch with me, and I'm probably going to end up sleeping on that for a little while, which is fine. I sleep on that couch just as well as I sleep on the bed we have. Like the bed and the bed frame and everything is all Max's because Max bought all that. So the only furniture I really have to take with me is my side table, the desk here, everything in this room except for this chair in front of me that you can't see is mine. But the furniture outside of this room that is mine is that side table that I mentioned, the couch, the lamp. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. That's all that's mine. All of the rest of the like furniture type things, like all of the like I said, we have these big stands that the TV's on that are like cube shaped. We have these. We've got 3 of these. And they're all Maxes. And that's what the TV sits on. But they're all Maxes. I've got one over here that is an individual. It's not 2 by 3, it's 1 by 3. So long, Max, and thanks for all the fish. Yeah, no, Max said that they wanted to try living alone, and I was like, well, fuck you, I can't afford to live by myself. But I also refuse to move in with a complete stranger, because that just, no thank you. I'd rather live by myself than with a complete stranger, to be honest with you, so, which is why I'm moving to Nebraska, because it's the only place I can afford to live by myself. Without spending 70% of my monthly income on rent, that is. That's what I mean by live by myself. I want to be able to afford to live there. Not only that, but also I'd like to rent a place where when they inevitably raise the rent at the end of this coming lease, I can still afford it for another year. Because most places tend to raise rent $100 every year on average. So if I'm renting a place now, that's $900 a month. If the place I move to is like around $900 a month, and then they raise it $100 for the next year, I can still afford that $1,000 a month for another year. So ideally, that's another reason to move to a place that's super cheap, is that when they raise the rent, it's still cheap enough to afford. I'd like to not live in Nebraska for 2 years, but don't know what's going to happen in that year that I live there, so ain't no telling. But yeah, it's a lot to think about and a lot to do, but I think I've got it mostly figured out. It's just a matter of just waiting for it to be time to go do those things. That's stressful, to be honest. Yeah, rent won't go down. Housing prices will not go down. Not in this country. Not anytime soon. Not unless the federal fucking government passes some bill. There's not a chance housing prices are going to go down. Even if they did, I couldn't afford to rent a house or buy a house or mortgage a house or anything with a house at any capacity. Also, I'd be fine with getting a lease that started like the first week of June. So like, because our lease here ends, I believe, on the 28th of May. So if like the new lease starts on like the 3rd of June, then I can just like rent what's it called? An Airbnb for that week that I don't have a lease accessible. Like I don't have an apartment accessible, because most of the stuff I'm moving will be in one of those moving pods that you ship. Fuel prices here have been fluctuating quite a bit. It fluctuates anywhere in between $2.80 and $3.20 a gallon every week. So it constantly is changing here, up and down and up and down and up and down. So, which is really frustrating. I wish it would just stay down and then stay where it's at. So like, for example, like on the side of town Max and I live, it's like $3.40 a gallon every day, all the time. But where I work, which is on the other side of town, it can go down to about $2.80, $2.85 a gallon every once in a while. I've never seen it over $3.20 over there. So I always fill up on that side of town. And sometimes I'll take Max's car to work so I can fill their car up cheap. So got to game the system a little bit. If I'm going to be traveling 40 minutes to get to work, I'm going to make it work to my advantage. That's a big thing I'm looking forward to after the move, is only having a commute that's like 30 minutes or less instead of the current 40-minute commute that I have. So that'll be nice. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's, you know, I don't know how we got sidetracked, but here we are. Missed call. From whom? I don't know who this is. But they called me twice. It's not the doctor's office. They closed at 4:30, and it is now 7 o'clock for them. So I don't know who... What 270 number would be calling me from Kentucky? Twice. I mean, it must not be important. They didn't leave a voicemail, so... Look, that's the thing. If you're going to call me, and it matters, you got to leave me a voicemail, because I ain't going to call you back if you don't leave me a voicemail, you know what I mean? I do talk a lot. We are just chatting. This is a just chatting stream, so that's kind of part of it. Amazon, you have work. Yes. I'm not sure what that's a reference to, but yeah. That's so weird. 270 is not a... Oh, it is. It's the Bowling Green one. I forgot. Oh, right. Right. I forgot the area code that mine's from is really little. Like, this portion of the state that mine's from is very small. Yeah, the 270 area code. You know, I'm from this area, so mine is 859. So I didn't realize that most of the state is 270 or 364. And this is all the mountains. This is the mountainous region of the state, so that's why it's all together. I was like 270, but I was like, wait a minute, that number sounds familiar. The entirety of Britain is plus 44. Really? That must be nice. Not sure in Northern Ireland. It's probably different for Northern Ireland, I would imagine. You'd think, anyways. It makes sense for it to be. Yeah, I don't know. There's a portion... There's, like... Moving to Nebraska. Not something I ever thought I would do. But it fits all the criteria of what I'm looking for. A small apartment, cheap rent, near an Amazon, in a state that's not where I'm not guaranteed to get shot for being trans. It's still a possibility, but that's true for any state. To my knowledge, Nebraska is a state that occasionally votes blue for president. Otherwise, it is a red state, just like all the other ones I've lived in. But it's not in the South, which is something I was looking for. I'm looking for somewhere that has a different climate, so that when I step outside of the apartment, I feel like I'm in a new place. Whereas Tennessee versus Kentucky, it's not different. It's the same thing. Except sometimes Tennessee is worse, which is, I'm not sure how they're managing that, but every single day Tennessee passes another fucking bill that makes my life harder. So I'm glad I'm getting the fuck out of here. For example, I think I mentioned this already, but Tennessee just passed a ban on drag in any public place where a child could be present. So everywhere. Yeah, I don't have a skill. That's my problem. I'm not skilled. So. Dude, if I could immigrate out of this country to one of y'all's European nations, I would have been out of here 3 years ago. The moment I stepped out of college, I would have immigrated the fuck out of here. That's why I hate it when people are like, well, you don't like it here. Just leave. Bitch, I would love to leave. I would love to. Are you unaware of the fact that immigration is difficult? Because the same people who are like, well, if you don't like it here, you should leave, are the same people who yell at, like, black people to go back to their country. You know what I mean? Like, you don't seem to understand how hard immigration is in any direction. You want to make it hard for people to get here, but also tell people to fuck off when they don't like it here? Like, you don't understand that that's, like... I'm trying to immigrate to Norway. I'm doing my best. I want to go. But I can't even immigrate there on a marriage visa until I'm 24. I wanna move to Norway so fucking bad, you guys. I just want out of here. I don't speak any Norwegian, but I can fucking learn if that's what I gotta do to get in. I'll figure it out. I gotta find me a hot Norwegian lady to fall in love with me so I can get the fuck out of here. The thing that gets me is when I see someone from like a Scandinavian country, or even a European country, who like immigrated here after marrying an American, and I'm like, why did you downgrade like that? You know what I mean? Like, what in your brain made you think that moving here from Norway makes any sense? Like, why would you do that to yourself? You just took a step down on the ladder of privilege. You just nerfed yourself. Why did you do that? Well, in terms of immigrating via a marriage visa, that is basically the only criteria, is that you've been engaged for a certain period of time and that you're both 24 years old. That's like basically the only criteria to immigrate there on a marriage visa. For all the other visas, it's far more complicated, but which is why I'm looking to find me a Norwegian gal, because that's the easiest way to get there. And then once I get there, I can get the skills necessary for them to let me stay there. Although, there is a school in Seattle where they teach you how to do underwater welding, and that is a very specific skill that every country needs and utilizes. It's a very dangerous thing, but who knows? Maybe I'll do that eventually. But that's a post Nebraska experience. If I was to move to any other English-speaking country, it would be Canada. Same. If I had to pick one nearby, it would be Canada. Not to mention too many animals that can fucking murder you. Yeah. New Zealand would be nice if they didn't have so many animals there that could kill you. But here in the U.S., we've got hundreds of thousands of people that would just kill you for just cause. Yeah, the UK is really trying to get on the USA's level in terms of shittiness, but y'all can't reach our level. In terms of first world countries, we are the worst. I have seen the US described as a first world or a third world country with a Gucci belt, and that is so accurate. It's so accurate, except for the fact that there are third world countries that do better in terms of like life expectancy, personal rights, personal freedoms. Like, there are third world countries that do better than us in like half of the things. And it's like, why are they still considered a third world country? They're doing better than we are. You know what I mean? Like, the wealth gap there is not nearly as massive. Maybe it's because they're all poor, but still, there's no wealth gap. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, let's see. Let's Google it. Let's see. People in poverty. As of 2019, we have 34 million people living in poverty. And this is just 2019. That's pre-COVID. So, everywhere has some. Again, this is 2019 statistics. This isn't even counting like since COVID. It's gotten worse since COVID. So I don't see a date on any of these other ones. Yeah. Ooh, 2022. Let's see. The official poverty rate in 2021 was 11.6%, with 37.9 million people in poverty. which wasn't very different from 2020. Official poverty rates decreased for people under the age of 18 and increased for people 65 years and older, but we're not very different for 18 to 64 years old. Yeah. It was funny because child poverty actually dropped during COVID because of all of the handouts, for lack of a better term, that were being given, because they increased the amount of money everyone on WIC got each month. They increased, obviously they gave us the COVID checks, so like $1,200 a month, which is more than most people make a month. So child poverty fell massively during COVID, and even following COVID. But since those things have stopped, child poverty has increased again. Yeah. Social Security continued to be the most important part in poverty program. Meanwhile, refundable tax credits and stimulus payments moved. Yeah, refundable tax credits and stimulus payments moved 9.6 million and 8.9 million people out of poverty. Out of SPM poverty, supplemental poverty measure. The stimmy payments that everyone complained about, well, everyone complained about after the fact, moved nearly 10 million people out of poverty. Yeah. Here we go. This is the thing right here. The SPM child poverty rate fell 46% in 2021 from 9.7% in 2020 to 5.2% in 2021, a 4.5 percentage point decline. This is the lowest S&P child poverty rate on record. The year after the world shut down for COVID, we had our lowest ever poverty rate ever recorded, because of all of the additional welfare that was being given out because people couldn't work. But now all that stuff's going away, so it's actually, from the statistics I've seen in other places, which probably aren't finalized statistics yet, it's gone back up. Child poverty has increased again since they've stopped doing, since the WIC amounts have gone back down and things like that, since they've cut off additional helpings. Ours is fixed at $2,500 annually for the typical family. Obviously, if you use more than typical, it will be more. That will be going to $3,000 a year. In 2020-21, around 1 in 5 people in the UK were in poverty. 13.4 million people. Of these, 7.9 million were working age adults. 3.9 million were children. 1.7 were pensioners. Therefore, 1 in 4 children in the UK are living in poverty. Yep. Yeah. I would hate to have to go to the NHS currently for an emergency. You'll be waiting forever in pain. Yeah, but at least you won't have to then spend the rest of your life in debt after the emergency visit. That's the big difference, is you do the same here. You have to go wait in line in the emergency room for 4 to 7 hours, depending on the day and how busy the emergency room is. But then you get a $3,000 bill when you get home. So even if your problem wasn't fixed. That's the difference. Because there are still wait lines here, which I don't think people understand. They're like, oh, well, the lines for the NHS are so long. Yeah, they're long. They're long here, too. Do you not know that they're long here, too? If you have a stroke currently, you probably have very low chance of survival. Same. Thing is, a lot of people here will get to the point of having a stroke because all of the precursory stuff that they have, that your body sends you before having a stroke, people don't go to the hospital for. Even though they know they don't feel well, they won't go to the hospital for it because it's going to cost them too much time. Ambulance wait times are above 2 hours, last I knew. Yeah, I'm not saying it's great over there. I'm not saying that in any capacity at all. I know y'all are struggling just as much as we are right now, because y'all's government is collapsing in upon itself like a fucking black hole. Y'all need to get your shit together, okay? Y'all need to get it together, all right? The U.S. has no chance of getting it together anytime soon. Y'all have a chance because y'all aren't quite as broken yet, so y'all need to get your shit together. Come on now. Get it together, all right? All right, should we watch this Gothix video now? Now that we've been sidetracked for the past 40 minutes.
Personally, I find it pointless to argue for the existence of God. I mean, it's an interesting idea to consider, but it doesn't mean much if the person you're speaking with isn't receptive to having their beliefs challenged. You can present as much historical and scientific evidence that you can find, but unless someone actually wants God, none of the evidence will matter, in the same way that a smoker isn't concerned with developing lung cancer, or how a thug chooses to rob a store, despite the high likelihood of arrest or death.
I have a problem with that. Hold on. We're not even through our intro yet.
Matter in the same way, but unless someone actually wants God...
That's true. As personally, as someone who is not a fan of the Christian God, I just want to state, before we get into the religion conversation, when I talk about God, I'm specifically talking about the Christian God. I'm not talking about Allah. I'm not talking about the Jewish God or any other God. No, I'm just speaking on Christianity. It is the religion I know the most about. It is the religion I've got the most experience with. So I am not speaking on anything other than Christianity. So when I say God and religion, I'm specifically speaking on God unless I state otherwise. I just want to put that out there first, because not everyone is a Christian. So thank God. But it's true. If you don't want God in your life, accepting God into your life is not going to be something you want. The same way an alcoholic who doesn't want to get rid of their alcoholism or doesn't want to admit they have a problem won't go to AA. It is a similar concept, except for the fact that for people like me, I don't want God in my life because I don't like God. I don't like the Christian God. If he exists, I do not wish to be a part of his world. You know what I mean? If God is real, the Christian God, if the Christian God is real, I don't want any part of it. I don't want any part of him. I don't want him in my life. So I am very much anti-Christian God, because I don't like the shit that he preaches in his book. I don't like the way his people talk about him most of the time. Not all Christians, hashtag not all Christians. So I am a person who is not receptive to people talking about how you need God in your life, because the God that I know is a piece of shit. So I'm very much against worshiping him, following him, things like that. Not to mention that when you hear people talk about how great God is, they sound brainwashed. And even people like Max, who grew up in that, have said that. It was so funny. I don't remember what Max and I were watching the other day. Also, welcome, Ed. Welcome into the stream. Max and I were watching something the other day. Ed, since you don't know, Max grew up in a conservative Christian family. They were raised in the church, basically, and are no longer part of the church. Don't tell their parents. But we were watching something the other day, and some like preachy type person was like going on and on and on about like God saves and all this stuff. And Max was like, I can't believe I didn't realize how crazy that sounded growing up. Like, that sounds so crazy to me now to hear that out loud. And I was like, we've done it. You're free. Like, you've been rescued from the Christian cult. You know what I mean? Because like when you're in it, when you're in something like that, you don't hear how crazy you sound. You know what I mean? Like, you don't, like the way preachers on the street speak, like God saves, Jesus, accept him into your heart. He loves you so much. But then when they start quoting Bible verses and all this nonsense, you know, to people who haven't seen it from the outside, you sound crazy and you don't realize it. But then people like Max, who make it out of religion and then look back at their religion, they're like, I used to sound like that? I used to sound like that? Holy shit, you know? And I've seen that from a number of people, not just Max. But I saw it firsthand with Max, because when I first met Max, Max was still going to church. Max was still going to the church group at college. Max wasn't out yet to publicly, like they were out to themselves to a degree, but, you know, like they, you know, and so I've gotten to watch Max evolve out of their Christianity fully. Like they were already kind of leaning away from it, but they weren't quite ready to take that step back yet. And so I got to watch that happen from, you know, secondhand, obviously. I wasn't raised religiously. My parents are both religious, but I didn't grow up going to church. I like to say that we were a Christmas Easter family, because we really only went Christmas Eve, or on Christmas and on Easter, which I'm very happy about, because I'm not a fan of Christianity. Yeah, it's a completely different Max now. Hard to break out of something like that when everyone you know is into it. Exactly. Max was homeschooled in the church. So we go to church to save face. Absolutely. Absolutely. then it's normalized, and everyone else who isn't are strange. Yeah. Max has said that, for those who don't know, Ed, you probably don't know, I am a trans man. And Max has told me that they were actually transphobic as a kid. Like, they were genuinely afraid of trans people because of how trans and queer people were painted by the church. Transphobia is very accurate for a lot of kids being raised in the church because queer people are painted as evil and dangerous to when spoken about to kids in the church. And so Max was genuinely afraid of gay and trans people as a kid, and now Max is gay and trans. So you know, like, it's true that if you don't want to accept God into your life, that they can throw all of the Jesus love and stuff at you, and it's not going to work. That is absolutely true, and that's true for all things. If you don't want to, same for like pulling someone out of religion. If they don't want to hear your counterpoints to why your statements on religion should not be able to affect my life, if they don't want to hear that, they're not going to hear that. It's true for all things. Like, if you don't want to hear that the earth isn't flat, you're not going to listen to all of the different ways we can prove that the earth is in fact round. You know what I mean? So that's true for all things, not just religion, but I feel that it's especially true for religion. Obviously, she's talking in terms of converting you to religion, and I'm talking about it in terms of converting you out of religion. You know, I have a hard time imagining that an all-powerful God cares about people's gender identity. I have a hard time imagining that the all-powerful God gives a shit about anybody in any capacity, because, I mean, just look at the world we live in. But we'll get into that, I'm sure we'll get into that. Anyways, we're 20 seconds into this video.
None of the evidence will matter in the same way that a smoke.
Also, I wonder if she's going to give us any evidence. Because there is no evidence that God exists. That's what faith is. That's why they say you have to have faith. There is no proof that God exists. There is proof that Jesus was a person. There is proof that some of the things written in the Bible did actually happen. But there is no proof that God exists. The proof that they tend to provide are like, oh, well, how did you get here? And it's like evolution. My parents had sex and then a baby was made. That's how people are made. Or like they'll give, like, oh, well, how was the universe created? The Big Bang happened. Who caused the Big Bang? We don't know. Atoms caused the Big Bang. Like, we weren't fucking there. I don't know. You know, and so, but the whole religion is based in faith. You can't be presented evidence of God because there is none. So you have to take your evidence is you have like a religious experience, you know, whatever, like you have a near-death experience, or you recover from an illness that was supposed to kill you, or whatever. You have one of those experiences, and that's usually what takes people who, like me, who grew up without religion, and puts them into religion. You have to have an experience of really shittiness that then gets better, magically gets better, than to sort of find your way to God. I've never had one of those. All the bad shit in my life has happened regardless of praying or not praying, or caring or not caring, or being good or not being good. Everything just continues to happen. So that's one of the big reasons I never, even as a kid, didn't really believe in God. I'm a very rational person, always was. Even as a child, I was very much like a prove it type kid, which is an annoying child, but you know, it is what it is. So, you know, I think that's one of the reasons why I never really leaned into it at all, was because of the way my brain works. Thank goodness. But gaps in knowledge does not therefore mean that God exists to fill in the gaps. Exactly. I mean, we created religions to explain why rain happened, but then we figured out why rain happened, so we didn't have to pray to a God for rain anymore. Now, there are some cultures that do still pray to a God for rain, which is absolutely fine. I'm very much a fan of polytheistic religions. I think they're way cooler and way more realistic than monotheistic religions. I think religions like Hinduism and Buddhism are far more realistic. Even like the Greek gods and shit make far more sense to me than one all-powerful God, you know what I mean? So I can't really get behind, if I had to pick a religion to join, it would not be a monotheistic religion at all. There's probably life up there in the universe somewhere, but we may never meet them, and more likely they may not want anything to do with us at all. Oh, there is absolutely life out there somewhere. There has to be. Like, there is no way we are the only, you know, self-aware life that exists. The universe is ever expanding. We can't even see all of it, you know? Like, there's so much out there. There are so many planets out there that are similar to Earth's makeup, where there could be life, but we can't tell because they're too far away. It's very likely that an alien civilization found us thousands of years ago and decided we weren't worth the time, and they fucked off. I am a firm believer that aliens exist in some way, shape, or form, but that space is so big that the likelihood that we will meet them anytime soon is very small. Especially since we can barely get off the planet, let alone communicate with other planets. So, yeah, for advanced alien civilizations, talking to us would be like us trying to talk to ants. Exactly, because we know there's no other life in the solar system, because we can tell those things. And so that means if aliens showed up, they'd be from a different solar system, which is the closest solar system is far as fuck away. We're the only beings in the universe. I mean, of course. I mean, did you not know that everything revolves around the Earth? Like the sun goes around us. Did you know that? Statistically speaking, the likelihood that we are the only living beings in the universe is absolutely infinitesimally small. Because you know what I mean? Like, the universe is so big, the likelihood we are the only ones is so tiny. So tiny, far as fuck. Indeed, far as fuck. That is a scientific measurement. Did you not know far as fuck is a scientific form of measurement, just like an inch or a yard?
Lung cancer, or how a thug chooses to rob a store despite the high likelihood of arrest or death. So for today's video,
I've got a lot of problems with that sentence as well. The whole thug robbing a store despite the likelihood of arrest or death. People don't rob places, or people don't not rob places because they could get arrested. You know what I mean? That's not how crime works, but that's not what this video is about, so we're not going to talk about it.
Instead of arguing for the existence of God, I want to argue for the necessity of God, because I believe every single person on the planet needs him, whether they realize it or not.
She's wrong, but we're gonna hear her out. We're gonna hear her out. I have no need for God in my life, but we'll hear her out. We'll hear her out. We'll hear her out.
Now, it's possible that this video could come off as a form of preachy dogma to those that can't bear to think beyond the perimeters of their established beliefs. And
I want to respond to Ed said, also there could be life in the universe that has evolved in a drastically different way than us. They could be a sentient gas or something. Exactly. That's something that I think a lot of people, like, the aliens could look like something we can't comprehend in our brain. Because the universe is so vast and, like, places are so big, like, for all we know, life could evolve in a place like Uranus or Venus, or life could evolve in a place like that for all we know. But based on what we can discern from what we do know, we don't believe life can live in a place like that. But we could be very much wrong about that. We don't know that much about life outside of Earth. So, nothing lives in Uranus that you know of, Jimmy, that you know of. That you know of. But that's something I really like to think about, because if you think about it, like, when you think about, like, the movies that we have of, like, aliens and stuff, like I just saw Ant-Man Quantumania recently, and the life forms in that, a lot of them are very weird looking, but also a lot of them look like the things we see on Earth. A lot of times we draw aliens to look semi-humanoid, when in reality, like you said, it could be a sentient motherfucking gas for all we know. And I think that's a really cool thing to think about, is what aliens could be, like, what things could have become living given different circumstances. Bruh, there is alien life in the sun. Easy. I fixed the myth and legend of the aliens. I mean, you might be correct. I can't prove you wrong.
And as a result, lecture me to death about how I've gone from one cult to another. But I can assure you, as someone who was once very resistant to the idea of religion, I have the perspective of both sides to realize that all of the debauchery and chaos we've been seeing these last couple of years have been the result of godlessness. Wherever...
Really? I don't know why I expected her to do better than, oh, everything's gone to shit because we don't have God. Like, life has been shit since the beginning of time. Life hasn't just suddenly gotten worse. Like, things have gotten better as time has gone on, overall, but not because God. Like, I love the people who are like, oh, everything's bad because there's less God around, but things weren't any better back when everyone believed in God. Like, things were still shitty. People still got murdered. People still did rape. People still, like, didn't have rights. People still starved to death in the streets. People still got cancer. Like, it's always not been good. Yeah, and if it's gone to shit, why hasn't he fixed it? Like, I don't understand the godlessness argument. Maybe she'll explain it. I don't know. But I also find people who found religion later in life to be really bizarre. I can't understand, like, getting to your adult life and then suddenly deciding, oh, I'm going to follow God now. I found God. Like, I don't understand that. If it ever happens to me, I've been body snatched. Please come save me. Organized religion is a blight in humanity. I'm glad it is fading away. Same. Me too. Genuinely. Me too. Some organized religions are fine, but every organized religion has very bad people in it. And organized religion, I think believing in an afterlife is something that everyone should be entitled to have, because believing that you can see your loved ones again after they die is very comforting for a lot of people. But for me, that's where the perk of having God and heaven and hell and all that ends, because God doesn't help us with anything. Yeah, people with terminal illnesses, people on death row, people who are guaranteed to see death soon do that a lot. But people like me or like her, for as far as we know, aren't going to die tomorrow. Finding God later in life is just such a bizarre thing to me. Like, I think it's very fascinating. People who find religion later in life, not people who convert from one religion to another. One who goes from, like, atheism or agnosticism, however the fuck you say that, into religion. Like, those people fascinate me, especially in afterlife where judgment is a part of it, right? Okay, this is something that I bring up every once in a while. The heaven that is described in the Bible sounds like hell to me. So the heaven that is described in the Bible is you go to heaven, right? You forget all of your earthly connections, and then your entire existence becomes about worshiping God for all of eternity. So the whole getting to see your loved ones again in the afterlife is bullshit. It's bullshit. Based on the book that's supposed to tell us all the things, getting to see your loved ones again in heaven isn't a thing, because you forget your earthly connections, meaning you're not going to know that they're your loved ones. It's literal permanent brainwashing as it is described in the Bible, which I think is just wild. That people are like, well, heaven's so great and lovely. That doesn't sound nice to me. That doesn't sound nice to me. I've never read it cover to cover. I'm going to be honest. I've never read it cover to cover. As I said, I didn't grow up going to church, you know. Right? Worshiping God better feel fucking great. Though the likelihood that I'm going to heaven is 0. So, but I have lived with Max for the past too many years. And so, you know, I know a lot more about religion now than I did when I was younger. I've read up on it a lot more. I've listened to more people who know more about it than I do. So, you know, I've gotten my knowledge of the Bible from secondhand accounts, but then I tend to go look up the verses to make sure that they're not fucking me over, you know? No heaven, no hell. We are just living. Yep. We're just a bunch of atoms. When we die, our atoms turn back into dirt, and that's it. That's the end.
You find a society that either rejects God or creates their own version of him in their head, destruction will always follow. So to all the self-proclaimed free thinkers who can't see the irony in barricading themselves in their anti-Christian safe space, all while simultaneously criticizing one side of the political life.
Sorry, I need to say this. Her audio is out of sync with her video. It's very slight. It's like a few frames, so it's very unnoticeable. It almost looks like it's lagging. But her video and audio are out of sync, and I needed to say that because it was bothering me. The Bible has a ton of cryptic, I can't read, apocryphal writing, and that people leave out for reasons of convenience. So what's the true word of God anyway? Yeah, right? Like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all contradict each other constantly. Constantly. So, you know, the fuckers that were, you know, given the go-ahead to write parts of the Bible can't even agree on what happened. I believe in the Men in Black aliens playing solar system marbles. I mean, that'd be...
Lyle, for doing the exact same thing, I ask you to propose a resolution. How do you stop a nation from hanging itself when the hate for the other side is so strong? How do you intend on bringing...
I'm going to be honest, Gothix. I wish I wish our country would hang itself. Ed, may I ask which country you live in? Do you live in the shithole of the US of A? Because neither Jimmy nor Rookie live here. So Jimmy is in the UK and Rookie is in Nigeria. So neither of them live here. Are you the only other? Yep, you live in Cali. Oh, that must be nice. What's it not like living in the West? I know it's still shit because it's still America, but at least y'all have your abortion rights. You know what I mean? At least your trans kids can still transition. It's overpriced as fuck, but you know, at least you have your rights. You might be homeless, but you can still get an abortion. Okay, cool. I'm not the only one here anymore then. So, but it sucks everywhere, so that's always good. It sucks everywhere, so even if I'm talking about the US, Jimmy and Rookie can both still relate to my complaints. But I wish this country would hang itself. I really do. I wish we just get it over with. We're on our way into the tar pit, so I wish we just finish it off and just take that final plunge so we can get the bad part over with and maybe get to the, you know, the raising it back up again part. Shit still has healthcare. Yeah.
Bringing people together when we can't even agree on the fundamentals of biology and human rights. How will you empower people to do good when so much of our culture glorifies?
Is she gonna get to a point at some point? Because she just keeps. This is still her intro. We've not even started her actual like argument for why God is necessary yet. Sorry.
Perversion, violence, substance abuse, and mental illness. How do you plan on fixing these problems without God? Here's
Sorry. I'm sorry. How are we gonna fix these things without God? Okay, just text me then. Answer this question. I'm texting Max. Has your mental health improved since leaving the church? Let's ask someone with first-person experience with shitty mental health, but also God. Let's see.
Here's a thought. Do you think the members of Antifa believe in Jesus?
Some of them do. Also, Antifa isn't an organization, but okay. It's a movement. It's not an organization, but anyways.
Not the BLM rioters or the trans activists. The Bible
Some trans people are religious. Not all of them, but some are.
says you will know them by their fruits, meaning you will know so.
By their fruit, you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Bitch, I don't fucking know. I'm not a goddamn gardener.
Someone is a true believer based on their behavior. This is also why the
That's fucking true. That's fucking true. Ooh, that's some true shit right there. You can absolutely tell who is a true Christian based on their behavior. You absolutely can. You absolutely can. Good job, Gothix. We agree on something. Just, we don't agree on it in the same way, of course. I believe the real Christians are the ones who preach love and acceptance of one another. People like Jillian, my best friend growing up, grew up religious, is still religious to my knowledge. Her family is religious. They go to church still, but they are loving and accepting of every single person. And that is how Christians are meant to be. That is what they should be. That is what they should do. And then you have the Westboro Baptist Church. So, absolutely. You can absolutely tell the true believers based on their behavior. 100%. Good job, Gothix. We agreed on a thing. I think if Jesus came back today in his original form, he would be rejected by the vast majority of Christians. He would be arrested by TSA on his way to the United States. He would be locked up for being a terrorist. That's what he we would hang him on the cross again. Because, well, despite what people believe, Jesus was a Middle Eastern man, okay? He was a Middle Eastern Jew. with a big ass fucking beard. Okay, Max. I don't care if you're at the lesbian bar doing sinful things, okay? Max isn't doing sinful things unless you count being at a lesbian bar sinful. Answer the question. I'm just gonna spam. He'd be killed by cops for protesting income equality. Yeah, Jesus was a fucking commie, okay? He was. Jesus was a fucking commie. I don't know what to tell you. A fucking commie. He was. He was a Middle Eastern commie. That's what he was.
The Bible says the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, because any logical person would...
Also that, we're supposed to fear him, but he supposedly loves us. Just that sentence alone, apply it to any man, okay? Your boyfriend, for example. You fear him, but he loves you. What does that sound like? Exactly. It sounds just like an abusive relationship, because that's what the relationship with God is. It's an abusive relationship. Yep. It's textbook abuse. That's what it is. But the Bible says that he loves us, but we are supposed to fear him. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom and knowledge of the Holy One. Why? Shouldn't enlightenment feel good and not scary? Isn't the unknown what's scary? So shouldn't the beginning of wisdom feel freeing? Shouldn't it feel good? That would make sense to me. But that's not what the damn book says.
Be wise about how they behave if they knew a negative consequence would follow. Think of a child who acts up when they're in school but wouldn't do the same thing in front of their parents. The fear of...
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
They behave if they knew a negative... Any logical person would be wise about how they behave if they knew a negative consequence would follow.
Yeah. Generally speaking, yeah. You don't touch the stove when it's on because you know it's going to hurt, yeah.
Think of a child who acts up when they're in school but wouldn't do the same thing in front of their parents.
Well, yeah, their parents can beat the shit out of them. You're generally not allowed to do that as a teacher at a school, so... Yeah, God only slapped you because he loves you. Mom only slapped you because she loves you. The teacher can't slap you. Mom can. She's not supposed to, but she can absolutely get away with it far better than a teacher can.
The fear of consequence is what stops them from misbehaving at home, but it doesn't necessarily make them respectful and obedient because they've created conditions for when they're well behaved.
But they're also children. Children aren't meant to be well behaved. They're meant to fuck up. They're meant to be annoying. They're meant to learn. They're children.
Similar to how social justice ideologues have reservations about who they're kind to. Now, here's the...
You want to give us an example, Gothix? She's not going to give us an example, I'm pretty sure. But, you know, we all know what she's saying, so we'll just continue.
The irony. Whenever a conversation relating to Christianity gets brought up, the people who believe a lot of these progressive ideas tend to say they either don't believe in God or create some obscure version of God in their own head based on their own desires, which is about...
I haven't created an obscure version of God. I've created a version of God in my head based on what his holy book says. Was that not what I was supposed to do? Was I not supposed to perceive God the way he presents himself? Is that not how I was supposed to do that? Oops, I guess.
About as pointless as rubbing crystals and sage all over your body with the intentions of manifesting a husband. Not gonna happen.
Is she talking about believing in God? Because that's totally true. Believing in God is the same level of effective as rubbing, crystals on yourself. It does the same amount of good. It doesn't do shit. Except maybe some of the crystals might have a good scent, so maybe you'll smell good afterwards. You can't do that believing in God. That's not going to make you smell good, but...
Happen. I've seen people even go as far as to say there shouldn't be any form of religion because of how much it's hurt humanity. And to be honest...
I mean, that would be nice. A world without religion sounds pretty dope. A world where everyone is simply rational and logical sounds fabulous. Crystal meth. Yeah, crystal meth. That you could see some God on crystal meth. But I don't think people should be prevented from practicing their religion. I don't know very many people who do believe that. I know France has gone very far in their France specifically has a lot of laws against public religious stuff. Like you can't wear a cross necklace in public. You can't pray in public. You can't wear a hijab in public. Like there's a lot. They're very strict over there, and I don't personally agree with that. It sounds like a great place to live because then you don't have you can't like stand on the street and preach at people. But it's also restrictive of people's freedoms. I think you should be allowed to practice your religion. I think people should be allowed to practice whatever religion they want to, as long as they aren't hurting people, especially in their own home. They should be allowed to practice their own religion and their own home as much as they want. It is their fucking life. You know what I mean? I don't know very many people who believe what she's saying. I don't know very many people who believe that all religions should just disappear. I know a lot of people who think that that could be a better world, but that's not a world anyone has ever lived in, so we don't know. But especially right now, because so much of the bad shit that's happening is being driven by religious conservatives, getting rid of those religious conservatives sounds pretty nice. Gradually, the right to protest is being removed from law. Sure is. Here too.
I kind of agree with them, to an extent. Being religious isn't the same as being a follower of Christ.
That's true.
Sure, we all know that socially, religion is perceived.
You can be religious without being a Christian. Those are different categories. Like, agnostic people might call themselves religious, despite the fact they don't believe in God. They might believe in, like, the ideals of certain religions, but they don't believe in God. Like, being religious is a term some people use to describe themselves, even if they're not a Christian. So,
perceived in a way that suggests.
Not to mention there are people who are not Christians, like Jews and stuff, who are religious, just not Christian religious. But
believing in God entails a set of rituals like going to church every Sunday, doing good deeds, or memorizing the Bible. While all of those things are good, they don't actually prove that someone's a real Christian, because
that's true.
The focal point being that Jesus died on the cross to save us is getting lost. Religion, as I just described, is what leads to the erosion of God in most, if not all, progressive churches, where killing your baby is now morally right because the non-binary pastor told you so.
Who's killing their babies? Last I checked, killing babies is illegal. Oh, is she talking about abortion? Oh no, that's not a baby, dear. Those are cells. It's like scraping a piece of skin cancer off. It's not the same thing as murdering your born child. Those are different things. I know it gets confusing for a lot of you religious folk out there, but killing your child, killing a baby, and getting an abortion are not the same thing. And that's a whole different argument that I'm not going to get into right now, other than to say you are incorrect. Also, iconic non-binary pastor. Go get him.
When the primary focus becomes how much of a good person you are, you end up with Christians who co-sign on every social justice cause that's relevant at that moment. So no.
Well, didn't Jesus preach love of all? Didn't Jesus hang out with sinners? Didn't he wash the feet of sinners and whores and things like wasn't that Jesus's whole thing? Jesus is the guy I'd get behind. God, on the other hand, not so much. Yep. It is very sad that they won the abortion fight, but, I can barely remember anything. Why would I want to remember fanfiction? True.
I don't like religion, and neither does God, but I understand what people are trying to convey when they say this. And what they mean is, referencing the Bible to determine what's morally good is silly. Because we as humans are perfectly capable of establishing our own morality. Yeah.
No, it's stupid because the Bible was written 2,000 years ago by a bunch of men. It's just outdated. The morals of 2,000 years ago are not the same morals of today. The morals of this year are not the same as the morals of 1994. Like, morality and what we perceive as to be okay is different. Slavery was considered okay. Not even 2,000 years ago. Way more recently than that. Yeah, not to mention that the Bible that we have is not the Bible that was written 2,000 years ago. It's been changed and adapted and translated and rewritten over and over and over again. So there's so many reasons not to base our current morality on a 2,000-year-old book written by guys.
The same human beings who believe it's possible to live your life as the opposite sex with no regard for how that ideology throws off the natural order of the world.
I find these people so funny who think that trans people are so powerful. Like, they give us so much credit, you know what I mean? Like, me existing as a dude now does not throw off the natural order of anything. But I love that she thinks I have that kind of power. You know what I mean? Like, as if transness doesn't exist in, like, nature, or... Like, have you never heard of the fucking clownfish? Like, and that's just the first one that comes... Like, there are so many different species that can change their biological sex, and we aren't even saying we can change our biological sex. Most, like, 99.999% of trans people are not going to say that you can change your chromosomes. Like, that's not a thing, but there are species out there who can change their chromosomes. So, like, saying that it's fucking up the natural world order is just the stupidest thing, because you're giving me way too much credit. I don't have that kind of power. I don't, okay? I just think it's funny the way they talk about it, because they give queer people so much more power. You know what I mean? They're disturbing the natural order of the world. Like, you must think I'm so strong and so powerful.
Sex with no regard for how that ideology throws off the natural order of the world.
Also, if it's the natural order of the world, how does the way we look at it affect it? Like, how does us looking at the way the world works change the way the world works? You know what I mean? Like, if that's truly the natural world order, the way we think about it, aka an ideology, isn't going to change the way the world works. Like, you can think the world is flat, but that's not going to change the fact that it's not. So, right, I wish I could get rent-free. Like, exactly. I live rent-free in their heads, but I can't live rent-free nowhere else.
Who cares if people are at odds with each other because women want to have their separate spaces from men and don't want to be coerced into enabling someone's mental disorder?
I mean, yeah. Women absolutely want to have a separate space from men. But when I say women, that includes trans women. Trans women don't want to be changing in the same space as men. That's not fucking safe. I don't think they understand that they're correct when they say women want their own space separate from men. It's true. Trans women want the same thing. They also want their space to be separate from men. Because believe it or not, they're not men. Gasp.
It's okay. Keep demonizing the majority of the population as long as Sarah feels validated.
Okay, I'm feeling demonized by her lack of framing. Her lack of frames is upsetting me. Ma'am, get your frames together because you're fucking lagging. Stop it. I think it keeps happening when she switches from one camera to the other, and it keeps lagging behind by a few frames. It's really bothering me. I'm sorry.
Affirmed as a lesbian transgender woman. The reality is that
I know several lesbian women who are trans, and they are very much women. They are very much women. I don't know if you ever met a trans woman before, but they are very much women, okay? That is society that has made the divide. Other cultures would happily change together. Most native cultures, like before like colonization and everything went around, like most like ancient cultures, have third genders in their culture. Like, Two-Spirit has been around longer than the white society we know today. And that's just here in the US. Like, I believe there are Chinese cultures, ancient Chinese cultures that recognized third and fourth genders. There are ancient cultures all over the world that have recognized genders outside of male, female, man, woman for literal millennia. So trying to act like this is a new thing is just fucking stupid, because it's not. We have record of it not being new. We have record of it being around longer than your stupid fucking Bible. So I don't know, maybe shut the fuck up. I don't know. Ancient Egypt has records of non-binary people existing. So I don't know, maybe shut up. I don't know.
human beings are natural worshipers. Let me
No, we are
reiterate.
not.
Every single person on this planet worships something.
Okay, that's true. That's true. Humans are natural followers. Worshipping is different than following, in my opinion. But I think worshipping is a far stronger word than following. But worship, like, humans are designed to follow each other. We're designed to work together. We're designed to find the strongest person and follow them. That's what we're designed to do. It's a survival thing, because out in the wild, thousands and thousands of years ago, we had to survive together because we would not survive alone. And that still is around today. So technically, she's right. Technically, humans are natural worshippers or followers in this case scenario, because that's how we survive. We survive together. So technically, she's not wrong. We do all worship or follow something or someone. I know a lot of people who worship and follow Beyonce, and they are absolutely allowed to do that. The same way you are allowed to worship and follow God. So she's not technically wrong.
Not relying on God's word to know that only men.
Where is God's word, though? Gothix, please provide me God's word. Where has God ever written down anything? Anything. Yeah, Jimmy literally follows me. He literally pays me money monthly. You are a literal follower.
Men and women exist, then they'll be more likely to believe in infinite genders because they read it in a research.
Men and women do exist. They also only, if you want to argue that people want to say that men and women don't exist, then why aren't you mentioning non-binary people? Because binary trans people like myself in no way are saying that men and women don't exist. Like, most non-binary people don't either, but at least non-binary people exist outside of the gender binary, so you could argue that a little bit better for them. But people like myself who identify as male or female are not saying that male and female aren't real. You're just not correct. I don't know what else to tell you. You're just wrong. I think religions are just a way for human beings to try to come to terms with how the universe works from their frame of mind. Exactly.
Research paper or heard it somewhere from some expert. Without understanding that God made us all equal and that our physical appearance isn't as important in comparison to what's on our heart.
Ma'am, you are black. Ma'am, I don't know if you've noticed, but you have melanin in your skin, and that makes you be treated different by the people around you because of the way you look. Also, God didn't make us equal. Like, he literally didn't make us equal. Like, he literally made women to be less than men. That is literally what he did. So you are actually wrong based on your own holy book. Huh? Why are you just lying to me, Gothix? Why are you just lying? You're just not correct. You're just wrong. I don't know what to tell you.
The world will start to fixate on superficiality like skin color while neglecting to realize just how poisonous they become on the inside. All because a diversity educator instructed them. And without understanding that God provides us with what we need as long as we seek his kingdom first.
Does he now? Does he now? How many Christians die of cancer every year? Gothix. How many devout Christians kill themselves? Gothix. How many devout Christians can't afford to feed their children? Gothix. Saying God provides for those who follow him is, again, factually incorrect. Because countless Christians and religious people don't have what they need to survive. Not to live, to survive. To have basic necessities like food, water, shelter, and medical care. You're just wrong. Factually and easily provably wrong.
then what's stopping someone from compromising their values just for the sake of making money? Without God,
Nothing. You could Do you know how many religious people compromise their morals to make money? Need I introduce you to the concept of televangelism? Need I introduce you to the entire existence of televangelism? Do you know how many religious people do bad shit and compromise their own morals for their own gain despite claiming to be devout Christians? So many. So many. This guy right here, okay, don't do Satan like that. Satan didn't deserve to be placed as the... No, don't do that to Satan. The devil has done nothing to deserve this being based as his face, okay? Don't do that to poor old Lucifer. He didn't do nothing, okay? Lucifer ain't done nothing to deserve that kind of talk, all right, Ed? Take it back. Apologize to him right now. Apologize to dear old Lucifer right the fuck now, okay? Our good old fallen angel has done nothing to deserve what you just did to him, okay? Okay, if you believe Lucifer and Satan are different, then yeah. Satan, evil. This guy is evil. This guy is literally evil. Like, I mean, he's literally... Look at his face! This is what a devil looks like. And I know you've never been... I don't think you've ever been here before, Ed, so you may not know how much I hate televangelists. I believe them to be the worst kinds of people on the same level as, like, people who diddle children and people who, you know, abuse the elderly and people who do rape. And, like, I put televangelists on the same level as all of those people because they are genuinely terrible people. Because they take advantage of the weakest people. And they take their money at the same time. They say, oh, you old woman who's dying of cancer, send me $20 and the Lord will bless you. Which is nonsense. They are the worst kinds of people. The worst kinds of people.
Winging it because we're choosing to rely on the common man to determine what's right and wrong, knowing how easily someone's beliefs can change depending on what's trending on Twitter. True believers...
Oh, dear God, no. Twitter does not determine what is right and wrong. Oh, dear God, no. That cesspit doesn't determine shit.
Don't worry about what's socially acceptable because they're obedient to the moral law that God already set. This is why it's so common to see Christians villainized for their...
But the moral law God already set is shit. God literally says to put people to death for all sorts of things that are not death-worthy. That's just not correct. Sorry, but I make my morals based on my personal life experiences and what I believe to be okay. I don't think it's okay to murder people. I don't think it's okay to rape people. I don't think it's okay to steal from people. So I don't do those things. It's that simple. I don't think it's okay, so I don't do it. I don't need some godly being to tell me it's wrong to not do wrong things. And I think it's so funny when I hear, like, you usually see this from, like, Christian picketers who, like, will stand on the street and yell at people about how much they love God, say, like, well, if you don't believe in Jesus, what's stopping you from raping and murdering? It's like, sir, you're self-reporting right now. Like, the only thing stopping you from raping and murdering is God? Is your belief in God? I don't know if I want to be around you if that's all that's stopping you from doing two of the most immoral things you can do on this planet. Exactly. So you're telling me if God didn't exist, you would be going around murdering people? Sus.
faith as it relates to social justice causes, and it's because their loyalty is to the cross as opposed to what's popular at that moment, and that is perceived as bigotry to most non-believers because it makes...
Also, loyalty to the cross is what killed Jesus. Why are we loyal to the cross? I know it's a phrase. I know it's just like a way of saying, like, following God, but I think it's such a weird way to say it because the cross is what literally killed Jesus. Like, that's how we murdered the man. Like, why are we following the cross, you know?
makes more sense to have an ever-changing belief system
Yep.
instead of referencing a book that's remained unchanged for thousands of years.
It hasn't remained unchanged, Gothix. That's the problem. It's literally changed because it's not written in Hebrew anymore. It's literally, if you're reading an English Bible, it is changed. It has been changed. If you are not reading at the very least, a Hebrew Bible, you cannot say that it is unchanged. Because by definition, writing it in English is changing it from its original writings. Even if you translate it as perfectly as possible, there is no such thing as a perfect translation. So again, you are factually wrong.
Years. By the way, translating the Bible isn't the same as changing it.
It literally is. I just told you it is.
All right? So what does this all mean?
But you saying that it's not doesn't make it not. So you're saying taking... I don't know. So you're saying changing the word from, like... I don't know. What's a good example? So okay, I'm sorry. So changing something isn't changing something, is what she's saying. Because to translate it means you're changing it from one language to another. So in another language, convert something or be converted into another form of media. Other words, changing it. Convert, aka change. Move from one place to another. Change. Let's see. To change writing or speech from one language to another. Oh, crazy. But because you might say that, oh, it means the same thing when you translate it. Sometimes that's true. But a lot of times there are words in certain languages or phrases in certain languages that cannot be translated. Chinese is a great example of this. There are a lot of phrases and words in Chinese that don't have direct translations into English. So by definition, you have to change the meaning of it to express it in English. And that is true for basically every language. You're just wrong.
Before jumping to the conclusion that this entire video was a desperate attempt for me to force my beliefs onto you, let me stop you right there.
Oh, I don't think she's trying to force her beliefs on me. I do think she's calling herself out here. I think she's saying her quiet part out loud there by saying, no, before you go saying blah, 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 blah. Like, you only do that when you feel like you've got to defend yourself because you're spouting bullshit. So I'm just saying.
You're still watching this, right?
Oh, yeah.
You could have
it's good content.
Easily clicked off the video at any time
I
instead of listening to a grifter who's clearly being brainwashed by a cult. But you...
Oh, you're not being brainwashed. It's too late. You've been brainwashed by a cult. It's too late. Is a German word for sad bacon.
Didn't. And that's the beauty of God's love, because he doesn't force you to follow him. Can we...
No, he just says you're gonna burn in hell and suffer forever if you don't follow him. That's not forcing anyone to do anything at all. No. Threatening you, you know, if I walk up to you and threaten to shoot you in the head if you don't give me $20, I'm not forcing you to give me $20. It's still your choice to give me $20. These people not hear what they're saying. This is why I like watching this stuff. I find it so funny. Like, sometimes it makes me angry, but most of the time it's just fucking hilarious. I don't think she is. I don't think she's part of, like, the, like, Ben Shapiro's of the... I don't think she's part of that. I think she's just her own thing. How do you know you are too deep when you spot the truth, but label it as false? Yeah. Exactly. That's my point. She just said God doesn't force people to follow him. He just threatens to make them burn and suffer for all of eternity if they don't follow him. So how is that any different for me walking up to you and putting a gun in your face and saying, give me the money or I will shoot you in the face. You don't have to give me the money. It's still your choice to give me the money. But if you don't give me the money, I'm going to shoot you in the face. So, you know, I'm not forcing you to give me the money, though. It's fully your decision. But there is a consequence for your decision, and that consequence is me shooting you in the face. It's like, that's not a free will if you're forcing me to do it by threatening me with suffering afterwards. But, you know.
Honestly say that about the same activists who demand our compliance? You're still here because you know the world cannot sustain itself if humans are responsible for determining what's right and wrong.
Is she trying to gaslight me right now? No, I'm here right now because I enjoy people who are stupid. As a stupid person, I enjoy watching people be dumber than me because then I can sound smart. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm still watching, because I find this to be very entertaining to watch people who are dumber than me make themselves look stupid. Because it makes me look so fucking smart, man. It's so nice.
To what standard is the world basing its morality on?
Depends on where you are.
How do we know it's right if that same standard keeps changing? No, this isn't a call for you to pretend to believe in Jesus because...
Why am I here then? I don't know, Jimmy. That's for you to answer.
That would be pointless.
It's because I put a gun to your head and told you if you don't watch my stream, I'm going to shoot you. You're actually in the room with me right now. You're just sitting over there.
Instead, think of this as an opportunity to consider...
Yeah, does she not understand that if our morals didn't change, she would be owned by someone right now working out in a field? Does she not understand that? Does she not understand that 60 years ago, she would have had to drink out of a different water fountain than me? Does she not understand that? Like, it really baffles me when minorities, especially Black Americans, talk like this. Because, like, literally 60 years ago, there are people who are still alive who remember segregation. You would not have been allowed to touch me without being arrested. You know what I mean? Like, a black man couldn't hand something to a white woman if she dropped it without being arrested less than 60 fucking years ago. Like, if our morals didn't change, you would not be your own person. You would be being owned by someone else and forced to work for them against your will and treated like literal property. What are you talking about? You're also a woman. So for all I know, you could be being used as a fucking sex slave for some old, gross white man with a fuck ton of money. It frustrates me because I feel bad for these kinds of people. It's one thing for some white guy to say, like, oh, things were better back in the day, because they were better for him back in the day, because he had far more power, because everyone around him had far less power. So that's one thing. But to see a black woman talk about changing morals as if it's a bad thing, do they not understand that without those changing morals, you would still be a fucking slave? Literally, a literal slave. Literal chattel slavery would still be happening. No, the British had black slaves too. That would still be around if morals didn't change. They just stopped it earlier than the US did. That's the only difference. Black people have been enslaved on every corner of the earth. Where there have been white people, black people have been enslaved. I mean, yeah, MLK was a bit of a communist, so yeah, she wouldn't have liked MLK all that much. The British were the ones that ended slavery. Jimmy, have you ever thought about doing comedy? That's funny. The British? Whew. Whew. Oh. I know you're a Brit, Jimmy, so you gotta say it, but like... Technically, slavery is still not over, not even here in this country, but no one wants to talk about that. So, you know. When we outlawed slavery, we put a little "except for" part at the bottom. So
if your socially constructed beliefs are positively impacting society. Has the obsession with skin color helped unite the world? No, but
the obsession with skin has the obsession with skin color helped unite the world? No, but the goal isn't uniting the world through skin color. The goal is taking skin color out of the equation, but the only way to do that is to talk about skin color. The only way to give black people their full equal rights is to talk about them as black people. I don't understand this argument either, and I don't really want... Again, I didn't come here to talk about race because she is a black woman, and then people will be like, oh, well, you're white, so you don't get to say anything about it. And it's like, well, when the person I'm talking to is wrong, I feel like I have to say the right thing because they're wrong, but, you know. Yeah, makes you wonder. Oh, it's because they commit the most crimes, of course. They're just evil, evil people, those black men. They're just so bad. Yeah, Jimmy. They ended it in most of the countries that it owned. Was provided for the gradual abolition of slavery in most parts of the British Empire. And then it encouraged other countries who weren't part of the British Empire, because the British Empire was like, y'all are bad, and we have bigger armies than you. Yeah, I'm giving you the credit. Y'all ended slavery earlier than we did, but y'all still did the slavery. You know what I mean? You still enslaved black people just like we did. You know what I mean? We did it worse. We did it for far longer, I do believe, and we did it far worse. We were far more mean about it. Especially if you think about it, we still kind of enslave black people on a daily basis by throwing them in prisons and making them work for 18 cents an hour. But you know.
But I've seen a lot more bitterness and self-loathing as a result. Is the fight for trans acceptance resulting in more inclusion? No, but I've seen an...
It absolutely is. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
World. No, but I've seen a lot more... Your socially constructed beliefs are positively impacting society. Has the obsession with skin color helped unite the world? No, but I've seen a lot more bitterness and self-loathing as a result. Is the fight for trans acceptance resulting in more inclusion? No.
It literally is. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? It literally has. Does Gothix not have functioning eyeballs?
Help unite the world? No, but I've seen a lot more bitterness and self-loathing as a result. Is the fight for trans
acceptance resulting in more inclusion? No. Yes! It literally fucking has! Do you know how many more trans kids feel safe coming out today than they did 10 years ago? A fuck ton! Back to that metric that actual scientists use. A fuck ton! What are you talking about?
No, but I've seen an increase in mental illness and a decrease in emotional restraint.
We shouldn't have to restrain our emotions. What are you talking about? That's bad. Restraining your emotions is unhealthy. That's what therapy's for. You're supposed to let out your emotions in a healthy way. You're not supposed to restrain your emotions. But that's a different conversation, not in any way related to transness. But I don't know why you're bringing it up. But an increase in mental illness is only there because more people are actually going to therapy and getting diagnosed with mental illnesses. Our grandparents aren't any less mentally ill than we are. They just refuse to go to a doctor and get diagnosed with their very obvious PTSD, depression, anxiety, anger issues, XYZ. So the same way left-handedness didn't suddenly spike up. It wasn't like left-handed people just appeared out of thin air. They were always there. They were just forced to use their right hand and then listed as right-handed. Just like Trump said, oh, well, if we test less, there'll be less COVID. No, there's not less COVID. We just don't know where it is because we're not testing for it. That's stupid.
Or what about lifting the world up out of poverty by fighting for free education, free healthcare, and free money?
Well, that hasn't happened. We haven't won the fight yet, so we can't lift people out of poverty because people like you prevent it from happening. Because your political party that you regularly vote for vote against things like capping the price of fucking insulin. That's why we've not been able to fucking do it yet. Because conservatives and a lot of Democrats are out here like, no, we shouldn't make education free. No, we shouldn't make, healthcare free. Even though it works in so many other fucking countries. The poverty rate in other countries is far lower, and people die far less often from simple medical conditions in other countries because it's fucking free to go get treatment for those medical issues. People don't die in other countries because they can't access their fucking insulin. They do here, though. This is the shit that pisses me off. We've not won the fight because people like you keep pushing back against it. We are trying. Well, some are trying. A lot of Democrats don't want to do it either, to be completely honest with you, which is why the do-nothing Democrats is a very accurate description of the Democratic Party. But it's better to vote for the Democratic Party because at the very least they're not actively trying to take away my rights like the Conservative Party is. They aren't doing anything to progress my rights, most of them. There's a few of them that are doing their best. But as a majority, most of them are still old white fucks who don't give a shit and just want to line their pockets. That's true on both sides of the aisle. So that's why I'm out here looking at and hoping for more people out there like AOC and Ilhan Omar, because they are out here actually fighting for what people actually fucking want and actually fucking need. It's why I'm not personally a fan of Joe Biden, but I voted for Joe Biden over Trump because Joe Biden isn't going to actively remove my right to exist. However, all of the conservative and Republican governors around here are actively removing my right to exist. The state I live in, Tennessee, just made it illegal to be in drag in public. How is that not a restriction of freedom of speech? This is the part that fucking pisses me off. This part's not fucking funny. Because doing all those things you just listed would lift people out of poverty. You know how I know that? Because when we started doing that during the pandemic, our poverty levels went down, despite the fact that people weren't going to work. It's proven to work. If you give people money and give them access to money, they aren't impoverished anymore. Amazing. Oh yeah, drag queens are easily the biggest problem here. Do you know they're trying to lax gun laws here as well? I'm so glad I'm getting the fuck out of here. Not that I'm going anywhere fucking better, but let's get a little better. Abortion is illegal here. Drag queens are fucking illegal here. And they're trying to make guns easier to get. Guns are already easy as fuck. I could leave my house right now and come back in a couple hours with a gun. That's what this is the part that pisses me off. I want to hear it one more time.
Mental illness and a decrease in emotional restraint. Or what about lifting the world up out of poverty by fighting for free education, free healthcare, and free money? Nope. But
we're still fighting for that. That fight didn't end. Does she think we won that fight and it didn't help? What country is she living in? Because we don't have any of those things she just listed here in this country. Oh yeah, no, they cleared out the homeless camp near Walmart a while ago and they gated it off. They cleared it out. Which is fucking fucked up. They cleared it out probably because Walmart didn't like the fact that it was there, even though it was hidden behind the trees where you couldn't really see it unless you went right up to the fucking trees. It was a great spot for a homeless camp because it was out of the way and on land people still aren't using. Nothing is being built there right now, still. It's been over a year. And it was hidden behind trees where you couldn't fucking see it. You couldn't fucking smell it. Sometimes some people would come sit out on the curb and sell their wares and stuff. They would sell the art and things like that to make a little bit of money for the people who are coming and going from Walmart. They were not bothering anybody except Walmart. And maybe Lowe's that is there. Yeah, there was a homeless camp across the street from the Walmart Max and I shop at. There's like an empty lot there. Across the street from it, it's like an empty grassy lot, and there was a homeless camp out there where a bunch of homeless people had their tent set up, and they had a little community set up there, and the police came and cleared them out, and now it's gated off, not being used by fucking anybody. It'd be one thing if they were gonna fucking build a building there, but they're not. It's still empty. There's not even plans to build anything there, as far as I'm aware. Fucking annoying.
But I've seen a lot more people become less resilient and more dependent on others. Once you realize...
What's wrong with being dependent on others? You literally just said humans are natural worshippers. What's wrong with being dependent on each other? We're supposed to be dependent on God, aren't we? Why can't we also be dependent on each other? What's wrong with that?
Realize that it's impossible for humans to be morally consistent without God, you'll begin to see just how much that...
It's impossible for humans to be morally consistent without God. I have to firmly disagree with that, because as someone who's lived most of my life without God, if not all of my life without God, my morals are pretty much the same as they were back in the day. I'm just far more educated now. So... Whereas you'll notice that only recently do Christians give a fuck about trans people or drag queens or gay people. Gay people they've cared about a little bit longer, but trans people and drag queens are only recently an issue for Christians. So where is the moral consistency in that, Gothix? Because only recently have Christians started trying to pass laws and shit to make drag illegal. Why is that suddenly a problem? If moral consistency only happens through God.
that outdated book is needed, or how much of it is already hardwired into you without even knowing. I can easily say that my mom taught me how to persevere, but where did she learn that from?
Probably
and
her
where
mom.
did that person learn that from?
Probably her
and
mom.
what about them? Whoever
Their
created
mom.
invaluable life advice...
She's aware we've been around for thousands of years, right? Honestly, the only reason the Bible has anything to say about gay people was because people were so gay it was affecting their population. The Bible doesn't say anything about gay people. The original Bible doesn't say anything about gay people. The original Hebrew, if properly translated, is talking about pedophilia in that line. It's not talking about gay people. It was translated incorrectly so that the church could make gays illegal. So they could say gay was wrong. When originally God was just saying, don't rape children. Hey men, don't go stick your dicks in little boys. That's what the Bible was originally saying. And then they changed it to say men with men instead of men with boy. Which is an understandable mistranslation if you honestly think about it. If you think about how words are translated, you could easily mistranslate the word boy into man or man into boy. That's a very easy thing to accidentally fuck up. But they didn't accidentally fuck it up. They did it on purpose. Because for a very, very, very long time, the only people who could read the Bible were the priests and the bishops and shit. So they could say it said whatever the fuck they wanted because people couldn't go tell them they were wrong because they couldn't read.
Such as this deserves all the credit, as opposed to convincing ourselves that we as human beings are capable of manifesting such wisdom on our own. How narcissistic of anyone to assume that they know more than the creator of the universe.
I know way more than the creator of the universe. Do you know how I know way more than the creator of the universe? Because it's true, I am the creator of the universe. But the difference between me and God is you can touch me. I'm real. I'm here. God, on the other hand, can't touch that motherfucker. Can't even see him.
Ultimately your choice to consider what you just heard and make your decision based on that, even if it's completely rejecting everything I just said. After all, there's a reason why God says few people take the hard and narrow path to heaven, and it's because it's much easier to live our lives by our own rules, but our own rules will always lead to greater problems. Thanks for watching.
Incorrect. Our own rules don't always lead to greater problems. That's not true either, but, you know. She would be a great Christian. Yikes. Right? Mexico is a very Catholic country. That is very true. and conservatives call it a third world shithole and demand a wall to keep their violent immigrants from coming to the U.S. Guess God didn't save that country. Or the countless other third world countries that believe in a God, or the Christian God specifically. A lot of Africa, to my knowledge, is Catholic. Is that correct, Ricky? Isn't Catholicism very popular there? Yet conservatives would talk about those countries as if they're complete garbage and evil. But they believe in God. That's true. The missionaries are super active in Africa. And have been for a very long time. Very long time. Jimmy, I'm sure you need to go to bed. Although you said you're not working right now, so maybe you don't. But if you need to go, that's cool. I'm probably going to watch another video. I know that one took us 2 hours, but I want to watch another one. I'm going to make myself some dinner. I've got some chili to heat up. I'm going to eat that while we watch the next one. Okay, I'm going to go use the restroom, go heat up my food, and we'll come back. I'll open up the watch later if y'all want to decide which video I should watch next of these ones here. I don't really want to watch the Dylan Mulvaney one yet, so any of these ones here are fine. I'll zoom in a little bit so it's easier to read. Any of these ones I'd be down to go through next, although obviously maybe not the Jesus one since we just did a Jesus one. It's also 50 minutes long. But any of the other ones I'd be down to go through. Slightly multitasking with YouTube now, so I'm gradually falling off. No biggie. Like I said, I gotta piss, and I'll be right back with some food so I can eat because it is 8 p.m. here for me. So I'll be right back. Let's see. Let me put on some music. Okay, be right back. Probably like 5 minutes. I'm gonna leave it on the screen so y'all can look at the videos. fun to come back and actually see people talking. That doesn't really usually happen. It's usually just Jimmy here. He's gonna be talking to himself. Let's see what I miss. The only choice is pro-choice. Everything else will take a year to get through. I mean, you're not wrong. I know, I enjoy it too. I like it when it's not just you and me. Like, I love you, Jimmy. I love you. But, you know, we run out of stuff to talk about eventually. So it's nice to have someone else in here to shake things up and add a little bit, you know? Because people like Rookie and Jarek, when they show up, they don't talk too much. They're more lurkers than they are anything, which is fine. We love lurkers in this community. But lurkers don't contribute to conversation. So, you know, it's nice to have someone here who is. Oh, Max has responded. So, remember, Gothix said something about mental health or something. What was it?
I find it... Someone who was once very resistant to the idea of religion, I have the seeing these last couple of years, ex-God or creates their own version of named free thinkers who can't see the obviously criticizing one side of the political ocean. Strong. Biology and human rights. Defies perversion, without God. Here's a thin mental illness.
Here we go.
Much of our culture glorifies perversion, violence, substance abuse, and mental illness. How do you plan on fixing these problems without God?
How do you plan on fixing problems like...
When so much of our culture glorifies perversion,
violence, substance abuse, and mental illness. How do you plan on fixing these problems without God? I want to lead this up by saying Max's Christian father is/was an alcoholic. So there's substances for you. A massive alcoholic with PTSD from the war, but also loves God and goes to church. God didn't fix that shit for him. Now, Max, a very mentally ill human, whom I love in every way, shape, and form, has suffered with mental illness most of their life, and grew up in the church, right? Oh, it was 20 minutes ago. I don't know if they'll expand. I asked, has your mental health improved since leaving the church? Max said yes, in so many ways, and then said, should I expand? But I missed them. It was 20 minutes ago, so... In so many ways. And I've seen it. I have seen it. You know what helped Max's mental illness the most? Medication, not God. Drugs. Drugs are what helped Max. Max's depression, since they've started Ritalin, like, they don't, like, Max had, like, from a third person perspective, I won't speak for Max, obviously, but Max has told me that their depression is far, far better and far, far more manageable. They have far, far less super shitty days now that they're on the correct medication. But I've seen it. I could tell they're less sad all the time. They don't have mental breakdowns nearly as often. They're not having anxiety attacks nearly as often. They're not just generally sad. Like, they don't have that aura of just, like, pent up, like I'm sure we all know someone who's like super anxious all the time, right? That person who's just sort of vibrating with anxiety constantly. That was Max for a very long time. And just as long as I've known them, that's been who they are. They're a very anxious person. Not in like a, you poke them too hard, they'll explode type way, but in like a, at any moment, they could drop something and have a mental breakdown type moment. You know what I mean? And I'm probably painting Max in way too, like, Max isn't a weak little bitch, okay? I'm not trying to paint them in that light, but that's sort of the aura they gave off was I'm stressed all the time for no real reason. You know what I mean? Because Max has anxiety, and Max has depression, and Max has a lot of other things that they struggle with. But since they've started this new medication, they're so much more functional as a person from a third person perspective. Like, I've seen them make strides in their life just since starting these meds, like 6 months ago or however long it's been. Like, it's been incredible. Like, the right medication helps. God doesn't do fucking shit. If anything, God makes you feel worse about it. Max was the most suicidal while they believed in God. Because when they would tell people around them about their problems, they would say, just pray to God about it, or God will save you, or God will fix it, or God will blah, 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 blah. Or, oh, you were, you know, not necessarily a max example, but a general example from a lot of people that I know who grew up in the church. Oh, you were sexually assaulted? Well, that was supposed to happen. That was God's plan. Who the fuck does that help? Who wants to hear that the worst experience of their life was a good thing because God wanted it to happen? God doesn't help shit. Especially not the people who follow God. Christians are not helpful for a lot of things. Now, to use a personal example from my life, okay? I know these people don't watch my stream, but I'm going to use loose terms just in case anyone I know is watching this stream, but none of my family watches my stuff, so it's not really a big deal. My brother and his wife had a baby a couple years ago. That baby was born with a lot of problems. A lot of problems. This child is, I believe, 2 years old, cannot walk, has a feeding tube. I believe the seizures have stopped, but I don't keep up too close on it because I don't ever go on Facebook. And has problem after problem after problem that has been coming up. And it's possible that they're going to be diagnosed with cerebral palsy soon. A 2-year-old child who has had problems since 6 weeks into their life. But my brother's wife is a Christian. She survived cancer at a very young age, and so she believes in God. And she believes that God gave her this struggle for her betterment. And so therefore, when is confronted with it, tries to be all happy about it and tries to be all positive. And that's not fucking healthy. That's not fucking healthy. Very expensive. Fortunately, he has a very good job. I don't know how good my brother is a firefighter, so he works for the state. I don't know if that's how he gets his medical stuff paid for, but my parents, I assume, are helping pay for the bills and stuff like that. Both of my parents have good insurance and make good money, and stuff like that. And it's awful. It's fucking awful. My nephew is ill as fuck all of the fucking time, and will likely need constant attention and constant medical care for the rest of his fucking life. And his fucking life has not really even fucking started yet. What kind of all-loving, all-powerful God would do that to a child? And then tell the child's parent that, oh, I only give my hardest struggles to my strongest warriors. I gave you this fucked up kid with all these fucked up medical issues that are going to cost you a fuck ton of money because you live in the United States of goddamn America where poverty is your right. Because I love you. That's so fucked. And I hope my sister-in-law doesn't think she has to be happy and positive at all times. I hope she cries about it at night. I hope she gets therapy for it because that's fucking hard. Having a kid with that many fucking medical issues fucking sucks. And you're allowed to say that. And I talked about it with my uncle last time I saw him. The only thing you are not allowed to do in that situation is blame the kid. That's the only thing you can't do. And as long as you don't cross that line, you can be as upset about it as you want. Because it's not okay. And it's fucked up. Yeah, imagine causing someone to have a sick child as a test. This kid is so far behind in his developmental ability. Like I said, he's 2 and he can't walk. Because his head grew, as babies' bodies grow. But as babies' bodies grow and as their heads get bigger, they're learning to balance. They're learning to sit up. They're getting that physical strength. But he spent most of that time in a fucking hospital bed, tubed up to a bunch of fucking machines. So now, the likelihood that he will ever be able to walk is slim. What kind of loving God would do that to a child? I can't think of one. I think it's fucked up. And I think it's fucked up that my sister-in-law thinks that she just has to struggle on. Which is partially true. She does. She can't change the fact that her child is incredibly disabled against his fucking will. All she can do is continue to love and care for that kid. But I hope she knows that she doesn't have to be happy about it. She doesn't have to be happy that her kid suffers every day. I hope she knows that. And I love my sister-in-law. I haven't seen her in a very long time, but she's the first person in my family I came out to as trans. The first person in my entire family. And she's a Christian, like I said. If that gives you an idea of how open and loving she is, or was, I don't know how she is anymore. I haven't seen her in years. I just feel for them because it's, you know, it sucks. It's not a fun life. Like, yeah, you're happy to have a kid, of course. Like, you know, kids are blessings or whatever, but you're allowed to be pissed off that that kid's not healthy and that you can't do anything about it. You're allowed to be fucking mad and upset, and you're allowed to have those negative feelings about it because it is fucked. And I think, and God's not going to help. God's not going to magically cure this child of all of its ailments. That's not a thing. That doesn't happen. God's not going to magically fix it. You know what I mean? But if you go to church and stuff, they'll tell you, oh, well, pray to God. God gave you this battle for your own good because it's what you needed, or, you know, or to, you know, because, you know, God gives its hardest fucking fights to his strongest fucking warriors. Why? Why give any of his warriors fights? Why aren't all of our lives beautiful and great and awesome? Huh? Why was I born into the wrong fucking body? Why was I born as a chick? Why didn't I get a free dick when I was born, huh? You know? Like, why was Max born and with all these fucking mental illnesses, you know? Why are people born into poverty? Why do children starve to death in this country? You know what I mean? Yeah, and they all just want to say, oh, well, Eve ate an apple. Yeah, why didn't God fucking forgive her? Why was God trying to keep the knowledge from them anyways? Didn't she eat an apple from the tree of knowledge? And God said, don't eat that? And Satan was like, but bitch, this has got the knowledge. You'll get knowledge from this if you eat this. The whole Adam and Eve thing with the apple is so fucked. That's so fucked. Like, if you really think about it, she ate from the tree of knowledge, even though God told her not to. We don't want you to have knowledge. Bad, 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 right? And then he punished the entire world because she broke one rule one time. I thought God was forgiving and all loving, but he couldn't forgive Eve for eating a goddamn fucking apple. Full of it. Full of it. Full of it. Full of it. Time to blame the likely environmental disaster caused by some organization. Yeah. At least when Australia lost a nuclear container, they alerted everyone and kept searching until they found it. Sorry if you can hear the smushing of my food, but I made chicken chili earlier this week. And this is my last batch of it. Okay. So what are we doing? Pro-choice or women don't need abortions? Which one? Submit your votes now. Rookie, I'm gonna need you to vote on this. Which one of these? Women or pro-choice? I don't know how to poll. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. There's 3 of you here, okay? You can just type it. There's 3 of you here. Women or pro-choice? Which one? I don't need to start a fucking poll. There's 3 people here, okay? Women don't need abortions. Okay, that's 2 for women don't need abortions. Never mind, Rookie. I don't need your vote.
Was the anniversary.
Australia lost a nuke. Okay. Context. Abortion health information. Thank you.
Of Roe versus Wade. And
okay, so there will obviously be discussions of rape and probably incest in this video, so I guess trigger warning or content warning or whatever, if that's something, like, especially if you're I'm sure all the people here know that because you wouldn't have voted for it. Oh, so we got three for three. But if anyone's watching the VOD, there will be discussions of that here. If you're sensitive to that, beware.
A little bit disturbed.
I do wish she would up her fucking... Oh my god. Hold on, let me install this plugin real quick. Hold on. I used to have it downloaded, but I don't know why I don't anymore. I don't know why her videos are so fucking quiet. Like, this is the loudest I can get it.
Or not everyone, but lots of people celebrating.
It's the loudest I can get it. Okay, where's it at? Okay.
This accomplishment. And the last few months, I've also seen numerous other things that made me just question humanity. You know, there was this one infamous video of these women celebrating these abortion pills and just like, yay, abortions, yay!
Oh, God forbid people celebrate that they have fucking rights. Okay, we're gonna start the video over, but I wanted to make sure y'all could actually hear it, because I couldn't fucking hear it either.
Stop. This weekend apparently was the anniversary of Roe versus Wade. And
how old is this?
I was
a year ago. Okay.
A little bit disturbed to see everyone, or not everyone, but lots of people celebrating this accomplishment. And the last few months, I've also seen numerous other things that made me just question humanity. You know, there was this one infamous video of these women celebrating these abortion pills and just like, yay, abortions, yay! Stop celebrating. That's weird.
No one celebrates having an abortion. No one likes having an abortion. No one has an abortion for fun, okay? That's not a thing. What you're seeing, Gothix, are people celebrating the right to control their bodies. That is something to celebrate, because it's something not everyone has had throughout the years, which you would know if you knew anything about your own goddamn history as a black person, okay? It's very easy to understand if you think about it.
And I thought it would be a good idea to counter all of these celebrations with an argument of why
she talks too fucking slow. Hold on. No, not 1.5, 1.25.
Abortion is bad not only for the individual, but for society as a whole. So before I get into my argument, I just want to preface by saying a few things. The first is that some of you know I have
abortions
started
can be
my
dangerous.
Spiritual journey, and I am now a...
Especially, abortions are incredibly dangerous when they're not done in a hospital with doctors, which is why making them illegal is killing people. Because when it's illegal, people still get abortions. They just get back alley abortions. They get illegal abortions, which are not safe. Why are people celebrating the end of slavery? Yeah, right? Authorities had warned a person exposed to the capsule could suffer burns and radiation sickness. Ooh, gross.
A follower of Christ, but my argument has nothing to do with my newfound faith. It has nothing to do with that.
Because Jesus is a homie, but he's not allowed in this conversation. So
got to this point before I even started paying attention to the Bible, going to church, and all of that stuff. But I will say that if you had asked me my stance on abortions years ago, like back when I was in high school, I would have said, yeah, pro-choice, man, do it up, woo! And that is because at that age, and I think this is very... I think a lot of people can relate to this when you're really young, or you're young and sexually active. You hear all the time, well, you can't have a kid at this age because you're going to ruin your future, and that is
true. It is true.
Terrible. We'll get into that a little bit later.
It's true. It doesn't ruin everyone's lives to have a kid in high school, but it makes it very difficult. It makes life very hard to have a kid before you're not even a kid anymore. You know what I mean?
But I was once.
Yeah, and most religions actually do that. Like Judaism, it's like a requirement in certain situations. So I think it's Judaism.
Someone who would say, yeah, pro-choice all day, every day. The other thing that I wanted to say is that, again,
we should stop it there. before she says anything stupid. I agree. Abortions all day, every day. For free. Free abortions. If you want an abortion, you can get it, and you ain't got to pay a penny. Woo! Okay, we should call the video there before it gets bad.
A position on this has nothing to do with my faith, and it also has nothing to do with my politics either. I'm not going to mention any sides here, so when you are pausing the video to yell at me because this is a conservative or right-wing talking point, what you're actually saying is that personal responsibility is synonymous with being on the right.
That is a right-wing talking point. I know she's saying this, but she's gonna use. I haven't watched this video, but I'm gonna call it right now. She's gonna use common right-wing talking points throughout this video. So she might say she's not putting her politics into this, but the same way we can't talk about trans shit without it being political, we can't talk about medical rights without it being political, because in this day and age, everything is fucking politicized. My existence is fucking politicized. My right to an abortion is fucking politicized. So whether you think so or not, saying it's a personal responsibility problem is a right-wing talking point. It might be your own personal opinion, but that is still a right-wing talking point. So, yeah. I just want to make sure I'm doing exactly what she's saying.
When you are pausing the video to yell at me because this is a conservative or right-wing talking point, what you're actually saying...
Cool. I just wanted to make sure I did it. I wanted to make sure I did it correctly.
is that personal responsibility is synonymous with being on the right. And I don't think that's what you're intending to say, so stop.
Also, just to counter the personal responsibility thing, most people who get abortions already have kids, or already are on birth control, or used a condom and were on birth control. The majority of people who get abortions are people who are already planning ahead for that, or people who can't afford to have another kid, and the condom broke, or their birth control failed, or their birth control didn't work because they weigh too much, or XYZ. Most people who get abortions or need abortions are not people who just willy-nilly go out and fuck around. Are those some of them? Absolutely. Absolutely. Are all of them people who've been raped? No. But that's absolutely a segment of the people who need abortions. So, saying it's a personal responsibility issue when most people get an abortion out of responsibility for others because they don't feel they are responsible enough to raise that child, or they don't feel it's okay to bring that child into this shithole of a world we live in, or because they've got two other kids that they've got mouths to feed, and so they can't bring a third one into that situation because they're already struggling to feed their two existing children. How is that not the more responsible thing to do? Answer me that.
Okay, so let's get into this.
Yeah,
First,
that's true. That too. People who have abortions who don't already have kids usually end up with kids in the future.
That we have to acknowledge the reasons why people...
Also, Plan B is a form of an abortion. I feel like a lot of people don't talk about that. Ooh, Max. Okay, Max has expanded on how their mental health has improved so incredibly since leaving the church. Max has said, and I quote, "Mainly, it gave me the freedom to sin, to be the gay person I am without having to feel like every homosexual thought I have makes me a worse and worse person. To be able to wear shorts and tank tops without having to think about, quote unquote, causing my brothers in Christ to stumble, end quote. To not feel guilty every time I question whether if God's plan is for children to have cancer, if that's a God I want to follow. To be able to not live a double life lying about who I want to be to fit in with the group." I'm live right now, and we're watching religious / political videos and talking about them. And we watched one about, is God necessary? And I was like, ooh, I'll consult an expert here. So, yeah. There you go. First person account of how God does not help one's mental health.
Not people, why women have abortions in the first place.
Not all women get abortions. And not all the people who get abortions are women. And I'm not even talking about people like me. I'm not talking trans people. Girls get abortions. I don't know, would you call an 8-year-old a woman? No. I wouldn't. If you do, I think you're weird. But there are children out there who end up needing abortions. And that includes 16-year-olds. 16-year-olds are still children. They're not 16-year-old girls are not women. Despite what a lot of pedophiles and grown-ass fucking men will have you think, 16-year-old girls are not women. And a lot of them get abortions as well. Because having a child at 16, whether that was through consensual sex or not, can really fuck up a person's life. So saying people is a better term than saying women. Not just to include people like myself, a trans man who still has the ability to get pregnant, but for young girls who have the ability to get pregnant and are not yet women. So, what was that Ohio situation? A 10-year-old was denied access to services. Yeah, it was like a 12-year-old, I think. Yeah, it was really fucked. I'm sorry, 10-year-olds are not having consensual sex. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Don't know what to tell you. 16-year-olds, that's one thing. Teenagers do fuck each other. That is a thing. But 10-year-olds, most of them ain't having sex consensually with anybody. So, well, they legally can't consensually have sex. When I say consensually, I mean another 10-year-old or an 11-year-old or something. That's what I mean when I say consensual sex in, like, about children. It's them, children having sex with each other. You know what I mean? Like a 13-year-old and a 14-year-old having consensual sex with each other. You know, that is a thing that happens. 10-year-olds don't do that. That's not a normal thing that 10-year-olds do. So, at least not in my experience. I don't know what you tried to say there, but it just, I don't know, blocked it out. You're the I escaped religion expert, so I had to ask you.
I would say is rape, and that is very unfortunate. I really feel for people that have gone through situations like this. However, aborting the child is not going to undo the rape. It's not going to get rid of...
No, but it'll save you at least 9 months of suffering. At least 9 months of the constant reminder that you were raped. And assuming you keep that child, it will save you 16 plus years of reminding that you were raped. Because also, if you were raped by, let's say, your husband, for example, and you have a kid with that rapist husband, and you eventually get to leave that rapist husband, if there's a child in that situation, getting away from that rapist husband is going to be far, far more difficult. And if your husband is willing to rape you, what's stopping him from potentially harming your child that was a product of that rape? No, nothing is going to get rid of the trauma of the actual act of the rape. But there are so many things you can do to mitigate the after effects and mental after effects of that rape. It is not okay to bring a child into a situation where that child was conceived through rape. And I'm talking specifically when it's like your like partner, like your romantic partner, your husband, your boyfriend, your whatever, you know? If you are raped by a partner that you are permanently attached to, or your fucking parent or uncle, a fucking family member, which are usually who do rapes, it's usually a family member or someone you know, bringing a child into that situation is oftentimes dangerous for that child. They are not always doing it for themselves. Abortion, a lot of the times, is a selfless act. There are I know people specifically, I can't name names, because that would be a violation of their privacy. I know people who want kids who have had abortions because they were in a bad situation, that bringing that child into the situation would have not been fair to the child, despite the fact they wanted that kid so fucking bad. That is a thing that happens. So to say, oh, well, getting rid of the child from that's a product of rape isn't going to make the rape not happen. No shit. No shit. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to understand that. Like, yeah. No, shut up. There are so many other reasons not giving birth to the product of rape. Not to mention, a lot of times, if you grow that child for 9 months and then give birth to it, you might be resenting that child for fucking up your life. You might misplace your anger and hatred in response to the rape onto that child, which is also not fair to that child. Because at the end of the day, none of us has to be here. So, no kid should be born into today's society. Yeah. Not to mention the birth could kill the woman. Sorry, I've got another package at the door. One of those other ones that was like, oh, it could arrive today or tomorrow. It's out for delivery tomorrow. No, it's not, bitch. It's out for delivery today. Delivered my ass. Delivered to whom? Not my front porch, I'll tell you that much. It's definitely not on my front porch. Excuse you. Where the fuck is my package? It says they're all delivered today. To where? Oh, it was left in the mailbox. Gross. How was it left in the mailbox? Did they fix our mailboxes? Amazon says it left 2 packages for me in the mailbox. I wonder if they fixed them finally. Because the stuff I ordered absolutely would not fit in that tiny little slot of a mailbox that we have. So they would have had to put it in one of the bigger ones. Weird. There ain't no way they shoved all that into our tiny little mailbox slot. Weird. Yeah, we've been having issues with the mailbox. No, it said it was put in the mailbox. It didn't say it was returned to the post office, so that means it's in the mailbox. So they must have fixed the bigger boxes that are out there, finally, maybe? Or maybe, I don't think they were all broken, so maybe one of the ones that wasn't broken was like, available. I don't know. I'll find out tomorrow when I go to the mailbox to get it, so. I wasn't going to plan to try this stuff on until tomorrow anyways, so. I'm excited for my extra large sweatshirt. I look forward to being swallowed. I mostly just want to see it on Max, because an extra large on Max is going to be a fucking dress. A 2XL on tiny little Max. No, the package that was marked as delivered last time but wasn't there was marked as delivered to my porch, not to the mailbox. They just want to say that they're in the mailbox. Yeah, that package from last time did eventually show up on the porch, but like hours later. So.
Of the trauma. In fact, I think it would add more trauma and maybe even some regret on top of it. I think that.
Hold on. Did she just say doing the abortion? Yeah, it was an Amazon delivery. Did she just say aborting the fetus and as a product of rape could cause you more trauma? I mean, technically, yeah. Getting an abortion is often a traumatic experience. I can't think of any other way that they could have fit that stuff in our mailbox. So. Fuck texting. Fuck typing. That's too much effort. Maybe people finally picked up their shit. I can't think of the people that I know who've had abortions. A, didn't get the abortion lightly. And that's including the ones who just took Plan B. B, it was semi-traumatic for them. Like, that's a big decision. You know what I mean? You know? It's a big fucking decision. And yeah, it could cause you more trauma, technically, to get the abortion. But if you don't want a child, or having that child with your, in my example, abusive, rapist husband is going to lock you into a relationship with that husband that you can't get out of, then the extra trauma from the abortion portion of it is worth it. Yeah.
Aborting the child is not going to undo the rape.
No,
it's not going to get rid of the
No one is saying that, Gothix.
trauma. In fact,
I'm so tired of people saying that. No one is saying it's going to undo that. No one has ever said that. And if they have said that, they should be slapped across the face because that's fucking stupid. That's not how life works.
Would add more trauma and maybe even some regret on top of it. And I think that it is a bad habit to abort a child because of rape, because what you're also saying is that there are always do-overs in life, which isn't the reality. Years ago, before abortion was ever a thing.
Huh? We'll get to the before abortion was ever a thing. What? Do-overs? Of what? The rape? What are you talking about? I'm so lost.
In fact, I think it would add more trauma and maybe even some regret on top of it. And I think that it is a bad habit to abort a child because of rape, because what you're also saying is that there are always do-overs in life, which isn't the reality. Years ago...
Do-overs for what? Do-overs for what? Getting raped? Like, what are you talking about? Do-overs for what? I need more explanation on that, Gothix. What the fuck? Do-overs for what? She did. She lost the fucking plot. Lost the fucking plot.
Years ago, before abortion was ever a thing.
So you mean thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years ago, right? You're talking about thousands and thousands. Because, you know, abortion was a thing in ancient Greece, right? Did you know that? So you're talking like pre-ancient times, right? Like early human settlement times, like before medicine in any capacity was a thing? You mean like way back then? She needs to read up on her right-wing. This was a year ago. She wasn't full Christian yet, so, you know, we'll give her a break on that one. But I need her to pick up the pace, you know? I need her to get it together, you know? She's baby Christian, yes. She better be talking about pre-ancient Greece, because I know for a fact they did abortions back in ancient Greece. Like, they did like a drink this tonic and it'll do abortions on you, you know?
People would have the kid that they were pregnant with. There was no option of this. So
crazy to think that without abortion, having the kid is your only option. Who would have thought it was an either-or option? Didn't know.
They just had the child. Again, I really feel for these individuals, but I don't think adding more trauma on top of trauma is something that we should be promoting. The other reason that I find people have abortions is because perhaps the...
Yeah, but is that a good thing, to be forced to have a child? No. Who'd have thought? Because, you know, a lot of times, something I hear a lot of people who say that they don't want kids, you know, that they wish to be childless forever, they don't want children, is that they would rather regret, like people who want to get like a hysterectomy young or something, like in their 20s or something. Is I hear a lot of people say they'd rather regret not having kids than regret having kids. Because regretting having kids is bad for the kids. Regretting not having kids hurts no one but yourself. That's called responsible parenting. Now, my stance on having kids, for example, I could birth a child if I wanted to. I have all the parts. I don't want to, and I will not be doing that. I hope to get a hysterectomy ASAP. It's going to be difficult since I'm only 23 years old, but it is something I would like to do very soon, as I am tired of having a uterus. But I, growing up, as a little girl, you know, before I knew I was a boy, before I even had the inkling that that was something I wanted, before I even knew that my body could make children, I was planning on adoption. That was what my brain always went to when I thought about having kids in the future. Always. And then I found out I could make them myself in my own body. Still adoption. That's still what my brain said. My brain always thought about me, when I obtain children, it will be via adoption. Never once did I ever fantasize about being pregnant or getting pregnant or any of that. Honestly, just saying it out loud makes me want to kind of vomit a little bit, to be completely honest with you. And then I found out I was a dude, so that made things a little worse. But my view on kids is I would not mind having kids. If I met a woman who I fell in love with and she already had kids of her own, I got kids now. That's what's happened. If I marry someone and they want to get pregnant and do that, we can go through that process and get it done. If we get married and she doesn't want kids, we don't gotta have children. That's not required. I am completely okay with having kids if my partner wants them. I'm completely okay with not having kids if my partner wants them. It is not a deal breaker for me either direction. So, but what is a deal breaker is me growing the child myself. So, I would do the abortion. That's what I would do. Just like Katya has said. I know y'all don't understand that reference, but it's okay. I could probably find it if I'm being completely honest with you. Come on, I know someone's made a short of it. Come on now. I know someone's made a cut of it somewhere.
Hi, I'm the chemical burn.
Chemical burn from the spiral perm. Transcript. It's not in this one. So why'd you pull this one up, you bitch? They bring up kids a lot in this show, so it's probably not in this episode. Anyways, you know, that's my view on kids. I'm fine either way. Someone gave me shit for it online when I was like, I'm kind of, you know, I don't really care either way if I have kids or not. The one thing I do know is I won't be making them myself. I won't be doing that. No. You know, no, thank you. Homegrown is expensive, but worth it. Yeah, could be. So just for my perspective on having kids, that's where I am at. So that's the perspective I'm coming from. I am apathetic either way, fine with me. I think my ideal situation is finding a woman who already has her own biological children, because a lot of straight girls want their own biological kids, not all of them, but a lot of straight chicks want their own biological children. I cannot impregnate them, so I can't make them kids. I can't give them their own babies. You know, we'd have to go through the whole, like, finding somebody else's sperm to give them kids. Although I have great genetics, it's very unfortunate that I can't do that. It's very bad. It's very upsetting. I do genuinely, like, I'm not like, I genuinely have great genetics. Like, it's really too bad I can't pass them on, because I've got some good ass genes, man. Like, some good ass fucking genes. Oh yes, I know what a chia pet is. I'm 23. I'm not that baby. Okay, I know what a chia pet is. The Bob Ross chia pet. It's the best chia pet. But like, you know what I mean? Like, that's that whole process. It's up to her. It's her fucking body. We'll do what she wants with it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, that's how I feel. Her body, her fucking choice. Oh, amazing. I brought it back around to the topic.
The pregnancy is going to harm the mother, and the mother could potentially die, or perhaps the child. Again, I really feel for these individuals, but I don't think adding
you only know
more
Tamagotchi.
trauma on top of
That's a completely different thing.
is something that we should be promoting. The other reason that I find people have abortions is because perhaps...
Jimmy, you probably have heard of the chia pet.
Soak your chia, spread the seeds, keep it watered, and watch it grow. And now grow a whole collection of fun with chia teddy bears, puppies, kittens, rams, bulls. There's even a chia tree to keep your pets company. Chia Pets and Trees, the pottery that grows.
The Chia Pet and Chia Tree are available at Kmart, Rite Aid, Ames, and Woolworth.
Yeah, I figured I know you'd seen them. These were like an international sensation for like a whole 2 years. So I knew you'd know what they were if you saw them. You know. Yeah, I'd never bought any of them either, but the Bob Ross one was my favorite because his his hair would grow out. It was really cool.
Perhaps the pregnancy is going to harm the mother, and the mother could potentially die, or perhaps the child may end up with some type of a birth defect. Me personally, if I knew my child was going to have a birth defect, I would still have the child. I would love the child regardless because I created the child. But as far as
But if your child is, if you know, let's say 8 weeks in, it's probably not a realistic. I'm not great on the timelines. If you know, okay, let's do it better. If you know 4 months in, if you know 4 months in, this child is gonna come out of your body with half a brain, you're still gonna have that kid. You're still gonna birth that child. Is that fair to that child? Because she's mixed up. She clearly has never seen that movie. But like, if you knew with absolute certainty your child is going to be born so fucking disabled that it's simply going to suffer for its very short lifespan, you're still going to give birth to that kid and not cut it off before it's even a child? That's fucked up, in my opinion. Like, because there are a lot of, like, really bad deformities you can see before the thing even has a fucking brain. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things you can tell about the development of the fetus before it's even reached, like, baby status. You know what I mean? So, like, and you can tell very far in advance if a child is going to be born with an extreme birth defect. They don't just let you, just get an abortion because your child's going to be, born with Down syndrome. That's fucked up. Like, you get an abortion for, if the abortion is for because child has birth defect, it's because the birth defect is so severe that carrying to term is not worth it. That the child is going to either not make it to term or die immediately after birth or have a very long suffering year of life and then die. Those are generally the situations that we're talking about when we're talking about birth defects are the reason for the abortion. That's usually what we're talking about. Like, for example, if you take Accutane, they make you take birth control or sign something that says you are not going to be having sex. Because Accutane will, with absolute certainty, give your child a birth defect. They know this for a fact. It is on every square inch of the packaging. My sister took it, and Max has taken it. So, and it comes out in a blister pack. And to get into the blister pack, the part of the blister pack that the pill comes out of has a little picture of a pregnant person with like a no symbol across it. Like, it is all over this packaging because they don't want to get sued. They are telling you, if you get pregnant on this medication, your child's going to have a birth defect, and it's on you because we've warned you 8 million times. That's the kind of situation. You get pregnant while you're on Accutane, you get an abortion because that child will be born with a birth defect. And you know that before the thing's even fetus level. You know what I mean? You still know while it's like 4 cells. You know what I mean? So they probably figured it out in like early testing. They probably found it pretty early in it. It works ridiculously well to the degree that people are willing to take that risk, which is why they continue to put it to market, I believe. But that is a guaranteed side effect. If you are a person who can get pregnant who is taking Accutane, you are required to either start birth control and be on birth control while you're taking it, or sign a pledge saying you are abstinent. Max and my sister both signed abstinence pledges. My sister was a child when she took it, and Max is a lesbian. So, so they were both allowed to sign those pledges saying, I will not get pregnant while I'm on this medication. But my sister, I think, started taking birth control anyways because she wanted it for like period control reasons. So, yes, that's why it's all over the packaging. So you cannot sue them. You can't say, well, I didn't know. It is, you have to P-test every time you go in to get a refill on your drugs. You have to sign a bunch of forms. It's on every square inch of the packaging. It's on the outside of the packaging, inside of the packaging. I'm surprised it's not fucking labeled on the motherfucking pill, to be completely honest with you. So you cannot sue them because it is everywhere. Another thing with God, why did he create periods? Because Eve ate the apple and he said, fuck all women because this one person fucked up. That's why. Because God's a cunt. That's why.
If I were pregnant and the doctor said there's a possibility that I might not live.
Also, I just want to go back and have her say that again.
Die, or perhaps the child may end up with some type of a birth defect. Me personally, if I knew my child was going to have a birth defect, I would still have the child. I would love.
And guess what? you can still have the child because guess what? Say it with me. You have the choice. So you're pro-choice, Gothix. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing you're pro-choice. Because you just said you would choose to continue to have the child. That's your choice. Not everyone would. We can continue. I'm just going to say another one here.
I created the child. But as far as if I were pregnant and the doctor said there's a possibility that I might not live, that is a tough one. And again, I have to just reference years ago when abortion wasn't a thing. Pregnancy was a risk that mothers were willing to take. So
years ago, she says it as if it was like last year or something. Like years ago, as in thousands on thousands on thousands of years ago. Let's see. Earliest record of abortion. The first ever recorded evidence of induced abortion from the Egyptian papyrus in 1550 BCE. 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 Yeah. They made you do physical labor, or they would give you some sort of poison to do the abortion because they couldn't, go in and scoop it out like they can now. So I hope when Gothix is talking about, years and years and years ago, she means literally thousands of years ago. Because this is the first recorded abortion, the first documented abortion. They were probably doing it thousands of years before this. They just didn't write it down. The Egyptians really were. They were way ahead of their time. I have a feeling they were way more ahead of their time than we even know, because I know a lot of their stuff got destroyed throughout the years from like various fires and wars and things like that. Like it was really common when you like conquered an area to destroy all of the prior civilization's stuff. Like when you like conquered a settlement, you would like destroy everything in the settlement. That was a really common thing throughout the years. So it's very possible the Egyptians were far more advanced than even we are aware of, and it's just been evidence of that has been wiped away. But I love looking up our first recorded evidence of things, because if that's when it was first written down, that means it's been going on for a while already, most of the time. So, right, the entire Library of Alexandria just gone. There was probably so much fucking shit in there, dude. There's what you need a time machine for. Go back to before that was burned down. Yeah. All of the recorded abortions that were lost. Right. But risk that mothers were willing to take because those women had choice. What she's not understanding is women, for the longest time, have had the choice to attempt to end the pregnancy at the very least, or carry it to term. The reason you had so many kids back then was because kids died young. A lot back then, because we did not have good medicine. So a lot of kids died before their second birthday. So you had to pop them out so you could get at least 3 to adulthood, because you could have 10 kids and only 3 of them make it past 15. It was very common not that long ago. It was very common 500 years ago that, children were dying before they hit their 5th birthday from a variety of now completely considered pretty much harmless diseases today that we know about and have vaccines for and things like that. So again, she's talking about choice here. It's something a lot of anti-choice people seem to talk about. It's like, I would never get an abortion. Good for you. That's your choice. You're completely allowed to not get an abortion. No one is saying you have to get an abortion. Just like when we made gay marriage legal, no one is saying you have to get gay married. That's not a thing. You have the choice now to do that if you want to, though.
I will leave it at that. I wanted
She's
to
forced
start
birth,
with
yeah.
going over these examples because
yes, let's do examples.
I find that when people are advocating for abortions, they usually reference these 2 examples, which are not as common as people make it out to be. The common reason why people tend to have abortions is because they were sexually active, and for whatever reason, financial, social, it was accidental, regardless, whatever reason, they decide they no longer want to have that kid. And that is the reason I really want to tackle in this video.
No.
Whatever reason.
No. It's not they don't want to have that kid, always. Sometimes it's I was using protection, it failed, and now I'm pregnant. I used protection because I didn't want to get pregnant, but it didn't work. So now I have this secondary choice to get rid of the pregnancy. It's just continued birth control because the birth control you were on didn't work. Now, a lot of times it is like, oh, I've got 2 kids. I can't afford to feed this 3rd child. Yeah, it happens all the time. That's a fairly common reason, actually. And there's nothing wrong with that reason. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that reason. And if she brings up, just give the child to foster care. If she mentions that shit in this fucking video, ooh, we're going to skip right over it because I'm going to address it right now. You cannot use just give it up for adoption as an excuse for taking away a person's right to choose until we fix our foster system. Okay? Okay? Until we fix that fucked up system that we have that does not work for most of the kids who go into it, you do not get to say, just give it up for adoption. First of all, just giving it up for adoption means I still have to carry that fucker to term, which is still going to wreck my body for the rest of my life. And some of these people having abortions are 16 fucking years old. They've not even started their fucking life yet. Second of all, the likelihood that kid's going to go into foster care and be raised by shitty-ass foster parents is an incredibly high likelihood. So no, just give it up for adoption. Are you going to adopt the fucking kid? I hope not, because you don't seem like you'd make a good parent. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I just know I won't want you raising my kids, personally. Because our views do not align on pretty much anything. And that's not fair to that kid, either. To bring it into this shitty-ass world and then put it into a shitty-ass system that is not designed to help that child in any capacity. Into an underfunded, underdeveloped, quite frankly, system. It's a very shit system. CPS is shit. The foster system is shit. A lot of foster parents are shit. So no. Just give it up for foster care. Give it up for adoption. It's not a good excuse. So when we get to that, because I know she's going to mention it, we're going to skip right on past it because I've already covered it.
Financial, social, it was accidental, regardless, whatever reason they decide they no longer want to have that kid. And that is the reason I really want to tackle in this video. So,
and what's wrong with that, though? What's wrong with that, though? What's genuinely, Gothix, explain to me what is wrong with not wanting to have a kid for financial, social, or whatever reasons? What's wrong with that?
Let's continue on. I think a big problem with why there are so many people that choose to abort their kids after they make the decision to be sexually active in the first place is because on a societal level,
fails.
People have gotten not only their priorities mixed up, they've taken sexual activity, sexual intercourse, they've used that and they've twisted it for their own personal agenda. Let me explain a little bit on this.
I'm sorry, did she just say that people are having sex for fun and that's bad?
They make the decision to be sexually active in the first place is because on a societal level, people have gotten...
I think she's getting to the abortion is a form of birth control thing.
Not only their priorities mixed up, they've taken sexual activity, sexual intercourse, they've used that and they've twisted it for their own personal agenda.
Yeah, that's where they're getting. That's where she's getting to. She's getting to they're just using abortion for birth control type thing. That's what they're doing. That's what we're doing right now. All she's done is state that she's in favor of forced birth, but she hasn't made any valid arguments. Yeah, that's what most of them do.
Let me explain a little bit on this. The reason why men have penises and women have vaginas is to
make a baby. We know that.
Populate the planet.
No, it's to make babies. It's not to repopulate anything. It's to pass on our genetics because that is what we as people and as animals are designed to do. Genetically, we are designed to want to make more of us. Your stream be too long. Bitch, you've been here for like an hour. What you mean? My stream too long? Usually my stream ends 10 minutes after you get here, so I thought you'd be happy with the entertainment. Long stream, good stream. Yeah, this is the longest stream I've had in a long time. We're at 5.5 hours almost. But no, we are biologically programmed, generally speaking, to make more of ourselves. Every species is, unless you're pandas, because pandas are really bad at making more of themselves. Genetically speaking, that is how evolution works. We are designed to want to find a mate and make more of ourselves to pass on our genes. Well, it's not my fault you got here at 1 a.m, rookie. I love you. Go to bed. Go to bed. And I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. It's 3 a.m. Go to sleep, rookie. But also, a lot of people, including people with kids, have sex because they enjoy it, because it is fun for them, because they like it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Two adults having consensual sex for fun, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. As an asexual person, I personally don't get it, but I understand it as a thing. And it's 8:49 p.m. here. Woo! So, you know. Yeah, she just wants to punish people for having sex. Just let people have sex. Goddamn. As long as they're having sex consensually, who the fuck cares? Leave them alone. It's not your fucking pussy, okay? If you want to have a baby and push out your own goddamn pussy, that's your fucking business. Okay? If you only want to let a dick in there to make children, that's your goddamn business. It's not your business to police other people's pussies. All right? Women or not, it doesn't matter. Okay? Not your body, not your decision. It's very simple.
That is what the purpose of sexual intercourse is.
Yes.
Regardless of
nature-wise, that is the point of sex. Yes.
if you find that
But
sex
keep in mind, animals have sex for fun as well. It's very common in most species, to be honest.
is something that you
Especially mammalian species.
do to show that you love your significant other, or maybe it's something that you do for pleasure. Regardless of however you perceive sexual intercourse, the whole reason that it even exists is to repopulate the planet. So
Yeah, just like guns exist to kill things, but we don't want to regulate those. Sorry, I know that's a different argument, but I love that they use this argument for anti-abortion, and then they'll turn around and say, but my guns. So like, I just think it's funny because they're like, well, that's what it's there for. Sex is there to make more people. It's not there to have fun. I say the same thing about guns. Guns only function. The thing is, you're wrong, actually. Having sex for pleasure and orgasming and things like that have statistically been proven to provide health benefits, even if you're not having kids. That is a proven fact that having fun, consensual sex and orgasming is good for your health. It is proven and has been many times. I just want to say that. Meanwhile, the only fucking function of a weapon, of a gun specifically, is to kill. I'm just saying. While you might think sex's only function is to make more people, that is one of its functions. Sex has other functions as well. Guns, on the other hand, don't. But the same people who want to argue that guns are great and that we should have all of our guns and Second Amendment and blah, 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 want to argue that women shouldn't have the right to choose what to do with their bodies. But they use these arguments that are conflicting with one another. If the only function of sex is to make more people, what's the only function of guns? Not fun. Guns can be fun, but that's not what they're made for. That's not what it's there for. Guns are made to kill things. That's what they're made for. So I don't like when people who do those opposing arguments use the same argument against like their own thing. Does that make sense? Like, that bothers me a lot. I know they're not related topics technically, but like, do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand the connection I'm making? Like, it's there's more than one function for sex. There's one function for guns. But they want to argue that, like, oh, there's only one function for sex and you should only be doing it for sex. Well, but there's only one function for guns, and we're not limiting people's access to murder weapons. So, like, pick a side.
taking a
She's cool with schools getting shot up with zero regulation, but God forbid there's illegal abortion, right?
tool and you're using it for something that really is a bonus if you think about it. It's the same way that, okay, I'm going to piss off some people when we talk about this. It's the same way that your butt is meant to remove waste from your body and not have sex. Okay.
That's incorrect. The prostate is located next to the anus and is essentially the G spot for men. Again, statistically and scientifically proven that having prostate stimulated orgasms can increase males' sexual health, as well as males' mental health, versus just having an orgasm brought on by just penile stimulation. It is proven that stimulating the prostate as well can cause better orgasms that are better for you and things like that. Like sex is far more complicated. Not just sex is in like XY chromosomes. You know, like actual intercourse is far more complicated and actually really good for you a lot of the times. And I guess she's never heard of the prostate before, but that's why, you know, some straight guys like it when you stick a finger up their ass, you know? It's there for a reason. The prostate functions not only as an on-off switch for the sperm, but it is also a fun button for men. Just like how women have a G-spot. It's same thing. But I guess she wouldn't know that, would she? You know, she probably was one of those people who would call it a hoo-ha or a you know, she wouldn't call it a vagina or a pussy. She'd call it a hoo-ha. You know, if she feels like one of those kinds of people. You know what I mean? I mean, she called it your butt. She didn't say your asshole. She said butt. You know what I mean? Like, be an adult. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you're taking something and you're using it for something else that is not it wasn't intended to be like that in the first place.
If it wasn't intended for that, why did God put the prostate in the ass? Answer me that. Okay? Miss I Love Jesus. If that's not what it's there for, then why is the fun button in the asshole? Tell me why. Yeah. Checkmate.
So, the argument that I hear after I say this is usually that it is unreasonable to ask that people stop having sex. It is unreasonable to be abstinent from having sex. And
it is.
What you're saying when you say that argument is you lack the self-control to stop having sex. That's what you're saying.
This is funny because as an asexual person with no libido whatsoever, I, of all people, have the most self-control when it comes to having sex. To the degree that as a child, when they were teaching us, you know, abstinence as like a form of birth control, and people were like, how are you supposed to just not have sex? I was like, what do you mean? Just don't have sex. I didn't understand that wanting sex was a natural thing that most people experience, because a libido is a natural chemical hormonal process that happens in your body to encourage you to make children. That is why libidos exist, is to make you do the sex, to make the babies. That's what it's there for. But not everyone wants a baby every time they have sex. And they're not required to have a baby every time they have sex, Gothix. Okay? It's not required. It is fully unreasonable to ask every human being on the goddamn planet to only have sex if they want kids. That is unreasonable. And a violation of people's fucking liberties. I know you're one of those people who love the Constitution. And in the Constitution, people have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of fucking happiness. And I can't think of people who find happiness faster than people who orgasm. So, she be out here outing herself. Maybe she's just asexual and doesn't get it. I don't know. Maybe she's ace like me and is still in that phase where I didn't know why other people were like having sex all the time. You know? I didn't get it as a kid why my friends, you know, were horny all the fucking time. I didn't get it because I wasn't that all the time. So I come up with amazing lines. Which one was great? I mean, I know I'm fantastic, but like, which one specifically? I think maybe that's what it is. I think maybe she's just secretly asexual. I mean, notice the purple hue of everything. Those are the ace colors. Purple is the ace color. So maybe she's just ace and hasn't, you know, figured that part out. Yeah, maybe she doesn't have a libido. Maybe she just doesn't get it. It's very possible. I'm probably just giving her too much credit, though. So.
You say, I cannot control my desires to not have sex. And this is where
What desires to have sex? People desire to have sex? Who knew? Yeah, it's true. It is funny, though, to hear her talking like, you need to have control. It's like, there's not a single person on this planet who has more control over their desire for sex than me. Okay? No one has more self-restraint when it comes to having sex than me. Like, when I tell you I have no libido, I mean it. I mean, it is low. It is like I like to say on a scale from 0 to 100. Before testosterone, it was a full zero all the time. And now that I have testosterone in my system, it's gone all the way up to a 1. A 1 out of 100. So, I know she's not talking to me specifically, but she is, because she's saying you and pointing at the screen, and I'm watching. So she is kind of talking to me. I just think it's funny.
A lot of people in the religious sector will say that you're supposed to save yourself for when you're married. I know that a lot of
And
people...
married couples are allowed to fuck as much as they want for fun. Because you're married, and it's a bonding experience that is not only there to make children. If it was only there to make children, you would get pregnant every time someone comes inside of you, okay? If that were true, why is the pregnancy rate now 100%? So why is it getting pregnant is not perfect fit every fucking time? If that was its only function of sex, why is it women get horny during a time of the month where they can't get pregnant? They get extra horny during the time of the month where they're most likely to get pregnant, but it doesn't always work, even if he's completely fertile. Explain that to me. Your points are just they're not right. They're not correct. They're wrong and based in your own reasoning that is not based in logic. Why is porn so popular? I wonder how long it took from when the internet was invented to when, if it was first used sexually. Oh, like the same day, probably. I mean, porn's been around longer than the internet has. I mean, porno mags have been around forever. And then, of course, like, you used to have to go buy porn on a DVD. And, you know, you could, like, download it onto a floppy disk, you know? You know? Like, there's always been brothels. Brothels have always been a thing. For as long as time has been, as long as the human existence has been a thing, brothels have existed, strip clubs have existed, all of that stuff has existed. You know, like, for as long as human beings have been humaning, they have been fucking. That is how humans function. That is how all fucking creatures function. But because we are a little bit more advanced than most creatures, we have profited off of porn. We've profited off of sex, because we know how to utilize it. Where there are human, there is sex, and humans creating porn. Unless that human is me by myself, in which case neither of those things are there. But in every other situation, yes.
People cringe at the thought of that. I can't possibly...
Yeah. Also, waiting to have sex till marriage, terrible idea. What if they're really bad in bed? That's very important to a lot of people. Not me personally, of course, but that's very important to a lot of people. Sex is a very important aspect of a lot of people's relationships. And not knowing if your partner can fuck you correctly or not until after you've put a ring on it and signed the fucking papers, it could be a big deal breaker. For some people, that deal breaker is the same level of having children, you know? Is he good in bed? Does he know how to communicate well with you? Does he ask you if everything's okay? Does he ask you if he's in the right spot? Does he listen to your directions when you give them to him? Do you all have the same sexual preferences? Does one of you like BDSM and one of you doesn't? Do you both like it? You know, like, how are you supposed to, like, you should know how well you work together in bed before you marry each other, because sex is not just for making children. It is also there for fun. If it were just there for making kids, what is orgasming for? Especially in women, what is orgasming for? What's the purpose of it? Because in men, the orgasm is, you know, the cum. That's the part of it that makes the babies. That's where the sperm comes out. But for women, what's the point in orgasming? That doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. Biologically, that part of it, orgasming in women, does not help you make children. So why is it there? It's for fun. See? It's very simple. Talk about increasing the divorce rate. Yeah. So I just think it's stupid. I think it's funny that me, an asexual person, who wasn't even comfortable talking about sex like 3 years ago, is sitting here having to educate a fully grown woman about how sex is for fun. As a person who literally can't have sex for fun, I'm having to educate you about how having sex can be for fun. That's just so weird.
Wait until I'm married to have sex. Well, why not?
I
Why
did.
not?
I did. I was super fucking uncomfortable with it. I mean, when I first started YouTube, I was still, girl with the Mormon hair. So like, I was very much still in the closet and in my shell in every single way. But especially since starting transition and stuff and looking into all of that, I had to learn a lot of stuff about how bodies function because I needed to know how my body was going to change when I started testosterone. I needed to know like how other bodies functioned in order to understand the way my body would function. I needed to learn about those things. I also entered into a relationship with a person I liked a lot, so I needed to understand more about sex and things like that. And so I had to do a lot of research into things that I was not comfortable talking about. And as I became more comfortable with myself as a person, I became more comfortable talking about any and everything. There are like, I can't think of a single topic off the top of my head that I'm not comfortable talking about at this point. No, I can't think of one. I can't think of a topic. I can't think of a topic that I wouldn't feel comfortable talking about, even if it directly related to my life experience. Like I would sit here and talk to you all about like the sexual functions of my own body. I would gladly share that information if I was asked. It's very personal information, but I don't care. So like, you know what I mean? I'm very comfortable with myself and as a person. And Jimmy, you and I have spent so much fucking time together on this goddamn app. It is almost unacceptable that, like, you know what I mean? Like I especially with you, Jimmy, because you're always here. But like, just in general, I don't care about sharing that information. I'm never going to meet any of you fucking people in real life. So who cares if you know about how my body works or if I want a dick or not, or the fact that I'm jealous that people with penises can come, you know what I mean? Like, who cares if you all know that information? It's not going to affect my day-to-day life. Amazon's not going to fire me because I'm talking about it on Twitch, despite the fact they own Twitch. They don't fucking care. You know what I mean? I'm not the face of their company. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. It's, and I've become so much more comfortable with myself, and that's a big testament to it. Like, I have definitely changed since I started streaming and started, my channel. You know what I mean? Yeah, can you imagine if Amazon fired me for talking about this? My little self. Coming is cool. It is. Coming is cool. I wish I could experience it. But alas, I shall never be able to experience it. It is very sad. Penis envy is real. It's so real. I'm not just penis envy. I am ball envy. So like, and these are things I've discovered about myself as I have, transitioned into a dude and experienced what it's like to be on testosterone. And the way I can tell you for a fact that the reason men are so obsessed with their penises is because of the testosterone in their system, I can tell you that with absolute certainty. Because before testosterone, I couldn't have given two shits about a penis in any capacity. I couldn't even say the word penis without feeling weird about it. And now, it's all I fucking think about. It's always on my mind. You know what I mean? Always. And not just in a penis envy way. Just like it'll just pop into my head out of nowhere, And I fully blame the testosterone for that, because that's the only thing that's changed. But sorry, I just think it's funny that I'm having to, this full-grown motherfucking woman, I have no idea how old she is. I think she's older than me, but I don't know. Doesn't seem to understand that people have sex for fun. Even married couples. Like, that is, like, part of the reward. Like, I remember I was watching I cannot remember what it was. It's been a while. But I remember seeing a priest talk about it, about how sex after marriage is your reward from God. Like, being able to have sex for fun with your forever partner, united under God, orgasming is a gift from God. That is literally the gift he gives you for marrying someone and making more kids, is the orgasm portion of sex. It's for fun. That's it. From experience, I tell you, there is no one more obsessed with penises than teenage boys. Absolutely. And I'm still in my teenage boy phase, because I'm only 2.5 years on T. So I'm only 2.5 years in. So I'm very much still a pubescent teenage boy, brain chemistry-wise. Then you have the random points in the day when you get hard for no reason. I don't have to experience that, fortunately. But I would take that over just randomly bleeding for no fucking reason. So, you know. In high school gym, everyone was looking at each other's dicks. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Like, men, straight men talk about each other's penises more than anybody else. I don't know what to tell you. I would take random erections over having a uterus anytime, any day. Anytime, any day. Anytime, any day. We just want to know how we measure up. Yeah, that's the thing. Men will talk to each other about their dicks all day long, but they won't go do 2 seconds of research to find out what the clitoris is. Come on now. Simple Google search, and you'll get a little diagram. It'll tell you right where it's at. It's not hard to find, okay? It's right there, okay? It's a running joke because it's true. It's sad, but it's true.
Control yourself? Is that what you're saying? But see, this is a safeguard that's in place. I don't want to get too much into my arguments from the religious aspect, but
especially because, I mean, especially living in the U.S., because being uncircumcised is far more common in a non-America place. Yeah, like, that's not a normal thing. Like, we really only do that here for no goddamn reason at all. There's not really a real reason for it. Like, the reason is, like, you can get infections. It's like, just clean your child's penis. Like, fucking clean it and teach them how to clean it so that they can clean it when they're old enough to do it themselves. It's not that fucking common. It's not that fucking hard, I mean. Yeah, no, circumcision is really only a thing here and in Israel. I think they still do it in Israel. You know, like, that's really not a thing anywhere else. Which I didn't know. You know, especially because, like, you'll watch, like, porn or something, and then you'll see an uncircumcised penis, and you're like, what the fuck is that? And then you're like, oh, right, that's what most people's dicks look like, actually. Yeah, and that's true. It doesn't always happen when you're, like, a baby. Sometimes you'll not get it right at birth or, like, whenever they do it. I think it's a few weeks after birth. And then you'll get, like, an infection as a little boy or something, and then they'll do it then. So, you know. Yeah. I think because, like, we want to talk about, like, right to bodily autonomy. Yet we'll just chop this extra bit of skin off of a baby dick for no real reason. You know what I mean? Like, that's not necessary. Why are we doing that? Why are we still doing that? And in the year of our Lord 2023, like, why are we still doing that? Genuine question. Why are we still doing that?
I'm going to say that this is a safeguard because if you're waiting to have sex with someone until you're married, you are less likely to end up in a situation where you have to make the choice of whether or not you want to abort your child.
Not true. Not true. Not true. Most people who have abortions are married and have kids. I don't know what to tell you.
You can circumvent all of that if you reframe your perspective and say, okay, my body is my temple, and I don't want to spread
my body is my temple, and I don't want it to be fucking bodied by a fucking child that I did not ask for. You're so close, Gothix. My body is my temple. And if I grow a human inside of it and let that little fucking thing grow inside of me for 9 goddamn months and then rip its way out of me, my body is no longer a goddamn temple, let me tell you. The body after childbirth, not a fucking temple. It's a fucking war zone. Okay? You can ask anyone who has ever given birth. Body is never the same. It's never the same. Now, the body rebounds really well from pregnancy, I gotta say. Especially, you know, the vagina and everything does a really good job rebounding. That's what it's made for. But the rest of the body, not so much. Some people bounce back really well. Some people never bounce back. Some people forever have that excess skin from the excess weight to the completely ripped from pussy to ass in every capacity. You really should. The penis envy is real. It's so real for us trans men out here. Because even if I go through with a phalloplasty, I ain't ever going to be able to make nobody pregnant. That's never going to be a thing. Something I never thought I'd want. Here we are. You know what I mean? I never thought I'd want that shit, but here we fucking are. Don't know what to tell you. No, the titties never go back to normal either. You're not allowed to leave now. You're in too deep. Oh, I ain't going nowhere. No. Oh, neither is Ed. Ed can't go nowhere either. You're stuck here with us. Forever. No, I don't know if you, like, one of the big reasons women are having less kids is because, A, it's way too fucking expensive to have kids in this day and age. B, a lot of them just don't want kids for whatever reason, that they just don't want to have to raise children. They don't want it. Maybe they were told by their parents how hard it is raising you growing up, and they were like, well, I don't want to do it then. And a lot of people are fucking terrified by how fucking wrecked their body is going to be, you know, by having a kid. Pregnancy is fucking horrifying. It is true body horror. Pregnancy is. Now, giving birth, making a child, beautiful thing. I know everyone who's done it is like, it's so beautiful. Bitch, no, it ain't. It's fucking ugly and gross. I think it's absolutely incredibly fascinating that women can just grow human beings and make them. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, that is absolute. Like, God only made 2 people. So, most women have got a leg up on him. So, I think that is absolutely incredible that bodies are capable of just making more people. In the female body. Like, when I only recently learned this. It was like a few months ago. That titties, breasts, will make specialized milk based on what the child needs. Like, if you have a preemie baby, your body will make preemie milk with, like, extra, like, the extra shit that the preemie baby needs to grow. If your baby is lactose intolerant, your titties will put less lactose in the milk. What the fuck? That's some magical shit right there. I didn't know about that. And I've had titties for the past goddamn way too many years. I was never told that. I didn't know that was a thing. Isn't that not the craziest thing you've ever fucking heard? Like, that's so cool. They are fucking magical. Fucking magical. I mean, women's bodies in general are fucking magical. But, like, that specific aspect of it, I was like, that's fucking insane. I never knew that was a thing. And like I said, I've been walking around with 2 titties for a very long time. You tell me my titties could do that? That's crazy. It's crazy. We should change up the streaming format. Some gaming and some YouTube. Yeah, we absolutely can. We can start doing like this once a week or something. Obviously, they won't go as long because Max will be here. But like when we move, especially when I move, I might start streaming on Sunday nights as well. And so we can do like 2 streams of this, 2 streams of gaming a week. I can you know, find fun stuff like this for us to talk about and react to. But yeah, bodies are both disgusting and really fucking cool, especially women's bodies. Women's bodies are really fucking cool, but also menstruating, it's not fun. Don't recommend it. Would not recommend 0 out of 10 stars. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Earlier today, I was playing God of War. That's what I'm playing at the moment. I've got a list here of games that are coming up in the future. I play one game at a time because switching between games fucks with my head. It's because the controls are never the same between games, so I play one game at a time. I just finished playing Ghost of Tsushima. I played that for like 2 months, 3 months. Very long time. Took me 28 streams to beat that game. And now I'm playing God of War. And then after that, I'm either going to play Judgment or God of War Ragnarok. I haven't decided yet. We'll decide once we finish God of War. The ones I've got listed here are Death Stranding, Red Dead Redemption 2, the Horizon Forbidden West DLC comes out in April. I'll be playing that when it comes out. I've got some games here that I've bought to play. I mostly played all the ones back here, though. The only ones back here I've got left to play is Lost Judgment, which is the second part of Judgment. I've already played Last of Us 1 and 2. I've already played Until Dawn a bunch of times. I've played Control back forever ago, back in my girl days. And then Spider-Man Miles Morales, Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West, Zelda, lots of Zelda. I'll be playing the second Zelda game whenever it comes out, whenever that happens. Not sure when that is even supposed to be, but eventually. But I do play one game at a time because, like I said, the controls get all fucky in my head, and then I die a lot. Like for a period of time while playing Tsushima, I was playing Horizon off stream because I already played Zero Dawn on stream via PC before I had the PlayStation, and I bought it so I could play it again on PlayStation. So I was playing it off stream, and the controls for like how to get on your horse, strong, heavy attack, light attack, you know, all those are like all swapped around between Tsushima and Horizon, and so I kept fucking up every time I'd come back to stream because I would have been playing Horizon during my work week because I got usually a few hours in the morning before I go to work, and I'll play during that time. So I would be playing Horizon during like my work week, and then to come to what is essentially my weekend playing Tsushima, where the controls are all swapped around, and that first day or so I would die a bunch of times because I'd be pressing the wrong button. so I've decided, let's just, I mean, I do still play other games off stream sometimes, but when my on stream games, I play one at a time. Just because my brain can't handle it. My brain can't handle it. And I only really get to stream 3 times a week, so it's not usually that big of a deal. Although I'm sure Jimmy got tired of Tsushima after a while, I'm sure. Because, again, 28 days of that game. But we do jump around. Like, if Zelda comes out in the middle of one of my games, I'll probably, like, try to do both at the same time. But generally speaking, I try to do one at a time. But, yeah, I played a lot of games over the years. I played all of the Life is Strange games. Some of them multiple times, not on stream though. So yeah. I've been playing Ghost a bit. It's a fun game. I fucking love Ghost of Tsushima. I fucking love that game. It was so fun and rewarding. Like, it was so rewarding. The fighting in it was so fun. Like, initially I was dying a lot, of course, right? Like, the very beginning I was dying a lot. But then once I started to figure out, like, when to dodge, how to parry, you know, how the buttons work, and you know, the different stances and things like that, and I started to actually get good at it, like, beating people was actually really fucking rewarding. And I got this, like, I was like, oh my god, I'm getting good at this. Like, I'm actually good at this game. Like, this is cool. Like, I feel like I'm actually improving, you know? Final Fantasy VII was the first RPG I ever played. Ooh, cool. I never played any Final Fantasy games, unless you count Kingdom Hearts. I played Kingdom Hearts as a kid. I don't play it anymore because it's not a fun game as an adult. It's very button mashy. But I did buy it to try to play Kingdom Hearts 3 on the PS4. I wanted to play the one I had for PS2 as a kid. I never beat it. I never beat it as a kid, but I had one for the PS2. It's in the other room somewhere. And I played that one a bunch. I loved the opening scene on the beachy island. I loved that opening bit where where you fight the giant, you know, creature. I played that bit over and over and over again. I never beat the game because I was not very good at it. I kept getting lost and then really bored and annoyed. But I very much enjoyed playing that opening bit over and over and over again before you get to choose, like, do you want to be a mage? Do you want to, like, wield a sword? You know, like that before you get to the selection screen, you know, that opening bit on the island. Do you know what I'm talking about? I think that's just the first Kingdom Hearts game. I think just Kingdom Hearts. I think that's the name of it. Yeah, I loved that opening bit a lot. Can't really play it anymore, though, because the PS2 does not look good on a flat screen television. Yeah. But yeah, I can't play first-person shooter games. I get motion sick with games. I've been getting motion sick with God of War, which is why we're most likely to be splitting streams, like half and half of it gaming, half of it watching stuff for a little bit. Because I do get I've been getting motion sick with God of War, despite changing the settings and stuff on it. And I can only really play it for about 1.5 to 2 hours before it's like, you know, which is why we're here now. I was initially going to save this for tomorrow, and we might do more of this tomorrow, actually. We'll probably start tomorrow with this and then switch to God of War at some point, because I was getting motion sick with that one. I didn't get motion sick with Tsushima, though. I could play that game for 6 goddamn hours, no problem. Loved it. That's another reason I love that game, is because it didn't make me motion sick at all. Like, sometimes I'd finish playing and, like, walk away, and then the motion sickness would come over me after that, once I was, like, looking at the real world again, but never while I was playing the game, which I thought was really weird. But yeah. So, no first-person shooters, sadly, which cuts out a lot of horror games, unfortunately. I'd love to play, like, Outlast or something. I own all of the Outlast games because they were gifted to me years ago, but I cannot play them. Watching people play Outlast makes me sick. Like 30 minutes in, I'm like, oh. Yeah, and they're also quite repetitive as well. I mean, open world games can get repetitive too, but at least their story differs a lot. First-person shooter games don't usually have a lot of good, not always, of course, but they don't have a lot of great storylines when it's just like shoot things. Like Doom. I've got Doom back here, which I don't know why I really bought it, to be completely honest with you. But, you know, I'd love to play more horror games, but I'd have to, like, find short horror games that can be beaten in, like, a couple hours. Because, like I said, horror games are usually in first person, and they always make me motion sick. So, yeah. What was the last open world game? Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima was an open world game. What you mean, Jimmy? The game we played for fucking, like, ever. The remake? What do you mean? What the fuck are you talking about? Yesterday? Oh, Shadow of the Colossus? Shadow of the Colossus, that one? The one we tried yesterday? Hated that shit. I did not enjoy that game. I made it way farther into that game than I did Dolmen, though. I made it way farther in the Shadow than I did Dolmen. I could not do Shadow of the Colossus. I don't know what. The controls were just really pissing me off. I've heard it's like a really well-renowned game that a lot of people love, but I feel like it's one of those games that if you didn't play it when it first came out in like 2005, you know, if you didn't play it on its original console, it's hard to like enjoy the remake. Because in the remake, I didn't like the remake because it looked like it was made for PlayStation 2, just with higher resolution. Because that's what it was. They just, you know, remastered it essentially to play on PS4. I did not like the controls. And the world just wasn't very interesting to look at. So I didn't finish it. I only played it for about an hour and a half. And then I said, no more of this. I fucking hated Dolmen. That one's not open world, but I only played that one for a half an hour before I rage quit that shit because it was really pissing me off. Dolmen is like a Souls type game. It's not in the Souls franchise or anything, but it's got that same like, you die, you go back to the beginning and suck my dick type situation. So, you know what the story is about? For Shadow of the Colossus, it's like you have to like go around fighting these giant creatures. It's okay if I spoil it for you, but like what you find out as you play the game. You've got to like go around and like kill all these giant colossal creatures to like earn a wish or something. You have to like kill a certain amount to redeem a wish. Okay, cool. And like as you do it, you like, you know, you find out later that you're actually a terrible, horrible person who's killing these giant creatures for no actual reason, and that these giant creatures have done nothing wrong ever in their lives, and you're just like the worst. So, which I kind of saw, because like when you approach the first Colossus, it doesn't turn and try to attack you until you shoot it. Like if you just follow it around, it won't attack you. You have to like actively shoot it with your bow first before it will turn and start attacking you. So I actually called it first thing that was like the turn was like, you're the bad guy, that you're just killing these things, these perfectly innocent creatures for your own gain. Now the creature design is really dope. I did look at a gameplay of it to see what the rest of the creature design looked like. The creature design was really cool. And I imagine it looked really fucking cool for 2005. Though I have seen much cooler creatures since then in higher resolution. So it was hard for me to enjoy. It's like I Am Legend of video games. Because, yeah, to a degree, yeah. Just the map. Yeah, the map design was so boring. It was this, like, open, flat, like... just this open, grassy land with no trees, no bushes, no actual grass that sticks up. It's just this grass. It just looks like grass. It's just green. Very PS2. Very PS2. That would be fine on a PS2. That's what everything looked like on PS2. You know, it's fucking 2005. But for a PS4 game, I was, you know, it would have been nice for them to have upgraded it a little bit, you know, instead of just, you know, making it all shiny, you know, making it look nice, you know, making it look like more pixels, you know. Like you said, it's only good if you remember it from back in the day. Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's one of those games, like, it won awards when it came out because people were like, oh, this game is so good. And I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was back then. I'm sure it was. Like, the giant creatures looked fucking great in 480p. Like, oh, Stray. I also played Stray a lot. I've got a lot of hours on Stray because I speedran that for a while. The cat game that came out not too long ago. God, I loved that game. That game was so fun. And pretty. That game was fucking gorgeous. Oh, I'm still not over the colors in that game. The colorings in that game are just... Oh, all the neon and everything is so cool. Plus, there's a meow button. A meow button. Woo! Yep, top 50. Woo. I'm technically in the top 30. I'm like 25 or something. Yeah, I haven't run it in a while, so people have really improved on the time since I played it, since I ran it. And I was in the top 10 at one point, but that was towards the beginning of people running it. And since then, I've dropped drastically in the ranks, which is fine. I don't really care. I was just running it because I was having fun with it. It's not like you win anything if you're number one on the run, you know what I mean? Should we get back to this nonsense? Or, I mean, I'm enjoying our conversations, but something to steer it a little bit, you know? I kind of want to get a stray poster after I move. Not that I need any more wall decorations, but I mean, I really don't need any more wall. This isn't even half of it. You can't even see the rest of it that direction. So, hold on, let me turn on the camera. There, we can see a bit more of it now. Wow. All my Phantom stuff. I got my game stack over here. You can't see them. They're out of frame. Got my Mikasa. And Levi. My Ackermans. On my desk with me. Seems like more empty spots. On the ground, yeah, I picked up a lot of the stuff off the ground. There used to be a lot of stuff in this spot down here on the ground, but I picked all that up and I hung stuff up on the wall back here. You wanna see what my favorite was? And yes, I know my voice is lagging. That's why I don't use the Canon as a webcam. No, I can't reach it. I love this thing so much. I decanted at work. I opened one of these. It didn't say Daddy DeSantis. It just said DeSantis 2024. Make America Florida. And I was like, I need one of these in my life because this is the funniest thing I have ever fucking seen. And then I found one that said Daddy DeSantis, Make America Florida. And I was like, yes, please. I need this for the memes. And to make these even better, I have it hung on my wand that I got at Harry Potter World like 6 years ago. So even better. And it just hung up on my wall behind the camera so that people don't get the wrong idea. I am not a DeSantis supporter. I am very much not a Republican, as we've discussed today. But I needed it for the memes because it makes me laugh every single time I look at it. Every time I've walked into this room since I bought this flag and I've looked at this flag, I have laughed. Every single time. Worth it. Absolutely worth the purchase. But it's specifically hung in a spot where you can't see it when you first log in so that I don't attract the wrong people to my stream. It is ridiculous. Make America Florida. That's the funniest shit. Make America Florida. I've got my Spider-Man shit over there. There used to be a Wonder Woman poster over there. It is now behind the camera because I wanted to put because we were playing Spider-Man at the time, so I wanted to put them up on the wall where you could see them. And then this shark poster over here is Kritzkatz. I'm definitely saying that wrong. Poster. It's a YouTube channel that does like sciencey things. Let me switch back to the so you can actually. We're not out of sync here. And so it's just a bunch of artwork from different people on Etsy and shit, varying from different fandoms I'm a part of, and have been a part of throughout the years. I got a bunch of Funko Pops that are also out of frame, as well as U2s that are out of frame. I've got a Mac Does It U2s. I've got a Chad U2s. I've got several. I've got 2 Klauses from Umbrella Academy. I used to do reaction stuff on YouTube, so I've got a lot of stuff from shows and stuff back there. Hundreds and hundreds of dollars of stuff on that wall. Yeah, the Canon doesn't really get used anymore, but that's okay. Maybe I'll pick up photography again some point in the future. Who knows? Who's to say? And then lately, I need to get a poster for Everything Everywhere All at Once. I need to get a poster for that. I want to get a giant one. Like, I want to get one the size of the Wonder Woman poster that I currently have, which is like 24 by 32 or some shit. It's massive. I want to get a giant Everything Everywhere All at Once poster and hang it up after I move. I'm probably just going to wait till after the move to order one, though. So I can arrange it on my wall appropriately, because Everything Everywhere All at Once is the best movie ever made. Fucking fight me. Yeah. And save for it. I mean, it's not very expensive. If you ordered off Amazon and not through A24, it's pretty cheap. So. Okay, the neighbors are smoking weed. I can tell because it's floating into here from the bathroom. So, because the bathroom is where the scents originate. Like if we leave the bathroom doors closed, it'll essentially turn into like a hot box. So let me light one of these candles. I'm gonna mute it because this lighter makes a really awful sound. Sorry, it makes like a high-pitched screeching noise, so I didn't want to burden you with that. Yeah, I've got a bunch of candles down here. Yeah, more things to make it hot in this fucking room. Yay, now it'll smell all nice in here. Yeah, I fucking hate the smell of weed. I hate that shit so much. I wish weed smelled nice, because I would smoke that shit every fucking day. Instead, I just eat edibles every once in a while. So... That's true. Yeah. A lot of people at work smoke it. So. No snitching, though. I won't tell you who. Yeah, I kept smelling something bad, and I was like, what is that smell? It's not me. I'm clean. What is the smell? And then it finally hit me, because enough of it finally got in here that I was like, oh, it's weed. Okay. Have you tried vape? No, I do not plan to smoke anything that's not marijuana. So, I haven't vaped anything ever, because you never know what's in it. I don't want to vape someone's nicotine or something. But I'll smoke a joint if someone hands me a joint while we're out, you know? Like, if I'm at someone's house and they're like, here's some weed. I'm like, yee. You know, I'll smoke some of that, but... Yeah. We don't smoke here at the apartment because they will charge you if your walls smell like weed when you leave. They will keep your deposit if they can smell cigarette smoke or weed smell on the walls, because it does stick to walls and stuff. So... we don't smoke it here, so that's why I only smoke it when I'm with friends or something and they offer it to me, whether it's in their house, in their car, or outside at work, you know. No, I'm not a big smoker either. Yeah, the taste of weed is ass. Like, I fucking hate the taste of weed, but them edibles, ooh baby, I sleep so good on those. That's usually the only reason I really pop an edible, is if I've got to go to bed early, like really early, and I'm, you know, like if I've got to go to bed like several hours earlier than normal. Like, my normal bedtime is like 4 to 6 a.m. depending on how tired I am. If I've got to go to bed at like 2 in the morning, I got to pop me an edible, because I ain't gonna be able to fall asleep any other way. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. Ooh, I can already smell the smoothie. The smoothie? The fruit smoothie. That's why I said smoothie. It says it's a fruit smoothie flavor. I was like... Finally gonna go to bed, Jimmy? Finally that time. There's no telling how long it's going to take me to get to this video. I'll probably stop after this video, because it'll be after 10 p.m. for me after this video is over. Even if we watched it from here till the end without pausing, it would be after 10. So I'll probably stop after this video, however long it takes. But we will be watching more tomorrow. Normal time, probably 2:30, 3 o'clock tomorrow. We'll probably do Libs of TikTok tomorrow. That'll take us a while. I mean, yeah. But then y'all both voted for this one, so, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. This is probably closer to what will happen after the move, too. This is how long it'll be. Most of the time. I'll probably stream till 10 most days. So, unless I've got, like, plans if I make friends. So.
My legs for any random person. So that is the only...
Oh. Spreading our legs for random people? What am I talking about?
Your perspective and say, okay, my body is my temple, and I don't want to spread my legs for any random person. So
I love how she assumes people who have a lot of sex are just sexing random people. Like, most of the people that I know who have a lot of sex with their individual partner that they aren't married to. It's not just random people. Not everyone's out here whoring themselves out. You know what I mean? No shame to those who are, obviously. Whore yourself out if you want to, queen. You know what I mean? But, like, most of the people I know who have a lot of sex, like I said, have a lot of sex with the same person over and over again. That's not spreading your legs for anyone and everyone. You know what I mean? That's spreading your legs for your partner. Sometimes your fucking married partner.
that is the only
oh yeah, no, I didn't expect you to be
where
doing
I
it.
will reference my my faith, but the rest I think is pretty common sense. I'm gonna keep going a little bit further, and I know I'm gonna upset a lot of people here, but this is my channel. Upsetting people is what I do. So if you consider people that wear condoms, have birth control, you know, have other forms of contraceptive that is meant to prevent pregnancy, but something happens and they still end up conceiving a child, I will still say that the person's priorities are warped. Because again, if you looked at sex as something to reproduce, you wouldn't be having sex in the first place, and you wouldn't have to have...
Okay, so we're just repeating ourselves now. Cool. I won't comment on that again because we've already discussed this. Sex can be for fun. Yeah.
All of these things in place to say, okay, I shouldn't get pregnant if I have sex. So if the condom breaks or the birth control fails, and I still knew that I wasn't capable of taking care of that child, whether it was just my situation in life, economic reasons, whatever, I still have to take responsibility for the fact that I circumvented the reality that
I thought
sex
she was
is
going to get to adoption.
for you to repopulate and not there for you to just pleasure yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like you're kind of avoiding the fact that sex is not there for pleasure. That's a bonus.
But it doesn't have to be. That's a perk of abortion and birth control. Birth control specifically was made so people could have sex without getting pregnant or passing around STDs. That's what birth control is for. So when the birth control fails, meaning you went into sex without, like, understanding that you're using birth control and a condom, so the likelihood of you getting pregnant is basically zero. It's not 0, but it's basically zero. Because you don't want kids yet, or you've already got kids and you don't need more kids, XYZ, whatever reason, and that fails you, you should have the right to scoop that bitch out and throw her away because you did everything you could other than not have sex to avoid having a child. It's not that complicated.
That's a bonus, okay? So now at this point, I'll sometimes hear the argument that, okay, but regardless, women shouldn't have to have kids if they don't feel like they're capable of raising the child, or you know, especially in the context of if you are a teenager and you are sexually active and you have this kid, you shouldn't have to ruin your future by giving birth to this child.
Sounds like a pretty good reason to me.
Both of these are wrong, because part of growing up is maturing.
I'm sorry, did this fucking idiot just say that part of growing up is having a child when you are a child? Is that what this fucking moron just fucking said? Are you fucking psychotic, Gothix? You aren't grown. You're a literal child.
That's part of life. And the mature thing to do would be to take care of that child.
The mature thing to do is to not have kids until you're financially stable. That's the mature thing to do. But because kids aren't mature enough to know not to sex all the time, they might end up pregnant. And in order to protect them from fucking up their entire fucking lives, we have this fun little, simple little procedure called an abortion that can protect them from having kids before they're even old enough to vote. What's wrong with that? What the fuck? Yeah, you literally can't raise a child when you're a child. And even if you're in the position to where, like, you have to help raise your siblings, you shouldn't have to do that. That is not your fucking responsibility as a kid. That is not your responsibility. You are not required to mature to the degree of being able to raise a child until you are an adult. Okay? No. Absolutely not. I know plenty of 30-somethings who are not mature enough to raise a child, let alone a fucking 16-year-old, okay? No. Now Gothix is just saying stupid shit. She's just saying stupid shit.
Especially if you're someone that's a teenager, the mature thing to do is to learn from your mistake.
The mature thing to do is to have an abortion and use a condom next time.
Take care of that child. You know, I saw something, I think it was the Golden Globes, where a celebrity said, I wouldn't have achieved this award or whatever they do in Hollywood if I didn't have the right to choose to have an abortion. She didn't say abortion specifically, but she kind of alluded to the fact that her right to choose, she wouldn't have been able to do that, be a Hollywood star if she didn't have an abortion. And what that person is saying is, if I didn't murder my child, I wouldn't have been a celebrity.
No, that's what people like O.J. Simpson say, is if he didn't murder his wife, he wouldn't be a celebrity. But you're thinking of someone else. You know, that's what the fuck is her name? That bitch who just got that Hulu special? What's her name? The one who murdered her baby and then tried to say it wasn't her and that her dad did it or something? The one who just got that Hulu special and everyone was pissed off about it? I'm blanking on her name. Thank God I'm blanking on her name, to be completely honest. That person pisses me off so fucking aggressively. What is her name? Anyone know? Anyone know what I'm talking about? Mother killed child. Hulu special. No, not Dee Dee. No, she's not a reality TV star. She, like, killed her kid, and then she vanished. And then she didn't report her child missing for, like, a month. And then her mother found, like, the trunk of the car smelled like a body. True crime woman. Fuck. What is her fucking name? Dead. You'll know her name when I say it out loud. Not Dee Dee fucking Blanchard. Let's do news. It might be in news. Hulu True Crime Special. Controversy. Not Murdoch. Not the Murdoch. Her. Casey Anthony. Casey Anthony. This fucking bitch who killed her daughter and got away with it. It was a Peacock special. That's why I couldn't find it. I thought it was on Hulu. Who got a fucking special where she got to sit and talk about it was her dad who did. Bitch, no, it was fucking you. We know it was fucking you. We just got a shitty ass jury who let your bitch ass go. Same as O.J. Simpson. We know he killed that woman. We know he killed her. We all know he killed her. He knows he killed her. He basically admitted to killing her after the fact. And he got away with it. She got away with it as well. She absolutely fucking killed her daughter. I do not fucking care what anybody fucking says. I know I wasn't there. I don't care. The evidence shows she was there. She searched up how to murder before she did the murder. No. Fuck this bitch, okay? First of all, fuck Casey Anthony. She can suck a cock. Unconsensually. She can unconsensually suck a cock. And then she's the one who murdered her child and became a celebrity. That's who did that. No. I know her. She was just up for Best Actress, but she lost to Michelle Yeoh. Michelle Williams, is that her name? Michelle Williams, yes. I only know her name because she was just up for Best Actress, up against Michelle Yeoh. Michelle Williams did not say she murdered her child so she could become a fucking Hollywood star. No, she said if I had not been able to have an abortion, I would not have been in the position to take the roles I've been able to take and become who I am today. Because when you have a child, your life isn't about you anymore. Your life is about that kid. You don't get to pursue your dreams when you have a child because you have to be busy taking care of that fucking child. She's saying, or maybe she said it because she would have died had she not had her abortion. We don't know her situation. You said she didn't even use the word abortion. You said she only inferred it. I think I remember vaguely familiar with the speech you're talking about because I think I remember seeing it. It went viral or whatever. But the amount of people out there who didn't get to pursue their careers, acting or not, because they had kids is an insanely high number. Okay? If we want to talk about women who killed their kids to become famous and then became famous, we can talk about Casey fucking Anthony all fucking day. I hate that bitch so fucking much. And I refuse to watch that special. We might watch it on stream, actually, because that would make for good content. Because she is the worst fucking person, okay? Terrible kind of human being. Terrible human being. Michelle Williams, who I'm very surprised I was able to pull her name up in my head. If she did not have the same first name as Michelle Yeoh, I would not have remembered it. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, that's like getting had I not gotten healthcare treatments when I was sick, I would have had cancer. I would have died of cancer, yeah. Or I wouldn't have had a career. I would have, you know. Yeah, it's the same fucking shit. What's this? Huh? Like murdering actual children, not like abortion? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. At least Casey only killed one child. God damn. I mean, it was her own kid, but still. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Angels of Death. Holy shit. Bitch is lucky she made it out alive. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I find out a nurse killed my baby, especially if it was one I birthed and pushed out of my body, you ain't making it out of the hospital. You're gonna need a doctor once I'm done with you. Hell no. Special place in hell. I don't believe in hell, but special place in hell. You're coming back. You're being reincarnated as an abused animal. That's what you're being reincarnated as. That's what you're being reincarnated as. I hope all these kind of horrible people are reincarnated into those poor animals and get the shit beat out of them every day. All right? That would make me feel better about it. I don't like watching animals get beat up, but if that's what's happening, if that's why that dog's getting beat up, is because the soul inside of them is the soul of these kind of horrible ass human beings, not Gothix specifically, not Gothix, but baby murderers. Fuck that dog up. You know what I mean?
And what that person is saying is, if I didn't murder my child, I wouldn't have been a celebrity.
Abortion isn't child murder. That's an actual crime. Abortion is not child murder. I don't know how to explain this to you. That's like, let's say I took an egg from you, right? Like a chicken egg out of your fridge. I took it from you. And I put it down the disposal, right? And you're like, oh, you just killed my omelet. Bitch, it ain't a fucking omelet. It's a fucking egg, okay? It's a fucking egg. It's not an omelet yet. You gotta cook that shit first. It is uncooked. It ain't a fucking omelet yet, all right? It's a fucking egg, okay? It ain't cooked yet. It's not a goddamn baby, all right? It's a fucking fetus. Does not have thoughts, does not have emotions, does not have fucking feelings, and for all we know, it may not even have a fucking soul yet, if that's something you believe in, okay? No. And even if it did, it's a fucking parasite. And if the person who is allowing that parasite to suckle off of it does not want that fucking parasite anymore, it is their own fucking right to take some dewormer and get the fuck out of there. No. Fuck you, Gothix. Fuck you. Hey.
Whoa! First of all, I have to say that there are
Also,
lots
talk about putting words in people's mouths. Jesus Christ.
of people that have been in really bad situations that have been able to achieve so much success in their life while having a kid. Those people...
Good for them. Good for fucking them. They made the choice to keep their kid. Or maybe they were forced to keep their kid, and against all odds, still made it. Good for fucking them. Not everyone can do that. Not everyone could survive a fucking pregnancy, Gothix.
People exist. There are lots of them, and not all of them are privileged people that are brought up in rich households. Not all of them. Where there's a will, there's a way. So it comes down to what is more important to you? Is you being
The
sexually
right to choose is what is more important to me. Gothix. That's it.
active and pleasuring yourself and being a celebrity more important, or is you taking care of this child that you created more important?
No. Fulfilling my destiny and living my life is more important than allowing the fucking, and pleasuring yourself. Yeah, God forbid someone pleasure themselves and do stuff for themselves. God forbid. No, Gothix. Doing shit for yourself, taking care of yourself, is more important than allowing the parasite growing inside of you to take over your fucking life. Okay? Okay? Because that's what it is. At the stage that I believe 95% of abortions happen, it is simply a clump of cells that cannot breathe, speak, hear, eat, fucking touch its goddamn motherfucking toes. It doesn't even have fucking toes yet. So you can suck a dick. Because that won't get you pregnant.
If you say the first, then your priorities are kind of mixed up.
No, my priorities are just fucking fine. Thank you very much.
Speaking about murder, I think we should actually...
We could speak about murder, but we haven't been speaking about murder so far. But if you want to move on to murder, we can. We can talk murder. That's fine.
Call it that. I think a big part of why abortion has become such a sort of like the first resolution for an unplanned pregnancy is because it's been softened with...
It's not the first solution for an unplanned pregnancy. It is a solution for an unplanned pregnancy. It's not the first option. Also, Plan B is a form of abortion, but we don't think of it as that. So technically, Plan B is most people's first step when they find out they're pregnant by accident. Or against their will, or when they didn't want to be. They go buy some Plan B, which is an abortion pill, but it's not what we think of when we think of an abortion, you know? When we think of an abortion, we think of a medical procedure where you go into a doctor and they do a procedure on you, you know. That's what we think of when we think of an abortion. But Plan B is an aborticide. That's what it is. It's what its function is. It's just very early on and only works for some people if you're of a certain weight and at a certain stage of pregnancy.
This word abortion, instead of just saying what it is, it's murder.
It's not murder.
And when I hear the argument that it's a woman's right to choose if she's incapable of having a child, like she's not in the position to have that child, you know what I think of?
Let's put it this way, right? Let's say your best friend has a failing kidney, right? And instead of being put on a dialysis machine, they hook their kidneys up to your kidneys against your will. You know, you love your best friend. You love them a lot. You would do anything for them. But you get hooked up and function as their dialysis machine without being asked, right? Do you have the right to then say, I don't want to be hooked up to this person? I feel like everyone would say, yeah, that's fucked up. So why is it different for this? Why is it different here? That's essentially what is happening. You are offering your life force to another creature against your will. That other creature, if it is not a wanted pregnancy, is by definition a parasite. That is what it is. If you don't want it there, it is a parasite at that point. That's what it is. That's what it is.
When I hear that, I'm a big fan of these First 48 type of shows, like the docu-series types where they'll investigate criminals and they'll have undercover footage of wives talking to undercover officers who are trying to hire hitmen to take out their husband because instead of owning up to the fact that...
You mean the one time that happened? I know the Digilirio or whatever the fuck it is. Woman tries to hire hitman to get a husband. That's the t-shirt. Yeah. Dippolito. Dalia Dippolito. Dippolito. Why are you mentioning Dippolito? Why you mention them? Why are you bringing them up? How are they relevant? I'm interested to see how the Dippolito is relevant.
If they're going to have to shell out some cash to actually do this divorce, they want to instead kill the husband so they can avoid what? personal responsibility. That's
No, it's because they're fucking psychopaths who want the husband's money so they can go fuck another dick. That's what that is. It's a purely, it's hiring a hitman to kill somebody for their money is not the same thing as getting a fucking abortion. Yeah, they did get Tiller killed. This lovely man who saved women's lives by performing abortions when they asked, got fucking assassinated by a bunch of fucking psychopaths who had been worked up into a frenzy thinking that this man was murdering babies when he was in fact just doing his goddamn job as a healthcare provider. Yeah. Her trying to compare literal murder to fucking abortion is just so crazy. Yeah, stochastic terrorism. That's what it fucking is. That's what it fucking is. That's so much of our fucking society these days.
that's exactly what I think of it when I hear that. So now you might be thinking,
Well,
why does this
you're the deranged one, Gothix, so...
chick care about abortions or what other people do with their body? Why
Yeah, why do you care?
do I even care?
Why?
Well, just like thousands, actually, I think millions.
I'm gonna tell you what she's gonna say. Just like I care that people don't kill each other, I care about abortion. I bet that's what's gonna be.
Like millions of people went out marching in the street for George Floyd or all these social
What'd I
justice
tell you?
movements, people that they have no direct connection to. I'm going to do the same thing, but just sitting here comfortably in my studio.
Night,
and
Jimmy.
also, to just tackle back onto that social
See you
justice
tomorrow.
comment, a lot of people that I find who advocate for abortions are also the types that will advocate against stuff like systemic racism and white supremacy
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. With that in mind,
Yeah. Yeah. Because systemic racism and white supremacy are bad. But a woman's right to choose is good. Yeah, good job.
let's consider a scenario, all right? Let's play pretend for a second, and let's just say I was an evil dictator that wanted to annihilate a specific race, okay?
Oh my
and
god. Oh my. Is she about to Kanye this shit? Is she really about to Kanye this right now? Is she really about to Kanye this right now? I'm going to predict what she's going to say. She's going to say that it's like, what is it? Like 5 million or whatever. Like the biggest killer of black babies is abortion or whatever the fuck. Like the number is. Is that where we're about to go right now? Gothix, for the love of God. Don't. I thought race wasn't a thing. I thought racism wasn't real.
the way that I would do this would be to utilize something that's already been normalized, murdering one's child, and then I would set up
Oh yeah, because baby killing is totally normal. Yeah. Totally normal. Yeah, we don't lock people up for murdering their kids. That's not a thing.
facilities in areas that specific race would predominantly reside in. And I would just let it happen.
I'm just going to let her roll with this before I tackle it, because I can tackle it pretty quickly. So I'm going to let her get through her whole spiel first.
And actually, if you look into this, you will see that there are some races that are aborting their child at a higher rate than other races. And this is an evildoer's fantasy, and it's actually happening. So I just wanted to say that very quickly, because I think if we're talking about white supremacy and systemic racism and all this stuff, you can't have that discussion until you consider how many people are willing to just murder their own child and decrease the population of that specific race that you're trying to help. Now,
Are you done? Okay, she's done. She's done with that. Okay, so she brought up white supremacy and systemic racism there at the end. Yeah, what she's talking about, the reason there are more abortion clinics in generally black areas is because of systemic racism. And not for the white supremacy reasons you're thinking of. The reason is people who are impoverished tend to end up with unplanned pregnancies more often. And guess who tends to be very impoverished in this country? Black people. Poor people tend to need abortions more than rich people. Plus, rich people can go get abortions wherever the fuck they want because they have money. So, and black people are systemically poor because of our systemic racism, because they were subjugated to chattel fucking slavery for 250 years, and then another 100 years of direct out racism and segregation. So 350 years of direct systemic out and about racism built into the fabric of this country. Black people have been subjugated to racism longer than this country has been a country. And then when we finally freed them from slavery, we didn't pay them their dues. We didn't give them their 4 acres and a mule, their 40 acres and a mule. We didn't give them that. So they were set back 250 years from everybody else. Then in those following 100 years, they worked hard to build themselves up. And then when they would make a thriving black community where they made money, like Black Wall Street in Tulsa, white people and fucking KKK would come in and burn it all down. Then we have redlining. Then we have the policing system. And then we have the way our government is run. Every single square inch of our society is steeped in systemic racism to a degree that is so fucking insane that every single time I watch another John Oliver video, I'm like, I didn't realize that this had racism in it. Like, the fucking housing market has goddamn fucking racism in it. So, of course, the black people are going to get more abortions. But guess what? Black people are also the second largest growing population in the country after Hispanic people. Crazy, right? You'd think the people getting the most abortions would be growing the slowest. You're fucking wrong. Because most black people who get abortions already have fucking children. They already have kids. And they've already had kids since they were 16. Yeah, they literally bombed Tulsa with planes. They literally bombed Tulsa with planes and massacred everyone who fucking lived there. I just started watching Watchmen last night, so I got to watch their recreation of Tulsa in the first episode. And the fact that we didn't even know about the Tulsa massacre, I didn't even know about it till a few years ago. I didn't even know it was a thing. You know what I mean? I didn't even know it existed. I didn't even know that was the thing. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know about Juneteenth until very recently. Like until when it was made a holiday. Like I didn't know about it. I didn't know about any of this shit because they don't fucking teach us anything, which is why we're trying to integrate black history into our schools, because you cannot have this country without black history. Without black history, there is no America, because so much of our history is steeped in the way we treated black people throughout, like I said, fucking slavery in this country was around longer than our country was. Like it started before this country became a country. But we don't fucking teach enough about it. We don't teach about it. We don't teach about everything that happened after slavery, between slavery and desegregation. We don't teach about that shit. We talk about desegregation as if it was like 500 years ago. It was like 60 years ago. There are people who are alive today who have direct, vivid memories of segregation. Like, it was not long. It wasn't even 2 generations ago. My dad was born the year segregation was outlawed. My father, was born the year the law was signed. Okay? That's how recent it was. So of course black people haven't caught up yet. How could they have? If black people had caught up by now, that would have been proof of God, okay? That's how absolutely unlikely that would have been. Proof of God, I'm telling you. Yeah, they act like it's fucking ancient history. This was literally like yesterday. It was closer to yesterday than it was ancient history. Yeah, MLK would still be alive if they hadn't assassinated him. But we teach it in schools and talk about it as if it's like the beginning of our society. As if it was like the founding of the country. It wasn't. It wasn't that long ago. And yes, you want to bring up the fact that there are more abortion clinics in black neighborhoods. There is a reason for that. And it's not because we're trying to get rid of black people. That's not why they're there. They're there because black people are the ones who fucking need the abortions more. Because black people are the ones who can't afford to travel 4 states over to get an abortion like a lot of white people can. Not every white person can, of course. Speaking generally here. And I'm kind of surprised I didn't call her bringing up this talking point, to be completely honest. I should have expected it, if I'm being honest here. I should have expected it. Should have seen it coming. I know. But that's why. That's why it's there. It is there because of systemic racism. And I know Gothix doesn't believe in systemic racism because she's a successful black woman, so how could there possibly be systemic racism?
Reality in mind, I care deeply about this situation because when I think about people advocating for, like I said, systemic racism and stuff like that, a lot of people don't go far back enough to find out how we got to this position. The reason we got to this position is because people view sex as something that's for pleasure as opposed to something that is made to reproduce. If everyone...
I'm sorry, she just skipped back from systemic racism back into the abortion talk. I'm so confused. Yeah, it's very Candace Owens. It's giving very Candace Owens, except Candace Owens is a better speaker and is much better at giving the talking points. Yes, this was a year ago. Gothix has gotten better at it since then, but, you know.
Just prevented themselves. They had the self-control to say, no, I'm not going to have sex until I am married and the person that I'm with is actually someone I want to reproduce with. We wouldn't have these conversations. Because the other side of this is people...
Again, that's just not a thing. That's not a thing. What is this? She had a chat with Ariel Scarcella.
Okay.
Alright, so what are we talking about?
No fucking way. How old is this? Holy shit. They're gonna talk so much about trans people in this. It's so long though, and there's no, oh, it's so long though. This would take us a 10-hour stream to get through. I have to save it though. I have to save it though. No way. They're going to talk about transness as if, oh, we're normalizing mental issues. Like, yeah, we should normalize mental issues. Mental issues are normal. It is unlisted. Oh, we have to watch this. Honestly, Ed, if you're up for it, we could go into it tonight. Because it'll be a multi-stream or endeavor, this hour-and-a-half long video. Jesus goddamn Christ. With the turfiest of turfs, the leader of the YouTube lesbian turfs, and whatever the fuck Gothix is supposed to be. Oh, live chat replay's not available. Disappointing. Okay, sorry. Back to this. But that wasn't even what I clicked on it for. They don't want you safe. They want you. What is this about?
I want to speak to the choir right now.
It's unfortunate. She has a really nice voice. It doesn't say what it's about.
I want to speak to my supporters.
Speak faster.
Or maybe not even my supporters. Maybe people that just came across this channel and we're on the same page as far as the tyranny that is engulfing society. Perhaps you also see the iceberg coming, as I do. And I want to speak to you.
Yeah, it's a giant Trump-shaped iceberg, but we're probably looking at different ones.
I get it. You're tired.
So
You're exhausted. You're drained. You're fed up. You're ready
Dude, you're genuinely. She's not wrong. She's spitting facts right now.
to give up. I have my days too, where I wake up and I'm like, oh, this again? This nonsense, this never-ending nightmare?
Literally the entirety of Trump's presidency. Every single day, I was like, oh my God, what did the orange man tweet? Oh my God.
When are we going to get to a place where we can move around society freely and not be judging people based on who's vaccinated or who's an ally and not be talking about politics or genderqueer theory and all this garbage? I get it. You're tired. You're exhausted. I'm with you. But I need you to not give up. And I need you to stand with me because I don't have an answer for when this nightmare is going to be over. But I do know it will never be over if we don't stand up and push back against the elites.
She's still talking too slow.
I want to talk to...
She's still talking too slow. Talk faster.
The other guys. My non-supporters, my haters, my
Talk faster.
favorites political commentators that will make infinite videos about how much Gothix is lying and she's wrong and she's uneducated, she's spreading wrong information, she's giving cover to white supremacists and bigots, she's a transphobe, she's this, she's that. I get it. You don't like me. First of all, thank you so much for making those videos because I'm clearly being shadow banned by YouTube, so I need all the extra clout tokens I can get to help amplify my message of liberty and common sense. So, muchos gracias.
But you don't have any common sense. That's a problem. You are extremely lacking in common sense. What the fuck are you talking about? Half of the shit you say is nonsense, not common sense. Sorry, please continue.
Now, aside from that, I think the behavior of my haters, the act of...
Iceberg with a pride flag on it. Sorry, that is just the funniest visual image. It's It's just the Titanic, just with the USA stapled on the side, just barreling at a rainbow-colored iceberg. As if it's the gays who are the biggest problem in this country. It's the gays. Ah, the gays.
Making videos to inform their audience of how much Gothix is incorrect about Marxism, how much Gothix is incorrect about communism.
She probably is incorrect about Marxism. Most people are incorrect about Marxism. Marxism isn't as bad as people give it a rap for, so.
I think that your behavior...
Communism isn't as bad as people give it a rap for either, but communism doesn't work by itself. We know this. But communism in and of itself as an ideology is not bad. Communism has been painted by this country as a terrible, terrible, horrible, awful, awful, terrible thing, and has also been synonymized with socialism for some reason, even though those are two different ideologies. But it's not as demonic as people paint it. It's not the best form of government. Obviously, we know this. We've seen it fail over and over again. But the idea behind it isn't like evil in its entirety, if that makes any sense. But
will be an amazing case study in the future for psychologists to understand exactly what happens when propaganda is force-fed to a young, emotionally immature, and naive mind.
Oh, we're talking about Fox News now? I mean, we said young minds. No young person watches Fox News. Sorry.
So keep making that content, boob.
We could watch some Fox News. I fucking love watching Fox News clips. It is so, especially Tucker Carlson. I love watching Tucker Carlson clips because he is so crazy. This man is so fucking off his rocker. It is impressive how far off the edge Tucker Carlson is. Man complaining about how unsexy the M&Ms are. He can't fuck the M&Ms anymore. She's not in the high heels anymore. How am I supposed to fuck the M&M if she's not wearing high heels?
Boo, you're going to be a great case study in the future. Now, let's get down to business.
Oh yeah, I probably am. I'm a trans guy, so probably.
America is in the middle of a communist takeover. America is in the middle of a tyrannical takeover. America is literally...
She's right about the tyranny, but, mean and age of Fox News viewer is 65. Yep.
At war at this very moment, but half the population doesn't see it, as I've just described right now. But if you watched my previous video I uploaded, titled America's Feelings Are Being Weaponized, you might have a better understanding of why that is. A few months ago, there was a Republican congresswoman that got in trouble for quoting Hitler.
Yeah.
She later apologized for quoting him, and I wish she didn't because she and I know that she was 100% correct in...
No one should be allowed to quote Hitler except to say this guy was wrong. If you can't find a different quote, you're a Nazi. There's nothing good Hitler ever said that someone else didn't also say. Okay? Can we make that clear? All right? If you found something Hitler said that makes sense and was a good thing that he said and he was right, I guarantee you can find someone who isn't Hitler to quote saying it instead. Okay? And if you can't put it in the Google search and type it in, you're a Nazi. Okay? You don't quote Hitler. We don't do that, okay? You quote Hitler in Germany, guess what happens? They lock your ass up, okay? As they should. I wish we could get the German police over here. They'd lock up half our fucking population. The half of our population that needs to be locked up, not the half that are currently in prison. And there is no communism in this fucking country. What are you talking about? Tyranny, on the other hand, yeah, the Republicans are doing their best on that, but there is no communism here. I know she means socialism. She thinks she's talking about socialism, but socialism and communism are not the same thing. And also, the socialist movement is really not making the progress that I wish it was in this country. That's not going to happen until Gen Z gets a bit older. Unfortunately, we have to age up a bit before that's going to happen. All these old fuckers who are watching Fox News have to die out first before we're going to make any progress on that. So there's probably a good 20 years before that happens. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to wait on that. We're not going to get socialized medicine. We're not going to get free anything. We're not going to free anything for at least the next 20-something years. At the very minimum. If we get it in our lifetime, it'll be 20 years from now at the earliest. Because every single member of Gen Z needs to be able to vote, and a very large portion of them need to be able to run for office before any of that is going to change. So I heard that Twitter instituted the algorithm they have for Germany. They'd have to ban almost all Republican politicians. Yeah, because Germany does not put up with Nazi sympathy. They don't do that. You know why? Because they ain't trying to start a third world war. They ain't trying to let another Hitler come up and fuck their shit up, okay? Because Germany suffered the most in World War II. In terms of countries, Germany had it the worst because that's where the rot started, okay? The rot started in Germany. They had it the hardest. They were hit the hardest by it because it was rooted there. Their entire government was torn down by it and replaced by fucking Nazis, a lot of which against the will of other German citizens. So Germany, in an effort to attempt to make up for the fact that they murdered a fuck ton of people, don't put up with Nazi sympathies because it is not okay to sympathize with Nazis. It is okay to sympathize with basically anyone the fuck else, all right? Anyone the fuck else. Nazis, though, no. No. We don't do that. No. 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 We don't do that. We just don't. Especially not in Germany. Yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene, executed on the spot. I wish. No. There's not even half a percent of a chance that Marjorie Taylor Greene would have even been allowed to walk around the street, let alone run for office in Germany. And some people might say, well, it's her right. It's her right of free speech. No, it's not. No, I disagree. You don't get the right to say Hitler was correct. No. Arrested. Prison. Okay? Fucking prison. Prison. Where is it?
Get in the bin.
Fucking prison. No. You don't quote Hitler. We shouldn't have to say that at this point. She got in trouble for quoting Hitler because she couldn't find anyone else who said the same thing to quote instead. That's why you get in trouble for quoting Hitler. Because like I said, there's not a single thing Hitler said that made sense that someone else didn't also say. All right? If you need to, have one of your famous friends go out and quote Hitler without knowing that they're quoting Hitler, and then quote them in your speech, okay? Go say, hey, Hitler said this thing, but I don't want to quote Hitler because he was a terrible fucking person, but he did make a good point on this one thing, and I can't find someone else who said it. So could you, say that in your speech tonight? Just like reword it a little bit so it doesn't sound like you're quoting Hitler, so then I can quote you when I give my speech in a couple months. Just organize it a little better. Jesus Christ, put some effort into hiding the fact that you're a fucking Nazi.
Saying this. And what she said specifically was the following. Whoever has the youth has the future. She goes on to say, our children are being propagandized. And if you are a parent that's already pulled your...
No, our grandparents are being propagandized, actually. If you've not heard of it, it's the most popular news network in the country. It is called Fox News. It is beloved by white supremacists and Nazis who have out and proudly come out and said that they watch Tucker Carlson once for fun and then once again to study the things that he says. The leader of the KKK has said that in interviews multiple times.
your kid out of public schools, you already understand this. You have critical race theory, queer theory.
Critical race theory is not... Critical race theory is an optional elective in law school, okay? Teaching children about racism is not critical race theory, okay? Teaching children our actual history of our shitty motherfucking racist ass country is not critical race theory. Critical race theory is the name of a law elective in law school to get your law degree in college. It is not a normal class that people have. If you're having a problem with what elementary schoolers are being taught in terms of race, your problem is with history. It's not with critical race theory. It's with history. Because at the end of the day, our history lessons have been whitewashed since the day they were incepted. And that needs to stop. The shit I was taught in school was not enough. I was not taught about the Tulsa Massacre. I was not taught about the KKK to the extent I should have been taught about it. I knew it existed, but that was basically it. I knew black people experienced racism back in the day, but that was it. I never learned about all these things that are a part of our lives on a daily basis that affect the people around us, that affect my black friends that I grew up with on a daily basis. I was not taught about them. I did not understand them. And I am a Gen Z, okay? So imagine what it's like being a Gen X or a millennial who would have had even worse education in it. God forbid we teach kids that racism is still a thing. Racism is still here. It's just like alcoholism. You can't fix the problem unless you acknowledge that there is a problem. We can't fix racism without teaching our kids that it is even there. Kids need to know racism is still around so they cannot do the racism. Because racism is embedded into every single piece of our society, as well as things like homophobia. They are buried in our media. They are buried in our textbooks. They are buried in our fucking newscasts. It's everywhere. But we can't expect that to ever get better if we don't teach future generations about it. I know Republicans have heard history repeats itself. Okay? We know this. You have to learn about history, otherwise it's going to repeat itself. That's why we teach about this shit. That's why we're trying to do better about it, to put this curriculum into schools. We're trying to teach people that queer people exist. That's it. Queer people exist. Don't kill them for being queer. That's what we're trying to teach children. That's it. That's the end of it. You can have 2 mommies. You can have 2 daddies. That's perfectly fine. That's it. No one is teaching children how to have gay sex. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Oh. If you want a good example of how our history has been so whitewashed, Christopher Columbus Day has only recently been brought up for question as to why the fuck we're celebrating that racist asshole. Christopher Columbus, by all accounts, was a horrible person to everyone around him, white or not. He murdered and raped tons of people, not to mention literally bringing actual, hell down upon Native Americans. Now, granted, not all of that was on purpose. He didn't know he was dropping a fucking germ bomb on them, although we did purposely drop smallpox blankets on them. That was on purpose. But, Christopher Columbus was a horrible person by all accounts, including his fucking friends. His friends said he was a dickbag. So why does he get a day? That is a national holiday. And people are like, well, he found that country, he found America. No, he fucking didn't. People were already here. No one fucking found America, okay? It was already here. People were already living here. He didn't do anything special other than murder a bunch of people, which in the day and age really wasn't very special, to be completely honest. Genocide, not very rare back then. In the day and age of discovering continents that people were already living on. Sorry, I got a little worked up there.
These nonsensical theories that teach white kids to feel sorry for something their ancestor did, or this imagined...
No one is teaching white kids to feel sorry for something their ancestors did. I don't feel bad for being white, okay? I have never enslaved anybody. I have never owned a slave. I have never wished to own a slave. I have never bought a person. I have never called any black people the N-word. I have never done overt racism, okay? I don't feel bad for being white. I don't know if my ancestors owned slaves. Fuck them if they did, okay? Be like Anderson Cooper, all right? Be like Anderson Cooper, who found out that one of his ancestors was killed by one of the slaves he owned with a backhoe. And Anderson Cooper said, that is fucking awesome. That's what we're teaching. We are teaching white kids that their ancestors, most of the time, were shitty fucking people. Now, for the times where they shitty fucking people, maybe not. But they owned human beings as fucking slaves. That's not okay. It's not your fault that they did that, just like it's not your fault you're here. It's not your fault that you're white. It's not your fault that you're breathing right now. That is not on you. No one is teaching them that they're bad because they're white, or teaching black kids that they're bad because they're black. That is not a thing we're teaching in schools, okay? We are teaching these children that their ancestry is important. that the way our country came to be is important and still affects them every single day because of the amount of melanin in their skin. We are teaching them that because they are white, they're not going to struggle the same as their black friends. And that's not their fault. It's not their black friends' fault, but it's a problem that needs to be fixed. We aren't teaching that to elementary schoolers also, I should add. That's the kind of shit you teach middle school and high schoolers, okay? They're not teaching that shit in fucking elementary school. What they're teaching them in elementary school is love everybody. Gay, straight, black, white. That's what we're teaching elementary schoolers, okay? It doesn't get more complicated than that, okay? That's pretty much the extent of it. The stuff you're talking about is stuff that they teach in middle and high school, okay? That's what they're trying to do. Is teach people to care about each other so we can fix the problem in this world. The problems in this world. Because nothing is going to get done if we don't teach our kids that there is something wrong. That's why Gen Z is considered so aggressive and considered so revolutionary, with lack of a better word. Because Gen Z, we were raised on technology. And now I'm one of the older Gen Zs, okay? I was born before the year 2000, barely, by a couple months. But I was technically born in the 90s. So I grew up without a cell phone. I didn't get a cell phone until 5th grade. But from then on, technology was in my hand every second of my life. And there are kids who are Gen Z who were born after the iPhone, okay? After the iPhone was like popular and everyone had one, okay? And in the age of the internet, we have had infinite access to information. And because of that, we are one of the most educated generations at the youngest ages that has ever been, because we aren't subjugated to just textbooks or having to go read books at the library. We can Google, was George Washington a piece of fucking trash? And we will find 80 different articles telling us how George Washington fucked his slaves, okay? That is why Gen Z is so annoying. That's why we are so annoying. Because we know we have all the information we could ever need at our fingertips. We have access to professional studies. We have access to unprofessional articles. We have access to photographs of anything and everything you could ever dream or imagine. We have access to an obscene amount of knowledge. And with that knowledge, a lot of us have decided, hey, what I learned in school was not true or as well-rounded as it should have been. The things I learned in school have not helped me a goddamn bit. We get to 20-something years old and learn about something as insanely important as the Tulsa Massacre from a television show based on a comic book. Most people that I know learned about the Tulsa Massacre from Watchmen, okay? How fucked up is that? That's so fucked. That's so beyond fucked. Like, I can't even describe to you how fucked that is. The fact that we had to learn about a massive historical event, the decimation of Black Wall Street, through a fictional TV show based on a goddamn comic book, is fucked. That should have been a week's worth of lessons in history class, okay? Along with other examples of that exact situation happening, because it happened all over the country. It wasn't just in Tulsa. It's just the biggest one. But Gen Z, we know how to use the internet better than millennials. Millennials grew up in the early days, right? In the early days of the beginnings of technology. They didn't grow up fucking neck deep in it like we did, okay? We know how to use the internet better than anybody on this fucking planet. And we fucking use it, okay? Gen Alpha, y'all better look out for those hoes. Dear fucking God. Those fuckers are in school now. How weird is that? Gen Alpha is in school now. Doesn't that make you feel old? Makes me feel old. Like, and it's just... She likes to say she's not a conservative. She likes to say she's, like, politically homeless, which is just not true. She's a conservative. She uses every conservative talking point you could use on every subject. You're a conservative. I don't know what to tell you. If you use the talking points of that side, you're on that side. If your beliefs align with that side, you're on that side. If it sounds like a frog and it hops like a frog and it looks like a frog, it's a fucking frog. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not right-wing. I disagree with everything Trump says and everything the Republicans say. And I really like sucking Mitch McConnell's cock. I really love that. It's my favorite thing to do. That's what these people sound like. Truly. Yeah. 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 Christopher Columbus was an absolutely terrible, horrible, awful motherfucker. And we did not know. I did not know that. I was not taught that. I had Columbus Day every goddamn year growing up. We always learned about Christopher Columbus sailing the ocean blue in 1900, whatever the fucking year was. 1842, 1740, whatever the fucking year was, okay? I don't remember the rhyme anymore. Thank God. On the Mayflower and all that stupid fucking nonsense. Every single goddamn year. But you know what we never were fucking taught, even in high school? How he was the worst. The worst. The worst. And even back then, he was the worst. People in that day and age thought he was a shitty person. Do you know how shitty you have to be considered a shitty person by people in the 1700s? In the 1700s? That is a bar. I'll tell you, a bar. Woo, a bar. All right. I'm done with this video. I just wanted to know what it was about. I know now. I don't need it anymore in my life. Back to abortion.
Will say, well, what happens when someone has the child that they didn't want and now they're stuck with that kid and they live in poverty and yada, yada, yada. Okay, well, this is what I'm saying. If you looked at sex as something that was meant for reproduction, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
But we are having this conversation, Gothix, so can we have the conversation instead of saying, well, we could have stopped it if we just didn't think about it. Can you stop repeating your stupid nonsense over and over again and just actually, you know, talk about it as if, okay, we're already pregnant, it's too late, you can't undo it, what do we do now?
We have to also be honest with ourselves that there are lots of resources and people available.
This video didn't need to be this long. This video doesn't need to be 26. She just keeps saying the same thing over and over again. Like she talked about sex for pleasure, like back here. She talked about sex for pleasure in the rape section of her video. Can we just talk about that for a second? What the fuck's that about?
That are willing to either take that child off of that mother's hands or help financially
There it
support
is.
that child.
There it is.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
There it is.
What is the most
There it
important
is.
thing to you? That is the question.
Told you.
I know lots of people that are unable to have kids that would gladly take a child
There
off
it
of
is.
someone's
is.
hands that didn't want the kid.
There it is.
And anyone that tells
Told
you
you I'm not
otherwise
pausing
that,
it
oh, once
for
the
this.
kid is born, nobody cares about them. Anyone that says that, they're liars. They are lying to your
Oh,
face.
that I gotta
In
talk
my-
about. That I gotta talk about. The welfare system is ass. The childcare system is ass. Our educational system is ass. The daycare system is ass. CPS does not do its fucking job, even in situations where it absolutely should have done its motherfucking job. I could go on. But I'm not gonna, because we've discussed this a little bit already, and I said I wasn't gonna pause it, but I paused it anyways. Here we go. Continue.
Best case scenario, abortions would be illegal. It's amazing.
Let's hope not.
But
I mean, it
I'm not
currently
in that
is in a lot of places.
situation to make that a reality. And if I even were in that situation, I still wouldn't outright get rid of them. It would be a slow process. And let me explain why.
They never
because I know
go
a lot
away.
of people that are probably rooting for me up until this.
You can't go away. You can't make it go. Abortions will never go away. You can make them fully illegal. You could make it the most illegal thing to do in the country, and they will still happen. They will still happen. It's just more people will die from them. I don't know why people don't seem to understand that.
This point, they're like, no. Let me explain why. I would want to ensure that that person learned from their mistakes and they understood that sex is meant to reproduce and that aborting a child isn't
Okay.
going to actually take
I'm gonna-
away
we're gonna
any
go a
of the
little faster
trauma
here.
or it's not going to undo a mistake, right? I would want to make sure that I train their brain so that they don't do it in the future or they don't pass this rhetoric
she's just
off to
repeating
someone
herself
else.
again,
There
so.
would be complete pandemonium and chaos.
Plus,
for
when she
women's
repeats herself, it makes me have to repeat myself because I have to continue refuting her nonsense over and over again, so I don't appreciate that. So,
activists because abortions would be made illegal. I think that instead of pulling the plug cold turkey, there should be a slow process to this. In the same way that a drug addict, if a drug addict, someone that, you know, is shooting up heroin 5 times a day, just randomly stopped, they would probably go insane. They might start having adverse effects physically. They could end up dying, right? So
is
we
she
don't
comparing abortion to a heroin addiction right now? Is that what's going on? Is that what's happening right now? Is she comparing abortion to heroin addiction right now? Okay.
to do that. If I were in charge of legislation, I would say, okay, first things first is I would change the definitions from abortion to just calling it murder. Because I believe part of the problem of why society has normalized abortion.
You can't kill something that's not alive. Is chopping down trees murder? Right. Right. Imagine comparing someone on insulin to a crackhead, right? Is cutting down trees murder? Is it? We're ending life. We consider trees to be alive, right? So why is cutting down trees not murder? Is it because they don't have thought? We should wean off that insulin. I mean, a lot of people have to because they can't afford their insulin, but that's a whole other thing. I feel like that's a good comparison, actually, for the trees thing. I think, why is it cutting down trees isn't considered murder, but abortion is? I think if you think abortions are murder, you have to turn around and say chopping down trees is murder, because trees are alive. Trees are alive in every aspect. They eat, they drink, they breathe. They're alive. More so, in my opinion, than the fucking cells that are a fetus. But we don't consider chopping down trees murder. Why is that? I'm just starting to sound like fucking Tucker Carlson right now.
Abortions is because it softens the blow by saying abortion instead of just saying, okay,
we're just asking questions.
You want to murder your child. If people had to actually repeat that back to them, I think psychologically it would make them consider it a little bit more before actually.
But this thing growing inside of me, Gothix, is not my child. This isn't my child. It's not my child. I have no children. The thing growing inside of me is not my child. It is a parasite that is feeding off of me against my will. It is not a child. I'm going to try to limit how much I respond because it's just the same shit over and over again.
Going through with it or recommending
I'm
it
gonna
to
make
someone
her
else.
faster
Another thing
as
that I
well.
would do in this scenario would be I would ensure that the abortion clinics were spaced out further apart. There shouldn't be one in, like, there shouldn't be 5 in one city. Like, that is ridiculous. I'm talking like 3,000 miles or something like that. Like, it should be far apart. So
Did she just say 3,000? Does she not understand how big the... Let's see what's gonna happen. Let's don't think I need to say anything, actually. I think I've succeeded. There. Yeah, I think I've made my point. Yep. I've made my point. What a fucking moron.
that it stops the person from looking at that as an easy solution. They say, I don't have the money or I don't have the time to go get this done. So
if you don't, okay. If you don't have the money or time to get an abortion, how the fuck are you gonna have the money or time to raise a child? Explain that one to me, Gothix. Explain that one to me. I swear these people are fucking morons. How did you graduate high school?
maybe I'll think
I mean,
twice
high school doesn't teach you the shit it's supposed to, so maybe that's what it is.
about this. Another thing would be to increase the price of abortions so that it's, oh, okay, well, if it's going to cost me $4,000 to get this abortion,
So she wants to pay all abortion. So only rich people can get abortions then.
might think twice about actually doing this. Yeah, it's going to you're going to put people in that tough situation where they say, okay, do I pay my rent? Do I pay my bills? Or do I get this abortion done? But over time, it would cause a lot of this rhetoric to decrease, because you're not going to, willingly promote something to someone that's going to cost a shit ton of money, or it's going to take a lot of time out of their week to go and travel to get this thing done. And I think a big part of why abortions is so normalized as it is because they are so inexpensive and so readily available. I know someone personally that has had 5 abortions. I'm not even joking. 5. And they had 5 because the abortions are so easily accessible. When people know that there is something
Good for them. Good for them.
that they can lean on, they're going to lean on that instead of taking responsibility, because why? Personal responsibility and self-ownership is difficult for a lot of people. People would rather do whatever they want with no repercussions instead of saying, okay, I made a mistake, let's learn from this mistake, right? And I guarantee you, if this person that I know had the first abortion at a price of $5,000, I don't think they would do it again. They would probably think twice before hooking up with someone randomly at a club.
$5,000? $5,000. Do you know how many people have access to $5,000 at a moment's notice? Like 6 in all of the country. I'm pretty well off. I don't currently have $5,000 in my collective bank. My collective banks, all my savings, my checks, like my checking, my other savings. I don't have $5,000 in my name. And I haven't for the past 2 years. And I'm pretty fucking well off. Yeah, most Americans can't even afford a $2,000 emergency expense. This woman is so out of touch. It's kind of crazy to me, actually.
And it's the same thing as like people that abuse government assistance. If you know that safe,
we're not gonna get into it. We're not gonna get into it. No. Self-control. I'm just trying to learn. I'm trying to take her education of how we need to have self-control into account right now. Self-control. Nope, we're not gonna talk. No, we're not gonna cover it. We're not gonna. No.
safety net is there and it's easy to abuse it, people are going to abuse it. It's naive to think that a lot of people wouldn't take advantage of something like that. In the same way people wouldn't take advantage of abortions, right? Or I'm sorry, we're changing.
It's not. Fuck, I can't pass on it. 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 Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to YouTube, right? We're gonna go to YouTube. We're gonna go to John Oliver. And here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna his newest episode from this week. I'm gonna post a link to it in the description. And he talks about TANF, which is a federal program designed to help families with little to no income. It is one of the many different types of welfare out there. And he talks about how fucking ass it is. So you're welcome to go watch that on your own time, because we will be here another hour if I go into the welfare system in this fucking shitty ass country. Okay.
To murder. Yeah, so that is what I would do in these situations. So just to reiterate, I would space the abortion clinics out further apart. I would increase the price of it. And I would also make sure that the definitions for this practice is just called exactly what it is. Murder. You want to murder your child because of blank. It's a little bit sickening to see how many people applaud this as sort of something that women need. Women don't need abortions.
A lot of women do.
I think women need to have more self-respect for their body and have personal responsibility for what they do with it.
Okay, how is getting an abortion not having respect for your body? I can't think of anything more respectful than keeping some little gremlin from ripping it to pieces. I can't think of a better example.
Their body. I will say that if you truly care about someone, you're going to take the time and have difficult conversations with them so that they can learn and grow.
It's the pussy gremlin. Yeah.
And mature. So I personally would not recommend having an abortion as a solution. I would instead try to encourage personal responsibility and maybe...
Well, that's good for you. You have the choice to just use personal responsibility. But what we're advocating for is for other people to have the choice to get the abortion. It's simply a decision on a personal basis between someone and their doctor. Can we just talk about how fucked, yeah, body horror indeed. I forgot what I was gonna say. I haven't seen that movie in so long, but that sentence brought that scene back into my mind like I just watched it 2 minutes ago. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ooh.
Encourage self-control to prevent them from putting themselves in that predicament to begin with. And again, I understand that some people have
Okay,
been
she's
raped
done. She's done. She's done. She's done. She's done. She's just repeating herself now. So we're done with that. 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 Get out. 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 That movie's dark. It sure is. It was a PG movie for the time. For the time, it was a PG movie. Oh. I'm sorry.
Anyone that says
Shut up,
we
shut
haven't
up.
made
Jordan Peterson? No way.
We've all found ourselves in conversation and felt
Don't tell me you're going to use Jordan Peterson as an example. No. Not them using this conversation as a good way to defend yourself in an argument. All he did was talk over her and misconstrue her statements this entire fucking time. No. No, that's kind of amazing, actually. That's kind of amazing, actually. That's kind of amazing, actually. It is manosphere. It is manosphere. It is manosphere. I mean, they've got Ben Shapiro over here, too, so I can't be surprised. Yeah. Yeah, this is a Manosphere channel.
Keanu Reeves.
I mean, look at these guys. Have you seen 2 more Manosphere-looking people that aren't Entertate? I love Manosphere videos. They're really fun as well. God, not the Manosphere. The red flag is that you're dating Amber Heard. That's the red flag. Or dating Johnny Depp. Honestly, either one's a red flag. I'm going to be honest with you. He sure is. Right there in that fucking prison of his. I mean, they've got their what's it called? Thumbnail game on lock. I gotta give them that. Gotta give them that. Okay, I gotta use the restroom. And then I'm gonna decide if I want to watch more or not tonight. It is 11 p.m. for me. Still. Oh, I love my old videos being on here for me. How nice. I baby. 4 years ago. Wow, that feels like fucking centuries ago. Okay. You should call it a night, probably. I mean, we're 7.5 hours in, so. Plus, we're doing more of this tomorrow, so. I overslept today, yet I'm tired. It's upsetting. Hasn't it become a new trend that people get pregnant just to be able to have an abortion? No, that is not a thing. Stop watching Fox News. It's not a thing, you fucking psycho. Are you a racist? Everyone is racist, whether they mean to be or not, okay? The trans agenda, yes. Tell me what my agenda is. I don't know what to do with myself. I love when people talk about the trans agenda. Yep. Leftist woman asked Ben Shapiro if he's transphobic. You don't have to ask him that question. You could literally watch any of his videos, any of them, any of his videos. It doesn't even have to be related to trans people. You could watch any of his videos, any of them. Okay. He's proudly transphobic. He's proudly transphobic. You ready for something fun? This is fun. This one's fun.
56 million views within 48 hours of release. This is a deeply important piece of American art that we all pay attention to. It is deeply empowering.
By the way, I'm transphobic. Ah! Oh no, you've been caught by the transgender. He really do. He really do.
As a sympathetic human being,
the best thing to come out of the song WAP was getting to hear Ben Shapiro read the lyrics out loud. The best thing to come out of it. It's a bop, I gotta tell you. It is a bop. But this is the best thing to come out of it.
Whores in this house.
It's the
There's some whores.
best thing to come out of it.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pull out game weak. Yeah, you effin' with some wet ass P word. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word. Give me everything you've got for this wet ass P word. Beat it up N-word, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard.
not beat it up N-word, no. It's too good. It's too good. It's too good. This is art. This is art. This is art.
This P word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top if I want to ride. I do a kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This P word
is called a kegel, not a kegel.
Wet, come take a dive. It continues along these lines. And it gets significantly...
Grande.
It's significantly more vulgar. Like, a lot more vulgar.
Grande out here doing the Lord's work. Ironically, rapping is the slowest I've ever heard him talk. True! It's so true. If this doesn't play at my funeral, I'm not going. The way he says, and it gets significantly more vulgar, it makes it sound like he's pitching it to a record company. Right? He's self-censored for you, Grande. Iconic, iconic, iconic. Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion made a cover of the song. It's not as good as the original, but still amazing. Can't wait for Ben Shapiro to release his new album. Iconic, 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 iconic. Truly iconic. Truly iconic. Ooh.
So, it's an audience.
This is 13 years old? This joke took 13 years to land and it was totally worth it. You know, this past decade was weird when a 13-year-old comedy's quiz about Kanye and Hitler is suddenly very relevant and very, very much not a joke. This comedy was literally ahead of its time. I have not seen this.
Game. And we have a list of quotes, and half of them were said by Kanye West, And half of them were said by Hitler. And you have to guess who said which.
Garfunkel and Oates?
It's not that easy of a game.
I've not seen this.
Okay, here's the first one. When a man is starving in the streets, he's not thinking of bread and water, but of caviar and champagne.
Kanye.
Hitler.
Oh, fuck.
How about this one? I stand here as a revolutionary. It is as a revolutionary against the revolution.
That's Kanye. Fuck, it's Hitler. No. No.
I might have to go back to war. I just might have to. Kanye. Nothing in life is promised except death.
Kanye. Kanye. And taxes. Taxes are promised too. Well, I guess not if you're rich.
I realize that my place and position in history is that I will go down as the voice of this generation, of this decade, that I will be the loudest voice.
That's Kanye. That's absolutely Kanye. That's absolutely Kanye. It's way too narcissistic to be Hitler. I don't know what to tell you.
Who says I am not under the special protection of God?
Hitler.
Okay. There's one more. I could design something for Obama to go to the club in.
Hitler. That's Hitler. So relevant. How did they get that at the times like that? I can't believe Kanye's character arc has been foreshadowed for 13 years. A true masterclass in writing. These two are the real creators behind The Simpsons. That's crazy. I mean, he has been, but like, there for a while, it was like every day it got worse. It was like, how do you keep making this worse? Like, how do you keep making this worse? Yeah. Like, how do you keep getting this worse? How? Just shut up. Just stop talking. You just keep making it worse. The meds work. Jesus doesn't. Yeah. Wow, yeah. Relevant to the topic. It's relevant. Jesus. I need to really work on this. This needs to be this channel's algorithm needs to be very white supremacist and like Candace Owens. I need to watch more. I need to follow Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro and Fox News, so I could get the right stuff on here, so we have good content always. Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, so we can get this specific channel, because this isn't my normal channel I watch shit on. This is my VOD channel where I post what you're watching right now after the fact. So I need to get this algorithm correctly geared towards the kind of shit we'd be watching on stream. All this stuff, and then like car crashes and stuff. That's what I usually would do when I would do night streams, is I'd do car crashes and stuff. I really need to get it. Really need to work on my algorithm here.
Well, you know, we talked to a lot of people for my film, What is a Woman, which is streaming now exclusively on the Daily Wire.
Hi, Ben. Thanks for doing the tomahawk chop. Very epic. Thank you.
You bet. You know, when people say that that's like a racist thing, I have to say...
I don't want to hear you talk. I don't want to hear you talk. And not today. I'm not in the mood. I can't handle Ben Shapiro today. This will be good to watch, actually. Because most of the TikToks he watches are just cringe. It's just cringe content from the left. Like, yeah, the left is cringy. What of it? We have cringe fucks here as well. Okay, let's see what we look like now. little better, a little better, a little better, a little better. We've still got too much good people in here. Oh, this is Candace Owens' podcast. I mean, she did talk in circles. Candace isn't wrong. Jamie did kind of, she was, you know, she just won an Oscar, okay? She was a little frazzled, all right? Leave the girl alone. Leave mother alone, all right? Save the rich. Topical, topical, topical. Okay, good, 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 good. No, we can't have Drew Lynch on here. No, Drew Lynch is too good. We can't have him in this list, huh? This was crazy.
So my friend Joe Rogan yesterday, or a couple of...
Ew, my friend Joe Rogan. Nasty. I watch a lot of Hassan watching Ben videos, so I've seen a lot of Ben's videos because I like watching Hassan comment on them. Good, all the recommended on the side are all Ben. That's good. Yeah, Gamer Girl is mad that her image is used in pornography without her consent. Huh? This will be good. This will be good. I'm sure he absolutely owned the leftists. I'm sure he did. Although it is possible. I've seen it happen. Some leftists just don't know the talking points. Some people don't have the stats out that. And a lot of times in like Jubilee videos, for example, which are great ones for this. Let me go follow Jubilee on this channel if I don't already. Jubilee makes a lot of great content that would be good for this channel. A lot of times in Jubilee videos, you'll get like on the people who are coming in from a right perspective will be like right-wing talking heads. Like that's their job, is they are right-wing podcasters, and that's their job literally every single day is to talk politics from a right-wing perspective. And then the leftists they'll pull in are like the leftist bakery owner from Michigan or something. Like it's like random people who are on the left half the time. So these leftists come in and they don't have the numbers or the statistics or the studies or anything to back up what they're saying. And it's really hard to defend yourself against people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, who are really good at the game. They're really good at their talking points and knowing which talking points to pull and how to twist your words to make you sound crazy. And they're very, very, very good at that. And if you're not prepared for that, and if you're not used to doing that, you are going to get eaten alive, and it happens more often than I'd like to see on Jubilee. Sometimes, though, they'll pull in good Jubilee people, like they'll pull in some younger kids to come in for the left, and those kids come in, like I said, Gen Z, we come in here with facts, logic, reasoning, all of the numbers, every number you could ask for. Tucker Carlson, he's got his own thing, doesn't he? Oh, I thought he had his own show. I want to watch this right now.
Within hours of January 6th, literally hours, you began to hear that day described as a deadly insurrection, and not described by one news outlet or one politician, but in unison by...
Context. January 6th, United States Capitol. Followed the defeat of President Donald Trump, a mob of his supporters attacked the United States Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Yeah.
All of them, almost like it was coordinated. A deadly insurrection. That's how he...
I'm sorry, did he just say a bunch of news channels reported on the same thing after it happened? Yeah, that's how the news works, Tucker. News outlets do tend to cover the same big news stories when they happen. That's how that works. That's how that works. That's how news works.
History may record January 6th, but the tape that we reviewed from within the building,
the tape
on that day,
old people
proves it was neither an insurrection nor deadly. Here it is.
I mean, someone did die, Tucker. It just was one of the protesters.
January 6th. when an estimated 2,000 rioters breached the Capitol building, causing the deaths of 5 police officers.
Certain dates echo.
5 people died. I don't remember that.
Throughout history. December 7th, 1941. September 11th, 2001. And January 6th.
Sorry, the way that was cut together was kind of funny.
Mob beat officers with anything they had on them. Hockey stick, a flagpole, a fire extinguisher. Police officers died.
Donald Trump supporters who, of course, rioted and killed police officers.
By the evening of January 6th, the Democratic Party and its publicists in the national news media had settled on a description of what had happened that day. They distilled an enormous number of highly complex events that even now we don't fully understand, into a single emotionally laden political
We do fully understand it. We have footage of every square inch of it happening.
Slogan, which they've repeated for years with remarkable discipline. January 6th, they said, was a deadly insurrection.
There was a deadly insurrection.
It was. Even if the cop thing isn't true, even if the 5 cops didn't die, a woman still died. So therefore deadly, and it was an insurrection. So deadly insurrection. That's
that the right wing is trying to cover up.
He incited a deadly insurrection.
Incited a deadly insurrection.
The violent, deadly insurrection on the Capitol 9 months ago, it was about white supremacy in my view.
A deadly insurrection.
It was led
Everything
by
about that phrase is a lie. Very little about January 6th was organized or violent. Surveillance video from inside the Capitol shows mostly peaceful chaos. But the slogan worked. The term deadly carries enormous emotional power.
A lot of the violence was going on outside the building. Once people got inside the building, they were mostly just like taking things.
To prove the insurrection was deadly, propagandists pointed to the death of an officer called Brian Sicknick. The mob killed Officer Brian Sicknick. That's what they said. It was their single
I remember that. DePepe.
Most powerful indictment of the January 6th protesters and of Donald Trump and of Republican voters nationally. They repeated that claim for years.
David DePepe. I think his name is David.
Still repeating it.
I watched Hassan's coverage of it.
First, they told the country that Officer Sicknick was murdered with a fire extinguisher.
Officer Brian Sicknick died after being hit in the head with a fire extinguisher during the fight.
That story came from the New York Times, which is effectively the assignment editor for most of the rest of American media.
No, that's AP. That's AP, but okay.
It was a lie, untrue in any way. But only after that lie had hardened into conventional wisdom did the newspaper bother to retract it.
The New York Times has quietly retracted its story about the death of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick.
The damage had been done. Brian Sicknick, himself a Trump voter, had been transformed without his consent into a political martyr of the left. His memory was shamelessly exploited by the incoming Biden administration. In February of 2021, Sicknick's body lay in state in the Capitol Rotunda, where a parade of unscrupulous...
Him being a Trump supporter doesn't matter. That doesn't matter if he was a Trump supporter or not. He was there doing his job and was allegedly killed while doing his job by crazy insurrectionists. That's the story. And he is dead and did die there. Seems pretty likely to me. I mean, if it's a setup, it's a damn good setup, I gotta say.
Scrupulous politicians made use of it. Here's Joe Biden.
Breaking down the doors.
I don't want to see
Joe.
Life matter, including how he died. To this day, media accounts describe Sicknick as someone who was, quote, slain on January 6th. The video we reviewed,
the word slain does mean killed,
proves that is a lie. Here is surveillance footage of Sicknick walking in the Capitol after he was supposedly murdered by the mob outside. By all appearances, Sicknick is healthy and vigorous. He's wearing a helmet, so it's hard to imagine he was killed by a head injury. Whatever happened to Brian Sicknick was very obviously not the result of violence he suffered at the entrance to the Capitol. This tape overturns the single most powerful and politically useful lie the Democrats have told us about January 6th. And it was indeed a lie. The January 6th committee
how did he die?
Knew perfectly well that Brian Sicknick was walking normally through the Capitol after he was supposedly murdered by Trump supporters. And they know that because they saw this tape.
How did he die? Tell us,
sure,
Tucker.
because the footage contains an electronic bookmark that is still archived in the Capitol's computer system. That means that investigators working for the Democratic Party reviewed this tape. They saw it, but they refused to release the tape to the public. Why? Because this tape would
Then
shatter.
how do you have it, sir?
The fraud
If they didn't release it to the public, how the fuck do you have it?
were perpetrating on the country, because hiding the truth served their political interest. They lied about the police officer.
Also, I don't see a timestamp, so there's no way for me to confirm that it was after the other clip. Unprecedented times we are in. Their dishonesty knows no limits. I mean, I've not been keeping up with the January 6th trials, to be completely honest with you. I have not been keeping up with it. Because I don't really care. It happened, it wasn't great, and we moved the fuck on. So, let's see how our homepage is looking now. I want to see if these are, no, they're not very tailored yet. That's okay. I've not spent time trying to tailor this yet until today, so. I think I remember this. Pretty sure I remember that happening. Ben Shapiro, Rex student who calls him a racist. Show us the receipts. Benjamin Shapiro, you have posted your own receipts to YouTube every day. Oh my. Oh my. That could be interesting. Okay, well, that works too. Clicking on it works too. I mean, the porn industry is a big industry. It's a rough industry. Porn to pastor, iconic. That's kind of iconic, actually. Porn to pastor, like, that is a great title. I'm gonna give her that. Hayden, why is Hayden on here? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't need to know. Well, she's on there, so it's probably, oh yes, the Johnny the Walrus book. Did you see about that? Oh my god, it's loud.
Today, we're going to...
I think I watched her video on the, I think I watched this, I don't remember her name. His just obscenely transphobic book. Honestly giving, fuck. I love that I can't remember the name of it. That actually kind of makes me happy. Abigail Schreier. There we go. Irreversible Damage. That's the name of the book. I couldn't remember the name of the book. The Gospel Christian Books. Abigail Schreier, someone who's completely unqualified to write on something like this. Excellently well researched. It's not well researched at all. The research in it is fully biased in every way research can be biased. But you know, they wouldn't know that because it's a book that you can't just click a link and have the full article open. Plus, most of these people don't have basic reading skills that would allow them to deduce the fact that they're being lied to. So, well, yeah, your children's book's ass, Matt. I don't know what to tell you. Let's see what Matt Walsh has been up to lately. God only knows. Hunter! Which video did Hunter cover? Oh, is it not gonna let me look at it? Yeah, I don't care. Let me watch it.
Adults, not as children, and which according to you found that there was no increase in suicide rate. Not that there was a notable decrease, but that there was no
Oh, is this him responding to the one I watched? I watched a while ago, more than 5 days ago. Hunter responded to one of Matt's videos where he gave a bunch of nonsensical references and stuff that were all easily disproven if you just clicked into what he was referencing and read the whole thing. And you know, honestly, yeah, I should detransition in a few years and like go on all these, Republican places. I'd make so much fucking money. Make so much fucking money. I'd have to endure a bunch of sheeing and hurrying again, but I love how few views he gets. It's kind of funny. And from someone who literally just quit YouTube because I got like 3 views a video, that's saying something. Like, this man has 2.15 million subscribers, okay? And he can barely hit 200K views. Okay? That's sad. That's very sad. My favorite thing is when they're like reacting to TikToks and the TikTok is someone being sarcastic and being like a meme. Like, there's this TikTok of this girl, she's like, guys, I girl bossed too hard and now I've got a job and people are emailing me asking me questions and I don't know the answer to them. I girl bossed too hard. I don't want to girl boss anymore. And it's a total meme. And I love it when they react to videos like that are absolutely memes. 1000% just Gen Z memeing the fuck out of everything. And they're like, look at these woke liberals. Look, this is what you get. Like, go back into the kitchen. It's like, dude, you just got trolled so hard, and you put it on your channel of your own will. So funny. So funny. Oh. Ooh, show me the dangers. Show me the dangers,
This important
Matt.
report from our Daily Wire. Transgender patients who undergo hormone therapy have a significantly increased risk of serious health problems such as stroke, heart attack, and pulmonary embolism, according to a new study.
Those are all things that increase risk-wise when you start testosterone. So that is true. I don't know about pulmonary embolism, but your risk of stroke and heart attack go up when you take testosterone, because if you know anything about health at all, you know that men are more likely to have strokes and have heart attacks, and it's because of the higher levels of testosterone.
A new study presented at an American College of Cardiology conference found that transgender patients who take cross-sex hormones had an increased risk of dangerous blood clots.
Are you including trans women, or is this just trans men? He's not said.
It can create blockages in the brain, heart, and lungs. The study found the subjects had
That's
nearly
what a stroke is.
7 times the risk of stroke, 6 times the risk of the most severe type of heart attack, nearly 5 times the risk of pulmonary embolism.
Compared to what? Compared to before transition, or compared to the rest of the population? Like, what is the comparison? 6 times the risk compared to who? You have to tell us who it's compared to, Matt.
Compared to those with gender dysphoria who never used hormone therapy.
Okay, so people who didn't transition. Yeah, my risk is higher than a woman's. That's how it works. Hold on. How much more likely are men to have strokes than women? Okay. I should probably type it correctly. In the US, the lifetime risk of stroke is higher in women than in men. Really? Okay, see, I didn't know about strokes, but I know about heart attacks, it's higher. Okay. Between 70 and 89% of sudden heart attacks are experienced by men. So some of those numbers, yeah. But part of that is due to underreporting from women, because women's heart attacks in women do not present the same way they do in men. They're far more in your face when they happen in men versus women. Women, like this says, usually just experience nausea, vomiting, which are often just confused with other things, whereas men have like the tingling and the, you know, the chest pain and everything that you associate with heart attacks. So part of that is due to underreporting from women, but men are also just more likely to have heart attacks. I was told when I signed away my life, as some people would say, to get my testosterone, they had to tell me that you have a higher risk of heart attack, you have a higher risk of stroke, you have a higher risk of blood clotting, high risk of a whole bunch of other shit due to the increase in testosterone in your body. My family actually has a blood clotting issue in the family, so I was already prone to a higher risk of blood clots. It tends to mainly be in the men, although my aunt, my dad's sister has had them as well. So, you know, why are women more prone to heart attack? That's not true. Coronary artery disease develops differently. That's not the same thing as a heart attack, but, you know.
Dr. Ibrahim Ahmed said it's all about risks and benefits. Starting transitioning is a big part of a person's life and helping them feel more themselves. But hormone replacement therapy also has a lot of side effects. It's not a risk-free endeavor.
Well, no, neither is living, so.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought just injecting hormones into someone to bring their perception?
Sir, you have testosterone being pumped into your body every second of every day via your testicles, okay? Constantly. That is your everyday experience. We all constantly have hormones injected into us all the time. That's what the sex organs do, okay? That's what the, what's it called? What is it called? Brain function. This is how you know I've been streaming too long. Which organ controls hormone? Pituitary gland. I knew it started with a P, but my brain wanted to say pancreas, and I knew it was not pancreas. The pituitary gland, that is what it is fucking for, okay? Your pituitary gland yeets hormones into your body constantly. That's what it's for. Me putting a little bit of different hormones to counteract the ones that are already in there, it's the same shit. It's the same thing.
To try to bring their body into a line with their perception of themselves. Who would have thought that it would have catastrophic long-term health effects? So
well,
everything...
yeah, that's why I took it. I was the long-term effects. That's that's the point. And that's I want the long-term effects, like the body weight change, the muscle change, the body hair change, the voice change. I want the long-term side effects. That's the point. That's the point. That's the agenda.
Thing we've heard.
Oh, you responded to... No, we didn't. You can't respond to Jamie. Jamie literally cites his sources in the video clip. Oh, that should be good.
From the media and from the medical establishment, they've been insisting this for years. They've been telling it to parents and kids and patients also who are not
That's simply not true. That's simply not true. Transitioning and becoming the opposite sex comes with risks. The same risks that are associated with the opposite sex. That's part of it. And of course, you could have allergic reactions to the medication as well, because it's synthetic testosterone. It's not like, you know, it's lab-made testosterone, you know? They didn't like pull it out of a dude and then give it to you. They made it in a lab. So you could have allergic reactions. It could cause other side effects, like infertility is a common side effect for trans women. It can happen to trans men as well. It's just less common because fertility in male reproductive organs is based on testosterone levels. So if you lower testosterone levels in someone who has testes, they're not going to make as many sperm cells, which makes them infertile. So that's a common side effect. But these are all side effects they tell you when you go to see the doctor to get the hormones, when you go to your therapist, when you... they tell you all of that. I know, I did it. I went into the clinic after I signed up for an appointment. I went in 3 months later. They told me all the side effects that I'd already researched and already knew about, but they told me anyways because they legally had to. I initialed every single fucking one of them. There were like 50 fucking boxes I had to initial. Then I signed the bottom, and then they gave me a prescription for testosterone, and then I walked out. I was 21 years old. 21? 20 or 21 years old. 20? But I would have been 20. No, I was 21 at that point. I just turned 21 like a month prior. So I was a full-grown adult, so that's how I was able to do informed consent. If I was a child, there was no way in hell it would be that simple. You have to do therapy. Your parent has to be there. If you're going to do informed consent, your parent has to be there, and your parent has to do the signing for you because you're a child. So,
kids, they've been saying it's entirely safe. It's completely safe.
No, they haven't. No one has ever said drugs are completely safe. Huh? They say it's safer than letting your kid, continue on in this depression spiral from their dysphoria and where they eventually kill themselves. It's definitely safer than that. But injecting anything into your body comes with risks. Even if it's the hormone that matches your sex assigned at birth. Like men who, when they get older, their testosterone levels drop and then they start, injecting testosterone the same way I do, that also comes with risks. Even if it's natural to your body, it still comes with risks. That's how drugs work. Now, when you hear doctors say it's safe, what they mean by it's safe is the rewards outweigh the risks, or the risks are so minimal that it's not an issue. For example, with puberty blockers, the risks with puberty blockers, certain puberty blockers are more dangerous than others, obviously. But generally speaking, puberty blockers as a whole are completely reversible and completely safe. Generally speaking. Will some people have bad side effects? Of course, it's a drug. People have bad side effects of drugs all the time. That's how drugs work. But generally, for the general population, the side effects are minimal to none. So,
It's all nonsense. They are lying.
You're
As
lying,
I've always been
Matt.
saying, they couldn't even, there's no way for them to know that in the first place.
Why not?
Because this is experimental, what we're doing
No, it's not. It's been around for a while.
right now.
No, it's not. There are longitudinal studies that are 40 years long on this. 30 or 40 years long. There are longitudinal studies on gender transition. This isn't new.
And it's never been done on this scale, anything close to this scale before in history.
Well, no, because there's not been as many people transitioning. There's not been this many people transitioning because it's not been as okay.
And so the people that we're doing it to now, they're undergoing the quote unquote medical transition. They are the test subjects.
Damn right I am, bitch.
So we know to begin with, anything they
give me that testosterone. I actually got a prescription sitting on the counter that I need to take to Kroger in the morning.
say about it's safe, it's long term. There's no way to know that. You can't possibly know that.
We can, and we do.
However, we can know, again, using our common sense, that it's obviously dangerous to do. And there are consequences. Anytime you put a chemical into somebody's body, there are consequences for it.
You're
It's
right.
never
You're
consequence.
right.
So whenever you hear a claim, there's no problem at all, no consequences.
No one says that.
That's a huge red flag. Run the other direction.
Yeah, and you know who says that? Conservative media. They're the ones who say it like that, okay? They're the ones who say it like that. People on the left say the risk is there, but the risk of not doing it is worse because most trans people who are denied hormones, or not most, a lot of trans people who are denied hormones or are forced back into the closet end up killing themselves, which if you didn't know is irreversible. Yeah, fun fact, death is irreversible. So,
Because there are always going to be consequences. Okay, there are side effects of taking Tylenol.
Yeah.
There are dangers of taking Tylenol.
Yeah.
So, and when you're injecting hormones in yourself, of course there are going to be consequences.
Yeah, that's why I take them.
Obviously, it's not a risk-free endeavor. Not anything close to that.
Uh-huh.
But now, since we've been doing this to people for at a pretty,
I love the phrasing "doing this to people" as if we're just like running up and injecting people with hormones and running away. Like, no, we're not doing it to people. People are requesting it. People are, being prescribed it and requesting it and asking to be given it. Can you imagine a world where we're just like running up, stabbing someone with hormones and then fucking off? That'd be a weird fucking place to
pretty
be.
large scale for several years now. That's when we're now going to really start to see. So now they have,
sorry, did you say 4
scale for several years now.
Several years. I thought
That's
you
when
said
we're
7.
now going to really start to see. So now they have, they've got their crop of test subjects, and now we're starting to get the results. And this is only just the beginning, and it only is going to get worse from here. That'll do it for this portion of the show as we move over to the members.
I have to like it so that I get recommended more shit like this. So. It does sound crazy. It's crazy that that's a thing. But it's a real thing that happens. You know who were the first people to take puberty blockers? Cisgender women. You know, when they were children. Cisgender little girls who start puberty at 8 or 7 or 4. We give them puberty blockers because it's even more unsafe to start your puberty that early, even if it's the biologically assigned puberty. So I don't think a lot of conservatives know that, or they just ignore it when they finally get told it. Ooh, that'll be good. Relationship advice that Matt Walsh doesn't like. For me, that's for me. Okay. A woman is not a car. Huh? Oh, I've got to follow Jordan Peterson. Right, duh.
Solzhenitsyn said famous...
Oh God. Shut up. Channels. Oh. Does he not have a channel? Yes. Okay. Look at this. It's so bad. And then me. Oh boy, this should make for some good shit. Huh? Let that simmer for a little while. Oh, heart and stroke. Appropriate. Ooh, I want to watch this one. Maybe we'll try to watch that tomorrow. Because as a former woman, and as a trans person, I can speak on this in a lot of ways. So, as someone who still has a period, against my fucking will, despite trying my very hardest, yeah. This is always on the cover page when you start a new channel. This specific Daily Dose of Internet video with the stretchy eyes is always on the cover every single fucking time. I swear, I like every time I load up on this account, it's always on there. Okay, that's gonna do it for today. 8 hours, baby. That was fun. I liked that. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my day today. Welcome in, Ed. I don't remember. I do think this was your first time here today. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope we see you later. I hope we see you tomorrow, or next week, or whenever you're able to come next time. It's gonna take the entire night to upload this VOD. So that'll be fun. It is the first stream. Okay, cool. I think someone came in before that had a similar screen name to you, and I think that's why my brain got confused. So I was like, ooh, I wonder if this is... I was pretty sure you were new, but I was like, because I think someone else came in with like a 2-letter name with a bunch of letters after, so... but, you know. I don't get too many people, so I don't tend to mix people up too terribly often. Although, for a while there, I did call Jimmy and Jarek interchangeably, even though they're two different people that are very much two different people. All the J names one day, I was really struggling because I think we had a new person in that also had a J name, so I just kept fucking up everybody's names because everyone's name started with J's, and I was like, y'all gotta leave, I can't do this. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I doubt it'll be this long tomorrow, but we will find out when we get there. That is the perk of not having to go to work today. Hell yes. I'm so glad I'm not at work right now. But tomorrow is the last stream day of the week because I sadly do have to go back to work on Thursday. But I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for being here. And have a good sleep. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.